Good morning, and welcome to our work group meeting on the Advanced Clean Fleets rulemaking. The goal of this regulatory effort is to accelerate the number of zero-emission trucks and buses in California in line with the state's air quality and climate goals. My name is Paul Ornasia, and I'm joined by board members Gideon Krakow and Vice Chair Sandy Berg, as well as several colleagues, including Division Chief Sydney Burgess, Branch Chief Tony Brazil, and our presenters today, Molly Muntz and Kat Talamontes. The morning session will focus on infrastructure delays and the afternoon session on ZEV availability. We are planning a lunch break in between sessions. In the event of an emergency, our evacuation place is in Cesar Chavez Park. So by going down the stairs and to the diagonally across the street. So in the event of emergency, you can follow staff to the appropriate emergency evacuation area. Sure. Before we begin, I want to let everyone know that this meeting is being recorded, and a copy of this recording will be made available on our website. Materials for today's meeting, including a copy of the presentation, is available on our website. Because this is a hybrid meeting, I'm going to ask the participants attending in person ask questions or provide comments by speaking into the microphone at the mic stand over there. Participants attending remotely will need to use the raise hand feature on Zoom and use your microphone because the chat feature will not be available. As a reminder, please introduce yourself by stating your name and affiliation before making comments. Due to the expected large number of participants, we would appreciate if our speakers can limit their comments to no more than 2 or 3 minutes so others have an opportunity to speak. Now, let me introduce Vice Chair Sandy Berg, who will provide some opening remarks before we walk through our presentation.
Good morning. So great to see everybody in the room having a hybrid meeting again, both in person and welcome to those on Zoom. Today, we're here to discuss changes to the proposed Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation and two main topics. This morning, we're going to be talking about infrastructure, as we just heard, and this afternoon, we're going to be talking about vehicle availability. As you know, California has a significant air quality challenges, and we certainly know that the climate challenges are mass as we all are living through these various storms that are in front of us. And I so appreciate the people in the room that weathered the potential rain that's going to be coming. So again, thank you for doing that. We have developed a number of planning documents at this point as we move towards zero emission technology wherever feasible. This proposed regulation is part of a strategy and will help meet the governor's executive order that directs California to transition transportation to zero emission by 2045 as a broader part of that strategy. The board has already adopted regulations for manufacturers. They're already manufacturing these trucks. They have many of them on the road in both pilot programs and now as a part of commercialization. From past experience, we also know that there are going to be bumps in the road. And as we transition to a whole new energy configuration, we know that this is not going to go smoothly, but our task, both as regulators, as industry, as NGOs, as communities, is to band together to figure out how to overcome these bumps in the road as quickly as possible. And that often means that collectively we do it faster together. Our goal today has to be quite focused because, as you can imagine, there are many devils in the details. But today we're going to focus, especially my colleague Gideon Krakow and myself. We are the only two board members here. This is not a board meeting. This is a workshop. And today we're going to focus specifically on infrastructure this morning. And infrastructure, we know, is a critical part of the three-legged stool. If the infrastructure is not available, It doesn't matter how many vehicles we have in our parking lot. Likewise, if the vehicles aren't available, it doesn't matter how many we can plug in at the facility. So the nexus of bringing these two things together is critical. And that's what we're talking about today. This morning, infrastructure, this afternoon, vehicle availability. I'd also really like to challenge all of us. We have 3 hours this morning on infrastructure. We'll have 3 hours this afternoon on vehicle availability. Believe me, the staff and Mr. Krakow and I, we are really highly aware that we have grid issues, that we have pending storms and things that disrupt reliability, that there are budget issues. We know all of the issues, and we stand very much in solidarity to figure these things out and overcome, because unfortunately, nobody has a crystal ball. So nobody can put in regulatory language enough language that is going to cover every situation. So what we need today is your ideas of solutions. How are we going to keep the flexibility we need while absolutely not disrupting the market signal that we are going 100% zero emission? So help us with that today. And we promise we will not take our eye off the ball of all the issues that we know that we're going to deal with over the next, really, then I've got my eye on the ball over the next 5 years. 5 years is going to tell us, are we going to be on track, or do we have to do some adjustments? And we've got to do this together. So with that, before I turn it over to staff, I'd like to ask my colleague, Gideon Krakow, to please give some opening comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So my name is Gideon Krakow. I'm the governor's appointee to the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and also the representative from the district up here to CARB. I'm an environmental lawyer from Los Angeles. And we heard the Advanced Clean Fleet Rule at the board in October. And there were a couple issues in particular that really stood out. We're going to talk really specifically about these two issues today. The first being the infrastructure question and how that's going to play into the timelines for the regulated entities. And the second is the equipment question. What happens if the vehicle is not commercially available? How are we going to define that, et cetera? And we heard from a lot of stakeholders on those questions all throughout the process. I see folks in the audience today. We had private entities from ZEV and CalSEMA talking about some of these questions, and the board really wants to be responsive to that. We heard from public entities like Aqua and RCRC about concerns with the public aspects of the fleet and how this is all going to put together. So we as a board really committed with staff to try to work on these issues, to be sensitive to these issues, and to find workable solutions for these issues. And so we decided we're going to have this workshop. And I said, okay, let's have this workshop, but it's really important to me. Is there a Friday the 13th available? Really appropriate for a workshop of this nature. And staff said, yes, Vice Chair and Mr. Krakow, we have January 13th available, Friday the 13th. So we're all stuck together. Here we are on this. Very happy to be here. We had an earlier workshop on the solid waste issues. I see my friends in the solid waste industry here today. Not really going to focus on the special 1383 issues today. Again, it's going to be a laser focus. The first part of the day, infrastructure. We've got a great PowerPoint. There's more meat on the bones, and we're going to talk this through. And then the later half of the day, the commercial availability questions, how that's going to be decided, what the process is going to be. And again, You're going to be pleased. There's a lot more meat on the bones, but there's still work to do. I want to thank staff for including us pushy board members in this workshop today. And Vice Chair Berg is really going to be the main moderator, but really encourage all participants. We have a lot to talk about in these rules, but let's focus, please, on the two issues that we're here to talk about today. Look forward to that. Look forward to learning from all of you and participating as we move forward on rule approval, hopefully in the spring.
Thank you, Board Member Krakow. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay now? Okay. My name is Molly Munns, and I will be presenting the first part of today's work group meeting. The morning session will be focused on expanding the proposed infrastructure delay and extension, and the discussion on vehicle availability will be in the afternoon. Finally, we will go over the next steps, including our plans for the next workshop. The board hearing, next slide. The board hearing on the proposed regulation was last October. The board directed staff to make some modifications, and we will be focused on those two items today. In this session, I will provide an overview of some potential modifications to the proposed infrastructure extension, including changes to address utility delays in getting power to the site. Next slide. Before we discuss proposed changes, I will briefly summarize the proposed timelines to phase in ZEVs. Existing drayage trucks or legacy trucks will be able to operate their useful life and then would be required to turn over to zero emission trucks. The useful life is the earlier of 800,000 miles or 18 years from when the engine was first certified, but no earlier than 13 years. Beginning January 2024, any truck that is newly added to the CARB online reporting system will have to be zero emissions. Starting in 2025, drayage trucks that have exceeded their useful life will be removed from CARB's online system, and all must be zero emissions by 2035. Drayage trucks may be eligible for the infrastructure delay extension. Next slide. For state and local government fleets, zero emission truck purchases began in 2024, consistent with their normal purchasing cycles. They can continue to operate their existing vehicles as long as they wish. From 2024 through 2026, 50% of vehicles added to their fleet must be zero emissions, and the other half can continue to be vehicles with internal combustion engines until 2027. Agencies in the designated counties are exempt from any zero emission vehicle purchases until 2027. Starting in 2027, all vehicles added to the state or local government fleets will need to be zero emissions. The board also approved changes to allow these fleets to use the ZEV milestone option that is available to commercial fleets. There are some additional changes, but we will discuss those at the other meeting. High priority fleets must comply with the model year schedule. Beginning in January 1st, 2024, all legacy trucks must be reported and may operate in the California fleet until the end of their useful life. This timeline is similar to the drayage truck requirements. All vehicles that are newly added to the fleet must be zero emission. High priority fleets also have the option to use the ZEV milestone that I will describe next. This optional schedule requires fleets to meet ZEV milestones as a % of the total California fleet. As the table shows, the schedule starts with trucks that are most suitable for electrification and provides more time for other trucks. With this schedule, fleet owners have the flexibility to manage their fleet as long as the percentages are met. The ZEV milestone begins in 2025, 2027, or 2030, depending on the truck type, and will achieve a complete transition to zero emission vehicles by 2042. Next slide. In summary, the compliance schedules in the regulation do not require the fleet to change overnight, and fleet owners have some flexibility in how they choose to comply. State and local government fleets are not required to retire existing trucks and can continue to buy combustion vehicles until 2027, or can elect to use the ZEV milestone schedule. High priority fleets and drayage trucks can keep their legacy trucks until the end of their useful life before upgrading to ZEVs. High priority fleets can also elect to use the ZEV milestone schedule. This schedule allows fleets to add ICE trucks to the fleet as long as it makes sense for the fleet owner and as long as the milestones are met. Next slide. Keep in mind that the manufacturers will be increasing sales of zero-emission vehicles, and several have already announced partnerships to provide infrastructure solutions. This slide shows that ZEV sales percentages manufacturers must meet start in 2024. California is not alone. So far, 7 other states have already completed adoption of the ACT regulation, or Advanced Clean Trucks. 3 more states are currently in the process of doing the same. These regulations and other actions like the Inflation Reduction Act are catalysts driving early investments that will help transition to a zero-emission future. Next slide. This stacked bar chart shows the gradual ramp up of the total number of medium and heavy duty ZEV expected in California with both the Advanced Clean Trucks, or ACT regulation, and the proposed Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. Next slide. We are working closely with the California Energy Commission, or CEC, and the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC, and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, electric utilities, and others on a coordinated effort to facilitate ZEV infrastructure deployment. For example, we hosted several infrastructure workshops that helped foster collaboration and coordination between fleets, infrastructure providers, and sister agency on the infrastructure needs under ACF. Next slide. We will now move on to discussing the proposed concepts for the infrastructure delay extension. Although great coordination is underway and tremendous efforts are aimed at to support infrastructure development for medium and heavy duty fleets, we also learned through our work group meetings that there will be instances where delays in infrastructure development are inevitable and out of the control of a fleet owner. To address this, the proposed ACF regulation includes an infrastructure delay extension, and we are looking to expand it to better ensure that fleet owners will not be out of compliance with the regulation due to circumstances beyond their control. Next slide. The following guiding principles underpin the infrastructure construction delay extension. We want to recognize fleets acting in good faith who are met with circumstances beyond their control. We also want to be sure that a fleet extension request is consistent with their need to stay in compliance. And for fleets with more than one site, we want to be sure that the fleet has considered electrifying their other locations first before asking for an extension. Finally, for infrastructure delays that are due to grid upgrades, we want to leverage information that is already being shared between a fleet and the utility as part of their site electrification agreement. Next slide. What does this extension mean for a fleet owner? It means they will not be out of compliance during the delay. State and local government fleets can postpone ZEV delivery. Drayage truck owners and operators, as well as high priority and federal fleets using the model year schedule, can temporarily operate existing combustion vehicles beyond their useful life. And fleets utilizing the milestone option can get temporary ZEV credits to continue operating their existing combustion vehicles. Next slide. This slide details the construction-based delay in staff's original proposal, as well as new additions shown by the asterisks. This portion is focused on delays after construction has started or after the construction permit has been issued. The provision would be expanded to delays in the manufacture and shipment of zero-emission charging and fueling infrastructure equipment. The extension period would be extended for up to 2 years after the compliance deadline. This allows for a total of up to 3 years to complete the project. Lastly, staff are proposing to share high-level information on approved extensions online to help future planning. We expect this information will be helpful to fleets, utilities, sister agencies such as CEC and CPUC, as well as the public. Now I will shift to potential site electrification delays, primarily on the utility side of the meter. And next slide. This table shows a typical timeline for site electrification. It was taken directly from CPUC's Resolution E5247. Step 6 is where the utility has responded to the fleet's electrification request with the time duration needed to meet their electrification needs. Step 9 is once the site electrification contract has been signed by the fleet owner and the authority having jurisdiction has issued construction permits to the utility. Next slide, please. This is a summary of some of the criteria we may use to issue an extension resulting from site electrification delays. This is a new expansion of the original proposal in response to comments we heard at the last board hearing. To qualify, the fleet owner would need to enter into a contract with the utility at least 1 year before the compliance date. The extension could be approved for up to 3 years and could be renewed for another 2 years based on updated information. The extension would apply to delays in power needed for charging equipment and electrolyzers for hydrogen production. A delay in obtaining power would not be used to justify an extension starting in 2030. And lastly, we propose to share information online as previously discussed. Next slide. The extension process remains pretty much the same as the original proposal. A fleet would email CARB with a summary of why they need an extension and the amount of time they need. The only changes have been to provide more clarity on the supporting documents. For example, a construction permit is now required to support the construction-related delay as justification for the extension request. The required documents to support the site electrification delay would include copies of documents already exchanged between the fleet and the utility, provided they have sufficient information to determine the number of vehicles and schedule to complete the project. These include the utility's response to the fleet site electrification request, as well as the contract between the utility and fleet. Next slide, please. We are interested in understanding what information is already shared between the utility and the fleet, and how to obtain this information needed to determine the scope of the site electrification extension request. Compliance with the regulation is based on the number of required ZEV in the fleet, and the extension would only be approved for the number of ZEV that could not be supported at the site temporarily. The information would need to be provided by year to ensure it is consistent with the compliance requirements and to define the duration of the extension. Next slide, please. Here are the discussion topics staff are looking for to help seed this morning's conversation. If you are attending in person, please come up to the podium to speak. And if you are remote, you will be called on to speak after staff unmute your microphone. Just a reminder, if you can please state your name and affiliation first. We will shift between in-person and virtual participants until everyone who wants to contribute can. And finally, please be mindful that we only have a few hours and there are hundreds of participants, so please keep your comments to a few minutes each. Vice Chair Berg, would you like to make any comments, or should we start hearing from meeting participants?
I've just asked Tony Brazil to give us a little more context on kicking off this regulation, because we know the time frame is tight and we're talking about 12 months for a contract. And so what are we going to do in the immediate first year? Thank you.
Yes. So this pertains to the high priority fleet schedule as we've drafted the language. As you know, the model year schedule is based on the useful life provisions, a lot like the drayage truck regulation, where all purchases or new additions to the fleet, California fleet, would have to be zero emission. The way the language is crafted for the drayage regulation is all the reporting occurs effectively at the end of this year. And starting in 2025, the trucks that have exceeded their useful life would then be required to be retired. In the high priority fleet part of the regulation, the language is not consistent with it, and we're looking to align those. The high priority language right now effectively can easily be interpreted as 2024 is your first compliance date. And so we're going to make that clear in the reg language that 2025 will be the year that you would need to retire your first truck based on the useful life criteria. So when we're talking about 1 year early, it's 1 year earlier than the 2025 deadline, which is still, months away, but any project started this year would be potentially eligible for that extension. And I think that we'll be looking at some discussion as to, do we provide a grace period in a different grace period at the beginning of the regulation itself to allow for applicants to start even next year potentially and still qualify.
Tony, before we go to the public comment, and Molly ran through this too, but can you summarize, in your view, what are the main biggest changes to this proposal since this came to the board in October?
Yeah, the nutshell, in terms of the infrastructure provision, it's under the construction. Once construction started, we originally proposed a single year extension and no more. At this point, we're looking at making sure that we could provide up to a 2-year extension for those construction related delays. And then the biggest change is and even after construction started, if there are utility-based delays that might occur, if they were going to put in a transformer and the timeline changed beyond the fleet owner's control, the changes we make would address that. But the other biggest change is we did not have anything before that would address a potential site electrification delay where it didn't make sense for the construction to have started yet, because if we're talking a 3-year timeline to complete the project, you're not going to start your construction right away if you need to wait a year or two for the utility to make certain upgrades. And then beyond that, we've also put in language to, in essence, say, all right, after that first 3-year period, if that's the situation, and the timeline still goes beyond that, either because something changed or because the original projection was that it would take longer than 3 years, we would be able to issue a second extension for another 2 years based on any updates. And so it wouldn't be a whole new process. It would be just update what you previously provided.
I don't know, Vice Chair, these seem to me to be pretty significant changes since the last version of this. I guess one of the main topics today is how do we implement this? What information do we need? How can we assure compliance is appropriate without having extensions forever? That's sort of what we're trying to get out of it today.
Yeah. Yes, I'll expand a little. Yeah, so some of this is just, what are the existing documents process that you already use? So for example, we started with the construction date being 1 year early. The permit date's probably a lot easier to determine. So for example, we say, why don't we just use the permit date for that? With these utility agreements, again, if there's an agreement to move forward with the utility, something signed, that's a lot easier to work with than there's some email exchange that's kind of vague and isn't too clear on what the project is and so on. I guess I'll tee up that right now, some of the questions we kind of have on the slide, but things that we at staff want to do is find that right balance on if your project, to meet the requirements of the regulation, you need to have 20 trucks by 2025 as your requirement, and you can support 10 trucks now, and maybe it'll take 2 years to get the next 10 supported. We would still expect you to move forward with the 10. And so we would give you an extension only for 10 trucks, not for doing nothing and not making any progress. So we want to find that balance. And with the utility process too, we know each utility is different. What they might need from a fleet owner might vary. But for purposes, from our view, we need some basic information like, well, what charging equipment are they looking to put in if it's a charging scenario, and how many trucks are we talking about? And frankly, that kind of depends a little bit on the compliance option that you're using. If it's the milestone approach, it's a percentage-based requirement on the total fleet, so the number of trucks is important for that one. And if you're simply under the model year schedule, then the issue is really about, okay, which trucks are you going to be able to continue operating beyond the useful life criteria until your infrastructure is ready for your zero emission truck. And again, in that vein, the idea here is we're providing more time to get to the same place. And so we're not talking about, hey, it's going to take you 2 years to get your infrastructure in, so just don't bother with zero emission and go buy internal combustion engine trucks. So these are temporary extensions we're talking about. And you're still going to be the same place at some point in the near future. And then I guess I'll throw out there too, it might help for the discussion. As Sandy kind of touched on, is the next 5 years is an area of sensitivity because this is expanding a new market in a pretty big way. We will be in front of the board in 2028 at the latest with another measure to get all other trucks to zero emission. So, and the process to do another rule is typically a 3-year process. So we will be, ARB will be involved in obviously collecting all the information from the fleets that are reporting, what's going on there, the extensions and what's happening, as well as efforts to answer questions on how do you get even more trucks to zero emission. And so if there are needs to make adjustments, that's also a perfect opportunity to reconsider anything that we propose or the board adopts now, and could potentially make amendments later if it was required.
Thank you very much, both Board Member Krakow and Mr. Brazil. I really appreciate that. And so staff, can we go ahead and go to public comment? I'm not sure.
On the microphone.
And good morning,
I
Sean.
think I hit the PhD button. That's the push here dummy button. Thank you for that, Tony.
You have a
Sean
25-minute
Edgar,
limit, Sean.
thank you. I appreciate it. I'll focus my comments on slides 15, 16, 17, and per the vice chair's admonishment, I will not go off tangent. I will stay on target. It's appreciative and good momentum coming out of last month's workshop as well as this workshop to really get into the details. And just to accentuate the positive on some of the things that are outside the fleet owner's control, the bullet on page 15 talking about extension for fueling infrastructure equipment, switchgear right now, my understanding is that's a big bottleneck and limitation for fleets that want to do electric vehicle charging. So recognizing that the availability of switchgear and other electrical components is good. So I appreciate that being added. However, there are several things that I'll point out on the slide that are beyond the fleet owner's control that I would suggest that you look at adding. The first would be just 3 high-level comments on this slide. The landlord-tenant relationship, and I think board staff maybe have a sense from the large entity reporting how many sites own the ground versus lease the ground, and realizing that that landlord-tenant relationship can be very lengthy in terms of negotiating what tenant improvements could be done, and I don't see that on the slide. The role of CEQA, we talked earlier extensively about, permitting a given site for development could take several years on the front end. I don't really see the role of CEQA being mentioned here in the timeline. So recognizing that, projects that start after the project's been reviewed under CEQA. I'll just, as a side note, some of the comments that you received on the environmental assessment for the overall regulation also talked about the board's need to analyze CEQA in the context of what are going to be multiple development. Moving on to the next item, I also don't see economics as a reason that would be beyond the fleet owner's control. And the reason I mentioned that, board staff knows, and from the ICT reporting, that $50,000 to $100,000 is the range that the transit bus fleets talked about as the cost to electrify. And we realized that your total cost of ownership model talked about a payback to a fleet owner, and we could talk about whether that's 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. But if I'm understanding the economics here, the fleet owner would be expected to come up with $50,000 to $100,000 a vehicle to get a vehicle wired in. Maybe there's a payback down the road, but I don't see economics anywhere in this, and that might be out of the control of the fleet owner. And I know we've talked a lot about SB 350 and what the utilities can do to help. However, large parts of the state are served by municipal utilities that are not covered under SB 350 to my knowledge, and also irrigation districts or other small utilities that don't have a source of funds. So I don't see source of funds as a reason, and that might be beyond the control of the fleet owner, especially in the economic downturn that we're headed to, interest rates, access to capital. So that would be another consideration. And last item before I leave this slide would be, there should be some tool, and maybe this is not the venue, but maybe in the final package, the board requires staff to do some sort of a new total cost of ownership, or what I'll call a go, no go analysis for the fleet. At some state, the fleet's going to say, I don't own the ground. I'm going to need to spend $50,000 a vehicle for 10 vehicles on ground I don't own, and it's going to be a payback of 10 years, and my lease is 5 years out. There should be some tools that fleets are given to make some sort of a no-go, no-go decision. And overall, before I leave this slide, it's moving in a positive direction, but I think the CEQA and funding issues need some additional explanation. Just on slide 16, I also, in this timeline for the site electrification, I don't see permitting or CEQA being specifically called out, so that would need to be recognized. And then finally, on slide 17, the positives here are that the 3-year time frame and extensions up to 2030 are probably more aligned with what the board received testimony from some of the public agencies. I think Aqua and some of the wastewater agencies talked about they're being told 3 to 5 years minimum to get their electricity brought to their sites. So the good news is that it's more aligned, but the non-investor owned utility served areas that don't have access to 350 funds, SB 350 funds, what do they do if a small local utility, a city-owned utility, and go pick one, whether that's a Roseville and Anaheim, many city-owned utilities, or multiple irrigation districts in the Central Valley, if they don't have access to funds, where does the money come from? And then I guess last thing I would ask is, it looks like sunsetting on 2030, 1/1 of 2030 is geared toward allowing this to phase in, which is appreciative. And going just to close out on Vice Chair's comments about between now 2024 and 2030, we want to be able to make choices, good choices where we can. So this provides some relief to do that and some framework. So that's positive. And B, we want to, going back to just briefly our last workshop, we want to make as many low carbon fuel choices as we can between now and then to fully utilize infrastructure that's already built for low carbon fuels. So thank you for that.
Good morning, Ray Pingo from Sierra Club, California. First of all, I'd like to say that we do recognize there is a need to allow a longer extension in certain circumstances for large projects. So we support this effort overall. One thing I wanted to echo just the recent comments that Tony made, that as part of the application, if they're asking for an extension, there should be a specific question that says, what are all the reasonable options you've looked at to do as much as you can short of what you ideally would like? And for example, and as you've stated in the eyesore, working with utilities to what power is available at a site, and that could allow several trucks maybe to be taken care of. There's these solutions like the inrush containerized solution that BP Pulse sells now, where it's a container with 5 chargers. And again, that requires less work. Another option is to add storage, which can allow that storage to be trickle charged so that you can take care of more vehicles. And storage can be very cost effective and all on its own. So even though it's an additional expense, it has a good total cost of ownership. So anyhow, I think a specific question along those lines, and maybe even at some point, you could produce a document that says, here's some of the things you can explore to get as far as you can as possible. The second thing is when exemptions are granted, I think the preference that we would have is that the fleet not purchase another ICE vehicle, but to just extend their existing vehicle. So if they, and there may be some legitimate reasons to purchase, well, I don't know what they would be, but I think we need to monitor that. And the third thing I wanted to raise is that, and I'm not an expert on this, but I know that like the 3 IOU programs, and I think the Energize program have requirements in order to get grants that they have a firm commitment in order with an OEM for vehicles to be delivered in a year. Well, clearly, if the utility says, we've got to do a substation upgrade, it's going to take us 2 or 3 years, then that would preclude the fleet from having access to those funds. So in those circumstances, I would recommend that y'all work with the PUC and the IOUs to have some modified language so that doesn't get in the way of them having access to those funds. And now on the Energize program, of course, CARB is in charge of that one, administered by CalSTART. So you might be able to work directly with the Energize program, CalSTART, to modify that. And just the last comment I would make from the comment of the prior speaker, that for the those fleets that are governed by publicly owned utilities, certainly the larger ones, LA, DWP, SMUD, do have fairly robust financial support programs. But even for those POUs that may not have much, and more of them are doing more every day, there's still the access to the federal tax credit through the IRA of up to 30% for up to $100,000, so that helps. And there's the Energize program that has a lot of funding in it too. So it's not like there aren't other sources of funds beyond the utilities. Thank you very much.
I'll just take this opportunity to make sure we're all on the same page. Yeah, when we did the cost analysis, we do recognize that are the utility programs, but those were not factored into the analysis. And the $50,000 to $100,000 per charger numbers sound about where we are in our analysis. So the payback that we did was that the fleet owner would pay for the full cost, even though, and obviously the Inflation Reduction Act wasn't approved at the time either. So yeah, I mean, we encourage the fleets to take advantage of that, but just to make sure that what we put in front of the board, we accounted for all those costs and did not assume any of these rebates or tax credits would be available to any fleet. And then Ray, yes, what we're discussing today and the way we've laid it out previously is if there's a delay in getting your infrastructure in, that just means you'll wait a year or two longer to get the exact same ZEVs that you would otherwise need to have. And the next milestone you're still going to have to meet. So the presumption here is that you're planning for a 5-year, 10-year plan at your site, and that we would provide the extension as needed if it takes longer to implement those plans than originally expected. Hopefully that helps. And then and depending on the number of speakers, we'll hope to, if you need to come back up and make another comment, we're hoping to accommodate that, but we'll obviously manage time. And then lastly, on the CEQA issue, the third bullet on slide 15 or sub-bullet on discovery of archaeological, historical or tribal resources, those are all kind of CEQA issues. So CEQA is in there. And so to the extent that there's additional consideration you might want us to consider, just let us know what that is, and an email or something else is fine.
Suzanne Sivright, Calcema. I had a question on slide 15 to do with the construction-based delays. If the circumstances are beyond the fleet's control, how are they able to ensure that these circumstances will be overcome in 2 years?
So most of this language here was actually borrowed for the Innovative Clean Transit Regulation. And so when we did develop that regulation, we worked with the transit fleets in particular to identify some of their experiences and the timelines that seemed reasonable. And so at that point it was, yeah, a year should be more than enough to resolve these issues. And that's what we moved forward with. And so here we essentially use the same thing, and as you may know, transit buses are being deployed at a higher rate at this point than trucks are, partly because of that regulation. And I'm not aware of any recent information to suggest that year it wasn't sufficient, but we're actually expanding it to 2 years. So if it does take longer, we think we'll be able to cover it.
They are circumstances beyond the fleet's control. And I did have a suggestion that could be considered.
Excuse me, do you have an example of something that's beyond, a real life example, or is this just a general concern that it could happen?
This is a general concern that this could happen from several of our members of the association.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
California Construction and Industrial Materials Association.
Thank you so much.
And I do have a second question and an example for slide 16 to do with timeline for site electrification. I understand that it's estimated that it takes 12 months to get a contract, but I know that working with the air districts to get permits for plant equipment, to get those permits successfully processed through the air district, we're required to get feedback from the utility company related to electricity, natural gas, and so forth. And we've had a lot of trouble getting that feedback. To the point where we've actually had sit-down meetings. This would be with San Diego Air Pollution Control District to discuss how we could get information from SDG&E related to electrification. We weren't getting feedback from SDG&E. San Diego APCD opted to reach out to them, and it seemed just that wasn't successful. What do we do in these cases where we're not getting the information we need from the utility in a timely manner to meet that 12-month criteria?
Annalisa, would you have any input on this for us, please?
I think this is the kind of thing that we really need to hear about. If those specific examples can come to us and we can work with our agency partners and see if there are ways that we can unstick that work at sort of the systemic level to understand why specific utilities are having issues with their customer interactions and meeting those timelines.
How do we address this after this rule is implemented? Because it seems that some of those challenges we wouldn't really have a good grasp on until after this rule is in effect. How can we achieve that after the rule is in place?
That's a
And
good.
can I just follow up on that as well? My understanding is that we were circling back with the utilities and with some sister agencies to create a document and a process in which we were going to deal with these types of interactions.
Yeah, so
how are we going to be proactive?
Yeah, there's two things going on here. The California Public Utilities Commission is working on an agreement with the utilities on average interconnection times. And so they've come up with a negotiated agreement on how long it will take for customers to achieve interconnection.
Supposedly 120 days on
Yes,
average.
yeah. And so that's a start. That's and that includes tracking and reporting. So there's some oversight there to make sure that the requests for interconnection are being handled in a timely manner. And then we are also working on a joint statement of intent in support of electrification, in particular on advanced clean fleets, to work with the different agencies involved in zero emission vehicle market development to try and address issues like that and see what we can do to work with utilities to speed the process.
Yeah. But also, just getting back to your first comment on the delay or the number of years, as you can understand, we have to choose. We have to put it into statute. So we've gone from a year now to 3. And so what are you recommending?
I think I misunderstood. I'm so sorry if I did. Was this might have been in Tony's dialogue after we went through the slides for the construction-based delays? Is it now 1 to 3 years? Or is it's just to 2 with a possible?
At this point, it is 2 years after the construction has actually started. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. The concept here is you've started the construction project and then something that you did not expect occurs, like archaeological finds or something. And so that puts your timeline much later. And so here we could provide you 2 additional years beyond your compliance date, making that a 3-year project in essence. So, I mean, part of the onus is you're not waiting till the last minute and saying, well, I try to get infrastructure in just on today and now I'm going to be out of compliance tomorrow.
Okay, but that's just not written in the slides. It'll be in the language, next set of proposed language. Okay.
Again, I want to make sure we put out our best description of what we think we're going to end up with. We're not saying this is what it is. We're not going to change anything, and then we don't care what you say. We're not going to change it. It's like, no, here's what we put out there. Here's the best description we have, and then we kind of have a number of questions embedded in here. And this part of the dialogue is, yeah, well, I mean, obviously we'll take your comment into consideration. I do want to though kind of throw out there that we're also trying to find a good balance on, what are the things we should be doing, and to minimize a fleet being out of compliance for doing everything right in essence. But we're going to at least try to draw the line. We're not going to go to every possible scenario of everything that could happen in a business and try to cover business issues in the regulation.
And there's no expectation for that. I mean, just the suggestion I had is probably one you already have in place is most likely to get the extension, you would have to submit certain information to the districts. I just thought maybe every 6 months a fleet would submit that data and then it's evaluated and extended on a 6-month basis. Just that to certain that.
Yeah.
I just didn't understand the limitation.
The information you provide with the application warrants a 2-year extension. It's like, yeah, we think it's 6 months. I anticipate that based on past experience, we'll still give you a full year and with the expectation you'll go ahead and get done in 6 months and move forward. But if it, and again, often there's something that takes a little longer than 6 months, even if you're projecting 6 months. And so those are the kinds of things we'll try to detail correctly. And so we'll take that comment under consideration, make sure we cover it.
Thank you.
And I wanted to clarify, what you were saying is you've got fleets that are concerned that they can't even get to the point of getting into a contract with the utility. So they're not getting to that first step that is needed to document that they are going to have a delay. And that's something I'd really like to talk further about offline, to figure out how we can make sure that utilities are responsive to the initial request to initiate a service upgrade.
Thank you.
It would be helpful if you can compartmentalize into, there are delays because you can't get to even start construction. And then there's things that come up during this construction as we have outlined here on 15. So it'd be helpful if you would compartmentalize your comments so they don't get confused.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And really appreciate your comments and appreciate staff is the fact that we know this is a moving target and we are going to have to be responsive in the moment. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Frank Harris. I'm with the California Municipal Utilities Association. I represent publicly owned electric utilities, who of course are infrastructure developers and electric fuel providers. I also represent publicly owned public water agencies, who most of my water members are IOU customers. And I just wanted to comment, I'm very pleased to see the positive, it's very positive to see this further flexibility. When we're talking about utility delays, even within that, our fleet operators look to the utilities and they see that black box of things happening there. Within that, there are things that we have to do that are out of our control. And there was mention of CEQA earlier. I have a number of members who are participating online. Hopefully they'll be able to comment as well. Depending on how big the load change is based on what's being hooked up, that could prompt CEQA, just because say a 3 meg load change could prompt CEQA. Certain load changes can prompt, depending on the nature of the local grid, it could prompt additional transmission studies. And then of course there is, once you get that done, that all has to be done before construction can start. And once you get that done, you're getting equipment in, there's considerable uncertainty. And so the flexibility that you've put in, and within the framework of what can get through OAL, I encourage further, because there is just such a great deal of uncertainty and certain, depending on the unique nature of some of these projects. And so hopefully the regulation can reflect that. I wanted to also just offer a quick comment on the transparency of putting some of this information online. I think that's a great idea. There are some concerns about confidentiality and security about some of these critical infrastructure facilities. And so I think that's going to prompt the need for further dialogue. Thank you again.
Thank you. Yeah, and yeah, that's one of the general questions is what information. So on the slide we did put, here's a few items that we would identify. And so to the extent that there are sensitivity concerns, or frankly, if we should be putting other information on there, we'd appreciate any feedback on what those items would be.
And Tony, I wanted to bring out too that with the passage of AB 2700, there's a requirement for us to share data that's reported to us in response to compliance with our regulations with the CEC, who will then share it with utilities, and state law now makes that information confidential. Utilities can't share that information. So that sets up a confidentiality pathway for sharing that data. So hopefully that will be helpful to utilities. Will help identify regions where there are clusters of fleets which are running into delay situations, and maybe that helps with further grid planning.
I appreciate that. Just to be clear, from my perspective, we are concerned about security of our facilities. The fleet operators and the fleet owners also hold those same concerns. And so within the framework of what is currently in statute, I think we're going to need to get together and discuss what's being provided. Thanks.
Frank, thank you so much for this testimony. I think you understand it's not possible to cover in the regulation all these various endless details. So it's going to be critical, this relationship between the utilities and staff, which I know that we all are working on, but we've got to make sure that the key data we need is going between the parties and is agreed upon. So really, really encourage you to continue, and especially working with Annalisa, and what are the key milestone and the key data points that's going to alert us that do we have a bump in the road or are we running over the cliff? It's a big difference. And so really would encourage that. Thanks.
Mikhail Skavarla, here on behalf of the California Hydrogen Coalition, California Hydrogen Business Council. Just want to bring emphasis to the fact a lot of this presentation was about charging and behind the fence infrastructure, not accounting for kind of the complexities of public charging and refueling, hydrogen refueling sets. So to the extent that we could add a little bit more detail on that public nature, because there are some fleets that are simply not going to be able to afford to scale behind the fence to achieve these goals, right? I mean, some previous commenters brought up different lease agreements and other things that may be impediments. Secondly, ARB's own AB8 report acknowledges that for a light duty station, which will also serve the medium duty fleets, takes 500 plus days to permit. So that's your 2 years right there. So there may be a need for hydrogen. But at this point in time, we're also hearing similar things for the electrical infrastructure, right? And at the same time, this is a statewide rule. And so you're asking all the fleets to scale up at the same time, which is going to constrain infrastructure deployment. And so perhaps a better route is to focus on certain corridors. And I know CalSTA is looking at, through the 671 proceeding, different areas to focus. And that's perhaps a better way to deploy this rule is capturing those high, critical air basins and corridors, as opposed to forcing every fleet to scale at the same time, as some may not be able to, and it may not be necessary to achieve these goals. It's kind of, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. We've got to be a little bit more nuanced in this approach as we're bringing these technologies to market for the first time in the world. And most of the investment on the hydrogen side has been private to date, and so we need to make sure that the funding's equitable. I also believe that there's a GIS exercise that ARB could do with the Energy Commission as well as the utilities to figure out where there is capacity and the ability to actually serve these loads. Today, we're hearing in certain parts of the Southern California basin that are urbanized, simply not going to be possible in the next 10 years to bring the amount of electricity in to serve those fleets. So I think there's some work here that the analytical ability of ARB and the CEC should put into this rule prior to kind of creating these exemptions and looking at actually what is it going to take to build the infrastructure in totality, and then what is it going to take incrementally, and perhaps focusing on that incremental build out in certain corridors to get at the high risk communities and otherwise disadvantaged populations.
Thank you. That's an interesting question, Tony. We're looking at site-specific information on infrastructure challenges that may warrant extensions or more time. But as part of the consideration, also going to be, hey, what kind of public charging is in your neighborhood, and then maybe that could be a solution. Now, obviously, there's constraints and challenges in getting that public charging installed. We're hoping it's going to take off. But if there is public charging available, is that going to be something that we consider as part of the exemption determination?
If we're effectively talking about the model that's really no different than retail gasoline or card locks and things like that, the short answer is no, we're not actually including that. We structure the rule in the timelines to focus on the fleets that largely are centrally fueled and operated, can start with doing their own infrastructure. Over time, the public infrastructure is going to be a necessary part of this. And that's in part why under that ZEV milestone schedule, we don't even touch the sleeper cab trucks until the 2030 timeframe, because at that point you need infrastructure outside of California, not just inside. And even the tractors would be 2027, so that there is some opportunity for retail infrastructure to be part of the solution, reduce that range anxiety, but that we're still generally talking about fleets that are going to effectively start with putting their own infrastructure. So yeah, that will be critical to ultimate success. And that's kind of why I wanted to bring up the 2028 date. If we see that, I mean, we've already heard, announcements from more than one major truck manufacturer about building infrastructure throughout the US already to support battery electric trucks. Hydrogen is also one of those expected solutions long term. And so those things are likely going to happen. And I guess I want to throw out there too, is like some of the comments already this morning are somehow, at least I'm interpreting them as, hey, somehow the state is going to pay for everything and do everything for private businesses. Like, no, we are going to be part of providing that solution, seeding the market. Obviously, we're providing incentives directly, so it's federal government. But ultimately, even infrastructure is going to be provided by businesses and truck stops and others to provide those long-term solutions. And again, as we touched on, you have to set a clear target for people to meet. Our board's already made that pretty clear in this rulemaking and past rulemaking. You have to have a goal, and you're more likely to meet that goal if you set it and it's clear. But there are a lot of moving parts, and there's more things beyond this rule that are going to make it successful as well.
One thing I just want to add based on the previous commenter, to be clear that the infrastructure construction delay does apply to hydrogen stations. So I just want to make that clear. For the utility side delay, we expect there to be less utility hydrogen interest because that's mainly based on delivering power to the site. We didn't mention electrolyzers, but really do you think that the construction delay does apply to the hydrogen providers in mind? Yeah.
And so interconnection is required for the compressors and refrigeration of the station. We're seeing delays of up to 2 years at stations that are built right now. So I mean, that's 2 years after permitting, funding, construction. I mean, so we're 5 years in the construction process at this point, and that includes utility interconnect. There's just kind of a reality on the ground that perhaps a survey of the developers who are in the field, both charging and hydrogen refueling, is probably necessary to get a better idea of the construction timeline. I mean, and then if you're talking about the incentives of the state, most of that goes towards public stuff, which I believe it should. Just as a citizen of California, public dollars should go towards public access. But we've got to get a better sense of these construction timelines. And you guys can do a survey of the infrastructure in the ground.
Can you provide us with at least a concrete example? I mean,
I can provide you a series of projects that are delayed due to a number of aspects.
I'm sure they exist. It would be really helpful to get some details on that. I mean, because part of our experience is the actual installation of a lot of charging stations and frankly, hydrogen stations for buses. And yes, they've experienced issues, but so far, not.
I think every developer in the room could give you dozens of examples. But I would really urge ARB to work. You guys have the staff and expertise that most of these organizations do not have. Look at the GIS data. Every IOU and POU have their distribution maps. You guys can tell what capacity they have. You can tell what can be interconnected. I mean, start to work directly with them to get a better sense of this timeline, because it's unrealistic to tell the public that you're going to be coming online with this rule at this pace when it's probably not feasible with the construction timelines. Just the pure reality of electrical engineers to build these projects don't exist.
So that GIS analysis is happening. It's the further refinement of the work that CEC is doing. Where we may be missing the key information is, we can look, you talked about the heat maps of where electricity exists. What we don't know is exactly where the fleets are and how many trucks they want to electrify in a given time frame. So that's the piece that we're trying to.
And I think I posed that question in previous emails and stuff like that, because I think you guys have that data in ACT, and you should be able to at least create a some sort of analysis.
Right. So we have sort of an end point. If all of the trucks are 100% electrified or, made zero emission. We know what that looks like. But this is a time question. And immediately, which fleets are going to electrify in which location and how many trucks and what is their electrical need? It's sort of figuring out what that time path looks like, which is really important, the key right now.
Because, we are having problems with industry coordinating with us, and it's probably because they are also trying to figure it all out. You have the useful life. So there isn't a demand turnover, right, that we can measure. And so we have got to figure out how to bring these pieces together.
And at the same time, with the infrastructure, if they build it, they will come, right? You've got OEMs with vehicles that, some of them have trialed millions of miles in Europe, but their infrastructure doesn't exist here in California at this point in time. And then funding.
But the early days really are really focused on the return to home base. And so.
And a preference one technology over another.
Well, but that's not our problem. I'm a huge hydrogen fan. But we've got to get moving on this. And so as we continue, if there's some good ideas on how to get this information that Annalisa was talking about, that nexus of what really needs to happen over the next couple of years, because the next 5 years are going to be the game changer, and hydrogen is in it. We've got to get,
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, and you guys have heard me at the scoping plan workshops and stuff like that, we've got to have this figured out by the early 2030s.
That's right. That's right. So. And so keep with us. Thanks, Mick.
Good morning. I'm Adam Browning from Forum Mobility, and we're building a network of charging stations exclusively for drayage, really focused on developing the depots necessary to facilitate this transition of the 30,000 trucks that are currently serving drayage in California. I would like to speak in support of really further consideration of what I think is going to be a fact of this transition, which is that third-party chargers, depots, as well as trucks as a service, in essence, providing both the truck as well as the charging, are simply going to be a mainstay of this transition. I mean, I think the record in this particular workshop process around advanced clean fleets has had a lot of property owners as well as fleets talk about they don't have access to power in order to provide for the charging for their fleets right now. Specifically around drayage, we're looking at, upwards of 80% of that fleet being independent owner operators. They are not going to be charging an electric vehicle with an extension cord out their bedroom window. They need overnight dwell that is secure, that provides them with the full charge as well as access to a network as they need top-offs during the day. And that isn't going to be necessarily where they're parking their trucks right now. Like, we spend a lot of time and money looking at laying that overlap of on a trucking route, zoned for this type of use, at least 2 acres so that you can do a turn, good egress and access, and crucially, we are only building where we can get access to power right now. The overlay of all those Venn diagrams is brutal. If you don't have a place where you can get power right now, you are looking at a 3 to 5 year delay and for utilities to build out that distribution network. So I do think that there is going to be a profound change in terms of how people access charging fuel and vehicles that are currently working this network. And we're trying to make this happen. So what we're asking right now is that you build that into the DNA of this rule. You recognize the reality that you're not always going to be charging where you currently, had your vehicles in the past, and that you also recognize that third-party depots as well as trucking as a service is also going to be impacted by a lot of the delays around construction. It's true. I mean, trying to get switchgear, like that's a year out. Like there is a crunch around this. And I will also say that utilities processes have not adapted and updated to the speed and scale of what is being asked of this entire network right now. And this is coming from a place of a company that is doing everything that we can to try to make this work. So that's my ask of you, really incorporate into the DNA of this the fact of the reality that we're going to be looking at third-party depots, trucking as a service, include that in the rule.
How would you do that?
I mean, we went through and provided in our comments sort of very specific language. So again, when you're looking at a fleet that is being required to address this, allow them to go through trucking as a service as a way of complying, and then allowing trucking as a service providers access to the same sort of construction delays that that you're providing for people that are, building charging on site at the same time.
Resend me that letter, would you?
I certainly will. Thank you very much.
I can search through the docket of 10,000 things, but.
Nope.
Was, yeah,
I will
just to
make
be-
it easy for you.
Well, to help, okay, yeah, I mean, I said to help us identify it again, just to, was it submitted at the board hearing or was it on our? comment
Back
as well?
in, we did it twice. So both for the October one, but as well as the last March or so when you had another workshop around this.
And
So,
also at the IPEC, the incentive, because we also talked about it at the incentive level.
I mean,
Because really what we have here is a regulated party and a third party that can provide the solution. And so how do we integrate those two, especially on the small fleets, and the drayage is a perfect example. Because even addressing Ray's really thoughtful comments, small fleets cannot go through the myriad of options. And so what is a really valid option and maybe a valid second choice is the best they could hope for. If we agree that third party is a workable, they're on it, isn't that the best thing? And let the drayage operator work in the meantime.
and one more addition, if you don't mind.
And that may apply more specifically to drayage, because that's where you're going to get the smaller fleets at the moment.
Right now.
Right now.
It could also be the template for when we bring in other small fleets a few years from now.
I would just also call attention to, I think it was in the LCFS proceedings where Prologis, one of the largest warehouse owners in the United States, filed comments to the effect that they own millions of square feet of warehouse. They can't get power to a lot of them to really charge vehicles. And they were trying to get amendments to the LCFS to do gas-powered mini grids. And I only highlight this just to say, I don't think gas-powered mini grids are super awesome, but they're looking at, they are wanting to lean in on sustainable solutions. And they too are finding that where the warehouses are is not necessarily where electricity is plentiful. And we're going to have to upgrade all of our processes throughout the state to operate under this new way of being, but that is going to take time and effort. And right now we need to maximize the places where we can get power. And that's going to be at different third-party sites.
I would hate to see, in drayage that our rule discourages, this kind of reasonable, approaches or options. So something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, all I can say is right now that, yeah, the way the language is written, it does presume ultimately that there's third parties ultimately doing these projects. It's not going to be the trucking company is going to be engineering the design or the build out per se. But yeah, we'll need to look at the language and figure out how that works. I can say at least off the cuff right now, I mean, for me, it's much more straightforward right now to think about it as if you're talking about, hey, I'm a truck owner, I'm signing a contract to park and charge at a given location with somebody, and they're going to rely on that infrastructure and there's a delay associated with that. That's very easy to tie them together. But if you're saying, hey, I'm just building a parking lot, I'm hoping people will come someday, let anybody just say that, look, there's a project that got delayed, so I wanted to use it, but I don't have any agreement to do anything, that would not be the spirit of what we're looking at.
And I just do want to emphasize, coming from the South Coast, the importance of drayage. It's the first part of this rule. It's going to be the first example of how it's working, and we really do want drayage to be successful, because it's going to be sort of the case study for how this is done. Plus you have these smaller fleets. It's really going to be a challenge. So definitely want to emphasize that we have to get drayage right.
Yeah, and it's my understanding as well as these are contractual agreements between parties. We've got, it's a turnkey, in some cases, a turnkey operation could be power. It's the same as having a fueling card right now today. And so am I correct about that?
You are correct, Vice Chair Berg. And just to Mr. Brazil, to address your concern, these depots don't get built unless they are actually contracted at a certain amount of utilization, even though we construct these under, or we present these under a monthly fee per usage. They are several years long contracts. And so thinking about that compliance issue, just you're not going to say hey, I'm going to go to this parking lot. You will have backed contracts backing up the idea that you are going to be committing to moving forward in this direction. So thank you, sir.
I'm sure there are going to be some learnings about how all this rolls out over time with the public charging and these fee for service, et cetera, that we're going to have to see how it works and make sure that our regulations can adapt.
Morning. Good morning, Vice Chair Berg, Board Member Krakow, and the staff team. Thank you for holding this workshop today. Really glad to be a part of it. I'm Catherine Larson. I'm with SMUD. I wanted to offer maybe a couple questions and feedback on some of the slides that you presented. So maybe starting with slide 16, which I believe was the site electrification timeline. I just wanted to point out that this is, I believe, Molly, you mentioned this was the CPUC process. Just wanted to point out this may depend on the utility at a high level. This is similar to SMUD's timeline, but it doesn't match exactly. There are different steps that maybe occur in different order, have different responsibility, and so on. So I think this sort of generally is a consistent picture, but it likely will vary based on the utility.
Number nine applicable. I mean, ultimately signing a contract to move.
Yeah,
forward.
yes, of course. Contract signing is applicable.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
So I think on the next slide, there's the comment that it will require at least a year for a contract to move from the contract signing to site electrification. Again, I think this is something that will vary based on the utility. In SMUD's case, for a typical project, we're usually looking more at the 4 to 6 month timeline. Of course, that can change in certain circumstances, but for the average timeline, it's more along the lines of 4 to 6 months. One piece that may not be clearly captured in this process is the sort of the unique cases where to provide service to the customer, we have to go through a transmission corridor or across a railroad. In those cases, we can sort of see upfront in our design process that we're going to encounter circumstances that are outside the norm. But because that relies on another agency or organization where it's outside of our control, we don't have a way of estimating how long that will take. So that's one piece that I'm not sure where exactly that fits in this process, but it is an unknown time from our perspective. And that doesn't happen in most cases, but that's sort of an example of an edge case where that can occur.
Does that occur before the contract is signed or after?
So we would know, typically we would know when we provide, after the customer submits their online application, which is early in the process up here, we provide them a commitment package and that describes sort of the scope of the work that needs to be done, what they would need to do. We should know early on in the process before the contract that we'll have to go that this will come up. We just won't know necessarily how long it will take. So we could flag it, and we do flag it for our customers when that happens. But again, it's a timeline that we can't control.
I guess while I have you there, and when you do move forward with a contract, and let's just say somebody wants to do a large project over a 5-year period, do you generally kind of lay it out on some annual basis or something? Here's what could happen a year from now, 2 years from now, and then we'll finish in the 5-year time frame.
But I think this was going to get at my next sort of question, actually, Tony. So this is something I need to vet with our planning and design department, but I think, we know upfront, or we can tell upfront what a customer could do without the upgrades necessarily going into place. We can work with them to tell them what they could do, right now. And I put that in quotes because there may still need to be a transformer upgrade. There's still, it's not an immediate process, but that's a sort of 4 to 6 month time frame. And then we know what will be done at the end, but I'm not sure, would you be looking for the utility to try to lay out sort of the annual time? What's the question here?
Lack of a better term, in my mind, it would be annual, but I mean, it could be, it's like, well, yeah, you can currently support 5 trucks where you are right now. It's gonna take us 2 years realistically to be able to add another 10. And then it'll be 2 more years before you can do the next 10. That would be sufficient because then, nothing changed in a 2-year period is fine, but that gives me a good idea. If we're looking at, hey, your requirement, for example, is to have 10 trucks in the first year and 10 the next year and 10 the next year, because some of these stayed the same for 3 years. Then we can say, oh yeah, it looks like you'll actually be in compliance in year 2, but you'll still need the extension in year 3. So we'll give you the full 3 years and we're good. Something like that. So
I think, I need to confirm with our planning and design team, but I think what we could certainly do is, what the beginning looks like and at the end, but I'm not sure about those milestones, if it actually makes sense for us to, if that's how the project would work right on our end. So I can follow up on that, but that was one of the questions that I had on my next slide, is if you'd be looking for utilities to provide that information. We're not looking to change the process per se. I mean, I'm trying to take advantage of what's there. Because if, for example, we could just say, hey, fleet owner, you tell us these kind of pieces of information if it's not obvious in the application with the utility, for example.
Is it reasonable to believe that you will be able to issue contracts within the 12-month period in advance?
I'm not sure I quite understood the question.
So we're starting right now. I don't know how many requests MUD is getting, but once the regulation is passed, I'm sure you're going to be getting a lot more. Do you think it's reasonable that you'll be able to handle the regulated load of requests that is going to be coming in for the first part?
This is being recorded.
Right.
Thank you, lawyer Krakow. It's not a commitment. I mean, well, are we concerned? I'm just trying to get a feel for what is keeping you guys up at night.
Is being discussed. It's an active area of discussion, so it's something we're working on. We do, we're very committed to this and to meeting our customers' electrification needs. We've got charging incentives, fleet incentives. We've got a pilot subscription rates for fleets.
SMUD is fabulous. I'm not asking that, but I think it's really important that each utility stay very close with Annalisa Bevan. She should be your BFF, every single one of you, truly to be transparent with her about what's going on, the numbers. I mean, we're all trying to figure this out. And so would really, really encourage that dialogue.
And just to add on, Vice Chair Berg, my little plug for our programs wasn't just a pure plug. It's also, we're launching a new, we've launched new programs to work with fleets to help them through this process. We've got our e-fuel advisor and solutions, excuse me, programs coming up. And so that early dialogue with the fleets is helpful for us. It's helpful for them and it's helpful for us in planning. So we're working to be as proactive as we can be. Right now, we haven't identified, our 4 to 6 month timeline as being, or it's taking longer than a year for these requests, but that's just to say it's still an active topic of discussion. And so I can't commit officially to that not changing. But
No, and I'm not
that's where we
asking
are.
that at all. And I also want to say, in my opinion, SMUD is the gold standard. You guys have really been out front. It's impressive. It's impressive, your outreach. I see it everywhere. I'm very appreciative. So I didn't mean to sound dismissive. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
We've done a lot on the portfolio side too.
Yeah,
sure.
Could I add one more maybe question or comment on this process? So actually, I think it was on your list of questions that the recommendation of what documents should be used to show that action was taken a year ahead of the compliance date. So if I understood correctly, the proposal is to require fleets to submit that, the contract with the utility. From our end, that would certainly be sufficient, or we expect that would be sufficient. It's also possible, for us that submitting the online application would be another point CARB could look to. That happens earlier in the process. So just wanted to observe there may be, again, it may depend on the utility, but there may be steps before the contract execution date where, the fleet is, they submit their application, they pay the deposit, they get the design from SMUD. That could also be an indicator of when action is taken. So for your consideration.
Yeah. So that's one of the things we're looking to seek some comment on, because at the end of the day, I think we're approaching this as the project's going to move forward. It's just going to take longer than expected. So that's kind of the contract date is part of that. And that's a clear commitment to move forward. And even having information is like, this is going to be more than a 1-year project. Doesn't mean it necessarily is going to move forward. And obviously our objective is, yes, to get it done, but if it does take longer, then we'll recognize that and we'll get there in a few years instead of in the 1 or 2. Thank you. I'll suggest, since we're about halfway through our time, I'm going to ask that the next 3 people in the room go ahead and complete their comments, and then we'll start taking some online.
I want to save those second comments until we do our online people, please. And so we'll come back to you if we have time. Okay, so we'll do the next 2. I too was going to do a time check. And if we can do the next 2 in 10 minutes, please. So then we have about 15 people online, and then we'll get back to, okay, I see John just got in under. Okay, we'll see if you guys can do it in 10 minutes. This will be good. We have 15 commenters online, and then we'll circle back and for a second comment. Thanks, Tony, for bringing that up.
I will be brief. Good morning, board members, staff. Mike Caprio with Republic Services. Appreciate the effort put forth here today and the ability to comment on the topic. Want to comment on Vice Chair Berg's notes previously. There are a couple of different kind of delays that we see, and one is certainly during construction we encounter things we didn't anticipate, but the one we're most concerned about is delays that occur prior to construction. We have a number of applications in with utilities around the state, and in some cases, not with SMUD, but in some cases we're being told that the timeline to even begin looking at the application is a couple of years, and then to process the application maybe another year beyond that. And as you can imagine, to your point, Vice Chair Berg, there are a lot of people in line. There's housing projects, distribution centers, others seeking electrification programs, and that's only going to accelerate as time moves forward. And the way that we understand the rule to be written today, even with the changes that are being proposed, is that you can't apply for an exemption until you have a construction permit in hand or you have an agreement with the utility in hand. And I may be wrong about that, but that's how we've interpreted it all along. So there's a bit of a chicken and the egg thing here. We may have done everything we can do up front. We put in multiple applications around the state because we're all in on this. But we may be precluded from actually applying for an exemption because we don't have a construction permit that requires an agreement with the utility in the first place to get a construction permit. So one potential solution to this is that maybe we just change the language to say that the fleet owner has timely applied for an application with the utility. And we can't even apply for construction permits until we have that contract in place with the way things go. So that might be a potential solution that we can work on with Annalisa and have some capability of allowing us to
account for delays that we are seeing full force right now with some of the utilities, not all of them. That may be a 3.5 year period before we're even able to have the agreement reviewed and looked at and approved by the utility, and not necessarily they've got a lot of mouths to feed and a lot of people in line looking for power access. So that may be something that we should take a look at, because the way it's written now, we couldn't even apply for an exemption without those two things in hand.
A point of clarification, and does it matter what size the project is? Are you talking that these are big projects, or is just?
Well, for us, we are doing, when we do infrastructure installation, we're doing it to support 16 vehicles at a time. They kind of come in modules. So that's not a huge project, but it's modest size. And then we just do add-ons from there and scale on top of that. So the infrastructure is there to support the first block of 16, but then that infrastructure transformer work that's done on the property could ultimately support 50 to 60 trucks at that site.
And do you get documentation from the utility that they're of this delay in processing your application? So is there communication back to you, or is it just sort of go into a black hole?
No, we get an email back, and we're calling them, Annalisa, and asking them what they think the timeline is for review of the application. So there's email traffic back and forth that says, we'll get to it in the next 6 months, which some of them have said, and others have been 2 years because you're behind 30 other people who are applying for access. So yes, we do get some form of documentation that's probably mostly emails.
Okay, thanks.
And Mike, I don't want any details, but you have run into problems where in certain areas, the power is not available and there isn't a foreseeable timeline right now to get that power into that area.
Kinds of issues we run into there. One is they just don't have the staff to review the application in the first place. But then there's a whole nother overlay of we don't have enough power to provide to you for you to even do the project at all.
So we're going to have to deal with that. And that goes back to Mick's comment is really, and also Adam's comment, where's the power available now? Shovel ready. Let's not lose sight of that, because that can really great learning off of that, right? Versus where it's not available, let's not hit our head against the wall. I mean, we've got to figure that out, but let's go with what we can do now. And how are we going to work that out in the reg? So thanks so much.
And this is not a one-off. We're seeing this on multiple spots, because if it was just one application we made, we've got sites all over the state, we'd cover it. But we're seeing enough of this that we're concerned we want to be able to apply for the exemption in the first place, because we don't have the precursors in hand, and we need to address that, because that's going to keep coming up.
I'm hearing you on that. I think we all are.
Okay, thanks so much for your time.
Actually, I'm going to make you stay a little longer.
Okay, please.
I mean, you're saying you have multiple locations. I mean, you're a fleet operator, or is this more of a
fleet owner? So waste and recycling services provider. We've got 20, 25, actually 30 locations around the state where we're going to have to put the infrastructure in to service our fleet over time.
I'm going to presume you've done some preliminary assessment or asked utilities to look at the different sites and those timelines?
Yeah, we have a whole team at corporate that's been there for a year and a half, 2 years.
Because one of the questions we're kind of interested in is especially in fleet examples where they have multiple locations. And I'm just theoretical, if you have 10 locations and 2 are really challenging to do, but all other 8 are pretty straightforward, we don't want that kind of fleet coming in and asking for an extension just because 2 sites would take longer, because the only 10 out of 100 trucks might.
Yeah. I'll put it this way. We have sites all around the state. We have a huge presence in the Bay Area. And if it were just 1 or 2 locations that we were worried about getting online, we could mix and match and cover ourselves no problem over the course of the next 10 years. We've got such a heavy concentration of collection fleet in the Bay Area. And that's where we're having some of the issues that I've described here, that we're worried we're going to run into these problems.
Yeah, and then just for the general comments, I mean, part of this is some of these things obviously are the near-term 5-year thing. And the example I kind of use, I think I like to use, let's say you do the easy sites first, and then now you're getting to 2035 or 2033, and now you're starting to deal with the challenging sites. I mean, one of the things we're putting in there is like, hey, this utility-based type stuff that we wouldn't continue this beyond 2-year extension process anymore after 2030, with the idea that presumably you would have determined that over the next 7 years. But if in fact you are waiting or you are putting the hardest sites to the longest time frame, is there any consideration we need to make for that scenario?
I think for your purposes, you probably want to have an end date to the extension process. So this is great for now, but if we run into that situation later on down the road, we should all talk about what we're seeing and talk to you about the efforts we've made to date and the obstacles we're running into at that point in time. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you.
Good morning, board members and staff. John McNamara with CRNR, with Solid Waste Company in Southern California. We've spoken to you before. Thank you for having these workshops. They're really important. We've found them to be critical in understanding what you guys are thinking and then being able to hear what we're experiencing. You might have some slides, possibly staff might have some slides that EEC provided to you, our consultant. If you have them, that'd be great. If not, I'll just keep going. So we are a solid waste company that's been operating in Southern California for 50 years. The last 20 years, we've been implementing alternative fuel infrastructure in our facilities, about 10 facilities. And we're about halfway through our whole fleet with about 500 CNG trucks converted from diesel. And so we're experts at alternative fueling. And I think my main message today is that we feel confident. You can count on us to put this program into place in our facilities. And our infrastructure investments to date are over $100 million, which includes our solid waste collection vehicle fueling and also an anaerobic digester where we're making our own gas. We make our own renewable natural gas, and it's providing a carbon neutral fleet. Did you find slides or not? No? Okay, that's okay. So I'm just going to conclude saying that, we feel confident because of our 20 years of expertise. We've already started on engineering on a brand new project that I'm the project manager for in Southern California. We're working with the utility, with our engineers and experts on refueling infrastructure for ZEVs, for ZEV trucks. The difference that I've seen, and I've done the CNG fueling for the last 20 years of my career, dozens of sites, we could talk to the gas utility, put an application in, get the engineering done on their side, our side. Probably about 3 months, 4 months, we'd actually have our facility up and running. I'm in charge of 2 projects right now. We have 5 facilities right now in Southern California where we're operating CNG infrastructure. The difference I'm seeing with the electrical side is they're telling us it might take 18 months before we get the facility up and running, so we could actually charge the vehicles. The costs are significantly more. And the amount of power required, that just had a meeting with them this week, it could be anywhere from 5 to 10 megawatts of power for a fleet of 100 vehicles at this particular facility. So challenges, but like I told you, we're confident. You can count on us to implement what's needed. And if you have any questions, available.
Loved your ending there.
Thank you.
John, sorry, we ran out. 10 minutes is up. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing.
Hi, good morning. John Costantino on behalf of the California Council on Environmental and Economic Balance. Really appreciate the in-person, really appreciate the changes that have been made. I think the main focus today for me is, the infrastructure exemption should last as long as needed. And what happens if you hardwire in 2 years into the rule and it doesn't happen, right? Enforcement discretion is not something corporate lawyers like to hear. And so there needs to be an opportunity to deal with, as Catherine put out, the outliers and some edge cases, and average works for most people, but it doesn't work for everybody. And when you talk about compliance and regulatory affairs, people want to make sure there's a way to a path forward. So that's the first item. The second item, and Tony, I appreciated your last discussion with the Republic gentleman related to mixing and matching of multiple locations. Lots of questions. If you have 10 locations and 100 vehicles, what if you did one here or there, but you couldn't do somewhere else, whose judgment says, you should have done the last station first, or I don't want to go, I have one utility that's easy to work with. And so who's making those decisions? Is A or B get to second guess a business decision? Those kind of questions. And I know we're going to talk about process at the end, like what's next. But some of this is really in how you write the rule. And so I know we're going to have a pre-15-day workshop. I just want to put a plug in for seeing as much of this language as possible. So that way, if the wording's not quite right, or you can fix it, because once we hit the 15-day language, it's my understanding that we're pretty much done, because we're running out of time, because 2024 is coming and you got to go to the board and you got to go to OAL and everything else. So I just encourage as much transparency in this language, even if it's not an official open comment docket, getting that language. And then SEEB's had many concerns about the bigger picture grid, not necessarily reliability, but availability of electrons. And so just want to reiterate that. I know Sandy said that at the beginning, that we're not really focused on that, but that is an issue. And then one of the questions that, could be answered if we saw language is the sunset on the 2030 sunset on the electricity exemption. Can I get my exemption in 2027 and go 5 years? Or is it a sunset on when the exemptions will be granted? So those sort of details, really, you would calm fears if we saw a little bit of language before the 15-day language. So with that, I'll put a plug in for those that don't have Home Depot charging and some public needs that might be lagging. And what do you do about that if you don't want to or can't charge at home? So lots of questions, not a lot of solutions, but thank you for the time.
You want to just put a little response out there? Yeah. So right now, the concept, or at least what we intended, is that, yeah, if you applied for the application in 2029, that we could potentially still give you that 5 years. But yeah, and as you mentioned, the details matter. In terms of the comment about multiplications, who decides? To me, ideally, the regulation decides. Whatever, we're trying as much as possible, and this ultimately is basically required for the OAL process, is where our objective is. Here are the criteria. If you meet it, you're going to get the extension. You still have to provide us the information. We've checked that it's all there, and if it is, then we just approve it and it's done. That's the ideal situation, and as much as we can, we work towards that. Yes, there is some subjectivity and some interpretations, but that's the basic goal. And so, yeah, the details matter a lot.
Yes, could we please go to the online speakers? And I just want to, while we're teeing up, thank the online speakers for their patience. And please don't feel rushed. Say your name clearly so that we can hear your comments. Thanks.
Okay, so for each speaker, please give your name and affiliation. First, we have Mark Roost, and after that will be Jamie Levin. Mark, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin. Still shows you're muted on your end, Mark. All right, we'll go to our next speaker, Jamie Levin. Jamie, I've given you permission to speak.
Thank you very much. This is Jamie Levin with the Center for Transportation and the Environment. And we are recipients of a very sizable grant from CARB, as well as the California Energy Commission, to launch this year 30 fuel cell Class 8 trucks that will operate out of the Port of Oakland. These trucks will not only serve drayage operation, but regional haul operation. So we're going to demonstrate, I think, in a very reliable way, the capability of these Class 8 trucks to serve multiple kinds of uses and applications, with the benefits associated with range, payload, and quick fueling, refueling. But the real challenge is in the infrastructure, being able to afford the cost of fuel with hydrogen. We were awarded this grant back in April of 2021. So within 2 years, we will be able to deploy these vehicles with a station that will be able to serve up to at least 50 trucks with more capability as more fuel is delivered. And what I wanted to emphasize, leading to a question, is that with much of the freight and the trucking industry is not tethered to a single station, for instance, like transit, which we are also working on multiple transit projects, but really depends on distributed infrastructure, much as it is today with diesel fueling. And we are collaborating with various energy companies and fuel providers in order to develop a network of medium heavy duty fueling capability. So my question really probably comes down to Vice Chair Berg's concern about where are we going to be in 5 years? And to that in that respect, I'd like to know, and maybe this question is directed at both Vice Chair Berg and Member Krakow, in terms of aligning yourselves with the Hydrogen Hub program, which is this marvelous opportunity of $8 billion nationally, but the state of California is pursuing a $1.2 billion grant from the DOE to develop at large scale, not 30 trucks or 100 trucks or 500 trucks, but many thousands of trucks over the next 5 to 8 years. And so I will conclude with this point that your regulation, which is critical to moving us forward, also depends on the availability of subsidy and funding in the early years to move the needle towards commercialization. So I'm really interested in where the alignment of CARB with respect to the governor's office and the other entities working on this hydrogen hub, which is going to be essential to meeting your regulatory targets. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Jamie. Annalisa, I'm going to call on you again because there's no question that there is a lot of alignment going on. GoBiz is taking the absolute lead on arches. We're working very close with GoBiz. So if you could just make a comment on that, I'd really appreciate that.
You covered it. We are working super closely with them, loaning staff to help with the development of the organization as well as review of project proposals. So yes, absolutely aligned and doing whatever we can to support California's submissions in hopes that we're successful.
If I could just quickly follow up with Annalisa on that. Of course, we are aware of that, and we're actually working with Leslie, and we greatly appreciate your contribution in that regard. But what really this comes down to is the state's level of subsidy. And of course, we're dealing with a projected budget deficit this next year, but looking at what the state and how CARB will play in terms of expanding, let's say, the HVIP role over the next 5 years to be able to help subsidize the early adoption.
So Jamie, as you know, this is Vice Chair Berg. As you know, the incentive programs are annually funded, and the board staff is very keyed in to looking at a 3-year funding plan, keeping on the horizon what changes need to be made, brings that back before the board. And so that process is in place. And we see board members' involvement directly with staff on specific incentive advisory groups, and that also will continue. No question there's great change on the horizon, And I'm very confident in the process, being involved with it. Oh my gosh, over the last 15 years, it feels very directly. And so good comment, but Annalisa, do you have any other?
I think you definitely explained that process and how we would be considering our commitment on funding would be part of that funding process, public process.
It is impressive. I will just say I appreciate the leadership on both our chair and our executive officer and how we have changed the organization over the time I've been here to meet these needs. And this is full steam ahead. Okay, thank you so much, Jamie.
Okay, next we have Alejandra Miri Turan. I have, oh, 1 second. Sorry. Okay, giving you permission to speak, and after that will be Chris Shimoda. 1 second. Okay, Alejandra.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. All right. So thank you so much for the opportunity. My first comment is regarding the exemptions, and thank you for the flexibility of extending them. My question is regarding registering legacy trucks, and there don't seem to be any exemptions for that. My specific example is, and I'm sorry, my name is Alejandra Miri Terán. I'm the executive director of the Otay Mesa Chamber of Commerce. So our world is the cross-border trucking world. We have several truckers, both in Otay Mesa and in Baja California, that go to the maritime ports, for example, in Los Angeles. Now, they, to comply with the truck and bus rule, for example, have already purchased, some of them, natural gas trucks. And they would like to register them in the online maritime system that CARB has, so they can be considered legacy trucks. But because of supply chain delays caused by COVID and the problems with China, like, for example, these trucks that have been, some of them purchased in September, will be delivered November 2024 and maybe. So you can see the challenge where these trucks would not be able to enter the maritime ports. So our question and one of the requests that we've made is, can CARB somehow change the mechanism so these trucks that have already been purchased but not delivered be allowed to be registered in the system so they can be considered legacy trucks and we wouldn't have these massive supply chain delays? That's sort of my first comment. I wanted to address somewhat the comment on trucking as a service, as a potential solution. And it sounds like a wonderful option for a great part of California, but it doesn't seem that it's something that's going to be able to help us in the border. We, our truckers, comply with very strict federal programs, one of them called the CTPAT certification, which is an incredibly sophisticated, I guess, vertically integrated security program approved by Customs and Border Protection worldwide. So it would be very challenging for our truckers to hire these trucking as a service option and cross the trucks to Mexico and be registered in this CTPAT program, which basically takes years. And we have 4,000 trucks crossing every day just in Otay Mesa into California. So that would be a challenge in our cross-border world. My third question is, these exemptions on the high priority ruling, is that something that will also be considered for out-of-state entities such as Baja California? So if we have a trucker, assuming things change in Mexico and we are allowed, or they are allowed in Mexico to process a zero-emission fueling station, if there are delays there, will CARB also consider those as part of the exemptions or just entities in California? One final comment, I apologize, is, and I'm glad to hear you're working closely with GoBiz, but my sort of recommendation or question is, are you looking at supply chain impacts from this ruling related to Mexico, since again, Mexico is California's #1 trading partner. I know that CARB did an economic study based on the REMI model, which is a statistical model that, to my knowledge, does not look outside of California. So it really feels like we're not analyzing what the supply chain impacts will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were all great. That was some great input. Tony, do we have some kind of first response?
Sort of, I mean, so the first comment was about registering trucks that are going to take nearly 2 years to get, and this was regarding drayage trucks. Our team here doesn't directly oversee that part of the regulation language, so we'll simply discuss it with the team that does. I'm sure they're participating in the meeting, but not necessarily panelists. But I guess I'll say broadly, in terms of the high priority fleets, to the extent that they are in that situation where they've ordered a truck already, that any order, at least on any order made prior to the rule taking effect would be eligible to be a legacy truck, even if it takes another 2 years from now to be delivered. So that could be diesel or natural gas or combustion. In terms of the exemption applying for projects being done in Mexico, again, I think the intent would be that it would apply if the delays occurred there. And so to the extent that we need to consider slightly different language to cover probably different terminology, it would be helpful to get some feedback on that. And then again, we would still be looking at contractual agreements, and if that concept of saying, hey, we're working with our utility, we have a contract to move forward with the project, and that language works, then I think that would be fine. In terms of the supply chain impacts, I can't speak about the REMI model. I know that it does look at how things change in the economy as a result of the regulations. But I think maybe pertinent to the provision here is we're not calling out supply chain in the provisions as being the issue, but the kinds of delays that are taking longer because of supply chain issues or frankly any other reason are accounted for in the way we're writing the language. If it takes longer to get the equipment, we're not worried about the reason per se, as long as the fleet owner isn't postponing orders or something like that, that we think the language would cover those kinds of issues. So hopefully that's a helpful response.
Thank you. Well, in general, the supply chain comment is, in general, the regulations, I don't believe CARB is analyzing the overall sort of like inflationary surge or product delays that California could be impacted by these regulations, and not just on the exemption side, because the economic impact study that CARB did doesn't really consider that at all. So for example, in Baja, we have a lot of medical device manufacturers like BD, Becton Dickinson, and they provide essential products for hospitals in San Diego or in all of California. So like if there's a disruption on the truck or on the cross-border trucking phenomenon, because they can't comply with these regulations for various reasons, we will feel a huge inflationary surge on a lot of products. And I'm just saying, it doesn't seem that the economic model that CARB has looked at that at all. And it would really, my recommendation is that there are people out there who understand supply chains that could just look at the impacts and maybe make recommendations so this doesn't happen.
Okay, well, I guess I could say I appreciate your comment. I know the REMI model is sophisticated, but I can't tell you what it considers outside of California, because it's generally looking at the impacts in California at the end of the day. So, okay.
Okay, next we have Chris Shimoda. I've given you permission to speak, and after that we have Glenn Cho. So Chris, go ahead.
So good morning, everyone. Chris Shimoda with the California Trucking Association. Thanks, board members Berg and Krakow for putting on this work group, and great to see you, Tony and Paul. So just 3 quick points. Question on slide 17 on this new site electrification provision. I know that or at least my understanding of the construction delay provision was that it required a purchase order to go in for the vehicle before applying for that delay. Just a question, do you intend to require purchase orders for the site electrification delay provision as well?
Short answer is no. The concept is that let's just use the simplest example. You go to the utility, you need the 20 trucks, you only have the one location, and they can't support any at this point. And it's going to take 3 years. Then we would issue a 3-year extension. That means that you wouldn't be considered out of compliance. The expectation, obviously, that you've already signed your contract with the utility to move forward. And then in year 3, you better have all your trucks and be operating. And if you are, everybody's happy. And if you don't, then that's on you. So order them a year and a half in advance, or however you need to order to time it with your infrastructure being available or your exemption or your extension ending, if you will.
Got it. Thank you. And specific to this provision, and just something that is a bit left out, is what we're hearing from some of these larger projects, especially as we start going into full depot conversions of Class 8s, is that there are going to be some sites that simply are not suitable to be performed in the near term. Tony, any thoughts on how we're going to handle those sort of situations? Because I'm not necessarily seeing it addressed here.
To a degree, the comment escapes me. So 100 trucks at one location, you realistically can support 50 over the next 10 years, but going beyond that isn't going to happen. Is that the example?
That could be potentially the situation. I mean, I'll give an example of if you have a really large depot conversion in a service territory where there simply is not the transmission and distribution network built out. These are real world, examples that are occurring right now, where the utility is, going to have to actually do a lot more work than some other locations within their network. Maybe, theoretically, the location could accommodate fewer trucks, but just, broadly, the site is not going to be able to be built out to the scale needed for compliance. So just, or let's also, since we're talking theoreticals, if the site just simply cannot be, like any significant level of electrification can be accommodated in the near term, just how do you, envision that being handled with this provision?
Well, okay. I think the best way I can answer it right now is, I'm struggling with the example. So, I mean, right now we're with the way we've structured it, I'm going to still assume you can move forward with something. And so we can consider that and provide you, again, up to a 5-year window. I guess I'm struggling with the example. Yeah, because again, in a situation where you can do the 50 trucks, but then later you won't be able to go beyond that. If we're talking 20, 33, 35, there are probably retail infrastructure and so on that could probably be a solution and won't require further depot expansion potentially. But that, and so to me, I would say it's something like that, that would be something we could obviously be monitoring and in 2028 say, hey, that this is going to, looks like a likelihood, or looks like the retail infrastructure is being built out faster than anticipated, and maybe it becomes less of an issue. I can't really say.
So, Tony, Chris, Sandy Berg here. What I'm really hearing is that this struggle between one industry and the regulated parties really wanting to plan and make this cost effective and be efficient, and our need to move forward where we can, and which could be less cost efficient, but it will get some trucks on the road. The question that I think is in my mind is there are definite areas where we are challenged on very large projects, and how are we going to identify them so that we can, people that are located within those, there's more obvious that we need more time, and industry is going to need to be communicating to CARB on what's possible even if it's less cost effective, and what needs to be delayed in order to do the bigger picture. So I think what's important here is that I don't believe that there is, well, I think I can speak on behalf of staff. There is no appetite for saying we will delay until the most cost-effective solution is available. But I also am looking at Board Member Krakow. My opinion is that wouldn't be an appetite for the board either. We need to get these trucks on the road, and if we can get fewer immediately, that is our plan. And we need to have very good communications as to what is causing these delays so that we can work with our partners. And there's no question, this is a holistic ecosystem, and we've got to make sure that all the pieces are working. And so is my characterization fair on this, Chris?
Yes, Board Member Berg, I think, you know, I'm thinking of situations like have arisen in the past where you have projects that are going to necessitate things like trenching through downtown areas or extensive build out of transmission and distribution, where it is going to be cost prohibitive or will require additional layers of approvals through the CPUC. You know, just something to add into your thinking, Tony, that there may be, you know, again, I know you've said repeatedly, you cannot necessarily address every provision or every possibility through these exemption processes, but something catch-all that basically says, I mean, if you have one of these, I don't even know that they're outlier situations because they're already popping up, that there is a process for, you know, basically explaining that this is going to take well in excess of the 5 years that are in this current draft provision. So actually, Tony, you gave me a great segue to my final question is, you know, it's already been brought up a couple of times, but just fleets relying upon retail charging, still not seeing any provisions for this particular situation. And the example that I'll just keep using is we've got a little bit over 1,600 trucks that are going to be turned over by 2025 in the Port of LA alone. That's going to necessitate around 100 megawatts of charging being stood up by that point in time, a good chunk of which is going to need to be retail. And so just what is the current thinking as far as if a fleet who is not in a position to do a depot-based project and is going to be relying upon retail charging finds that there is none or it's insufficient, what do you suggest that that fleet does within the confines of the rule?
All right, so I guess I'll start backwards rather than the last statement you made. I'd say one of the other potentials is if Jamie's project works out pretty well, then hydrogen could in fact be a solution potentially. And I assume we're talking a lot about tractor fleets here for the most part. In terms of the ports and the thinking is the drayage regulation, you know, is more targeted. It is by definition affecting trucks operating in certain corridors where infrastructure solutions can be put in first, and there are projects being put in place to help support those. Unfortunately, I can't speak to the status, but I know that ARB did what we called Project 800 to get 800 drayage trucks on the road effectively this year. I think 1,000 were committed to moving forward and got funding to do that. I'm not exactly sure on all the infrastructure solutions they'll be using for that, but that is not completely out of line with the number you're talking about here. And so it's conceivable that, yeah, the retail might be more hydrogen-based truck strategy than battery electric. And then as we heard earlier, truck as a service kind of models are potential solutions where you would have parking lot like solutions as opposed to a truck stop retail model as well.
Chris, this is Gideon. Always good to hear from you and Happy New Year. What was the number you just threw out there in 2026 in the Port of LA?
It's well, specifically 1,662.
Okay,
This is
I
the
thought you
as of
16.
November 22nd or November of 22. And Tony, just a quick follow up. I get, I kick myself if I didn't follow up on that answer. I do just want to encourage you to look at some contingency for this situation. I think it's more likely than not that we are going to run into the situation where, fairly early on in the compliance period for the drayage piece of the rule, we're going to run into this issue. If you look at the work that the Port of Long Beach did to assess the charging that they thought that they could stand up in the best case scenario, they were looking at 22 megawatts of capacity. I've heard of, a lot of these projects going in that if you start doing the addition, we're going to fall well short of that 100 megawatts of needed charging, just if we're going to replace the trucks that are falling off by 2025. And then, I would love to see development of hydrogen, both on the vehicle side and the infrastructure. But again, we just have a timing issue where, at least on the electrification side, a lot of these projects needed to have been in the hopper already in the past, right? We're to the point where if it has not already been planned for, project moving forward and in the ground, it's simply not going to be there in time. And so just, something to continue to think about, that there is going to be a non-significant portion of that fleet that is going to need the publicly available charging. And if it is not available, I do, continue to say it's probably not fair to require somebody to purchase a vehicle that cannot be plugged in. So just something to think about as you're looking at these provisions. So thank you, and Happy New Year to you as well,
Yeah,
Gideon.
sorry.
Great to see everyone.
Hey, Chris, just quick detail. This was drayage focused, right? Around the ports?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Glenn Cho. I've given you permission to speak. After that will be Jessica Cruz.
Thanks, Paul. Happy New Year to the CARB team. Appreciate you guys holding this workshop. I did have something kind of similar to what Chris Shimoda just mentioned about on your slide 18 and 19. It looks like these exemption processes are strictly for behind the fence infrastructures, but for entities that are relying upon public infrastructure like ourselves, we will be relying upon public infrastructure to support our 100 trucks in and around throughout California. What's the process? Could we add something to the regulatory language that kind of somewhat similar to 1819, that is for public infrastructure reliance? I mean, I don't think contractors for public infrastructure are going to share their information with us since we're just the retail users of these stations. So that's one comment I would like to raise. Another comment related to utilities, if you go to slide number 17, I believe, or the 16, I'm sorry. Our experience with working with utilities on the EV infrastructure, both on-road and off-road, is that it's really steps 1 and 2 is where we had the biggest bottleneck, where our engineering team is working on our, scoping out our plans for our site. And we're trying to get give and take information from the utilities, and it's where we're finding enormous amount of challenges of getting the information on a timely basis to develop the plans and also to really submit to the utilities for their approval. So we do recognize those are some of the real life experiences we have had working with various utilities in California about getting this information, what's readily available. And basically one key questions we always ask is how much electricity can you deliver to our site? And universally, we have not gotten any good responses from any of the utilities. It's kind of like, well, we don't know. so those are a couple of comments. And the last thing I'll make a comment about is what Vice Chair Berg mentioned about 5 years from now. And ideally, we don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now. So can we ask that, can we revisit this regulations 5 years from now? Maybe a check-in point like we have with other CARB-based regulations. Thank you.
And what was your affiliation, Glenn?
I'm sorry, Toyota Motors North America.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jessica Cruz. Jessica giving you permission to speak. And after that, we have Kathleen Hughes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I am Jessica Cruz with Southern California Edison. I'm currently the interim manager of our clean energy project management team. Our team focuses on commercial EV projects, and I'm also the lead for Rule 29. So first off, I want to let you know that SCE supports ACF with modifications and appreciates staff's willingness to collaborate on revisions to the infrastructure construction extension process in the draft rule. Although we're taking steps to improve our internal processes to help streamline energization, which includes leveraging new technologies, there are some projects that will require more time than others to build. As we appreciate CARB's allowance of additional time to support site selection when it's needed. Before I get into our comments on the extension, I want to first note that SCE recommends that the ACF also include a requirement for fleets to develop and report on ZEV transition plans. This will help us better address some of the early coordination issues addressed in earlier comments. Additionally, the CPUC adopted Resolution 5247, which directed the IOUs to achieve an interim average service energization timeline target of 125 business days. However, I want to clarify that for projects that fall under this, the IOUs would exclude projects that exceed 2 megawatts, trigger a distribution upgrade, or require a distribution Rule 15 line extension, or require a substation upgrade. Next, I want to provide a couple comments.
Does that proposal at PUC say that? Does it have those exemptions in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Next, I just want to provide some comments on the extension. I wanted to help address an earlier comment on not getting a contract, the timeline for site electrification, and the requirement to provide a contract. For projects that require system upgrades, we typically don't move beyond step 3 on slide 16 until the system upgrades are complete, as we need to account for changes that may occur while we're upgrading our system, which could take significant time. In order for us to begin our system upgrades, we do require that customers provide us with a full design submittal for their project. However, we do not typically sign the contract at that time with the customer. We would recommend the allowance of either a contract or a letter from the utility explaining that the system upgrades are required and the customer's design submittal was received. Additionally, while the 5-year extension timeframe is definite improvement, there may be some very large installations that could require more time. For example, if we have to build a dedicated substation for a customer's project. Of course, we will do what we can to phase in or provide some support for our customers. However, we'd ask that CARB provide a path to allow for consideration of large projects that may go beyond the extensions proposed. Further, we do believe that there will continue to be a need for extensions beyond 2030, as large system upgrades may still be required after that time.
Jessica, could I ask a question? This is Sandy Burke. You know, what we're really trying to also do here is balance what can we do today versus what needs to be done in the long run, obviously to convert 100% of these very large fleets. So what is SCE thinking about? How can they help the fleets accommodate part of what they need versus waiting for a full substation or for more than 2 megawatts? Is there some thinking behind that?
Of course. So we do provide engineering reviews per site, And if all the capacity that's being requested is not currently available, we would provide a phasing plan. So for example, if you're bringing on a megawatt of load, there's only 500 kW available now, and it'll take us 18 to 24 months to bring on the rest, to perform a system upgrade and then allow the customer to bring on the rest of their load. We definitely do that currently and would work through that process with our customers.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we have about 35 minutes left, and so we'll keep we have about 12 hands raised. We'll take these 12, but not accept any more comments just in terms of time. Okay, next we have Kathleen Hughes. I've given you permission to speak, and after that we have Sean Kaka.
Good morning and happy Friday the 13th. My name is Kathleen Hughes. I'm our Assistant Director of Customer Engagement and Resources Business Unit. Thank you for having this today. I'm going to talk about slide 16 a little bit about I represent the City of Santa Clara and Silicon Valley Power. So we have passed aggressive climate action plan. We just recently our fleet electrification plan, which was a couple years ago, and we have very aggressive reach codes combined with some soaring economic growth of the hyperscale data centers. So long story short, basically, if anybody hasn't already turned in a request for more than 2 megawatts, then it's a long process. So currently, based on all those things I just mentioned about electrification, we've identified about $500 million worth of upgrades our system needs to do in the next 5 to 7 years to accommodate the electrification and the economic load growth, just for our distribution center system itself. Our process and how we take in customers when they want to add load, whether it's electrification from vehicles or anything else, or just to develop, they have to submit a system impact study. We don't have a contract type process like the other utilities. So in the system impact study that can take 5 to 7 months, we can tell them, here's our plan, we can do this, what it will take for us to do the infrastructure to get there. But the gotcha here, and I hate to bring this in, but maybe it's fitting for Friday the 13th, and how it can impact SB 100 goals and everything else, is we desperately need transmission. So everything that we're doing, we above 2 megawatts, we have to put in the transmission planning process. We don't have any spare capacity anywhere for anything more than 2 megawatts unless it already came with the property. And this goes for any new redevelopments coming up, anything from housing, anything. We just don't have the capacity until supposedly 2 500 DC lines that are planned to come into the Bay Area. How that impacts the rest of the Bay Area, I'm not quite sure. But even those 2 500 DC lines, I mean, we're doubling our load. We've been a 600 megawatt, 650 megawatt utility. Last year with the heat wave, we're 700. By 2030, we're projected with 1,200 megawatts. We do have customers that are willing to wait, but with electrification, there's just nothing available until that transmission is built. And it's still not enough because they're building 1,000 megawatts north and south, 2 500 DC lines at a cost, I think, of $1 billion. If you ever want to get out of any of the Bay Area gas plants or any of the backup generation, 600 plus megawatts of backup generation that's only in our territory, let alone the Bay Area, you need thousands of more megawatts of transmission in, plus the transmission to deliver the renewables that are needed in our area. So we have significant constraints, and we've been working with the CAISO, the CEC, PG&E on deliverability. Supposedly after 2028 is when those lines are going to be in, and then we'll be able to see more capacity. We basically have contracts and customers that are stacked to already take the load, and we have customers and contracts as in for substation development to bring in more load that isn't necessarily tied to just electrification. So we are heavily dependent on that transmission planning process and when we can get load. We did do initial analysis on the electrification vehicles and buildings, and the current in the rough numbers, it adds another 250 megawatts that we're going to bring in the transmission planning process this next one this year, to say, hey, you need to look at more of what we can get. So, you know, if we have, whether our own fleet, we had certain things that we did years ago, but if anybody, we have lots of fleets. I'm scared to death right now if the United States Postal Service wants to electrify their fleet. I don't really want to tell them it might be 10 years before we can get them that the capacity from the transmission. We'll be able to serve it capacity wise, but it won't be available outside of our wires. It won't be coming into our city. And we're 19 square miles, by the way, so it's not like we have extra land to build renewables or anything else. There's nothing else that can do that there. So, you know, we're very aggressive with our goals as a city, and we're trying to meet the things, but we're at this very strange point that we've never been at before. And then I guess, yeah, so that's what I have. That's the main thing, sorry.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. This was really, really helpful. And I think it'll really give us some good information. I'm looking at Annalisa because I'll be checking in with her later as to how we're gathering this information. But what's great news is that under 2 megawatts, we can continue to put some things in the ground and get going. And we're going to have to understand anything large is going to take time, and how we're tracking these areas. So really appreciate those comments.
All right, thank you. You'll hear from me later today too. Thanks.
Look forward to it. I'll be here. We'll all be here.
Okay, next we have Sean Kaka. I've given you permission to speak. After that, we have Christian Corby.
Hi, this is Sean Coca. I'm with Gladstein, Yandros and Associates, green energy and transportation consulting firm out of the Los Angeles area. And I really appreciate you guys putting on this workshop. It's very enlightening. I had a question that some of the other commenters and questions have alluded to regarding fleets that lease their property, where it's a landlord-tenant situation, and whether there is going to be any consideration made for situations where, at least in the early parts of this rule, where either the landlord will not allow any kind of infrastructure or construction on site, whether it won't be allowed, period, or if the situation arises where a landlord maybe will allow it, but the financial incentive for the lease fleet, it doesn't necessarily make sense based on like lease agreements. You know, if they spend several $100,000 putting in infrastructure and then they're out of that place in 2 or 5 years, it might not make sense for them to spend that money knowing that they will not have the opportunity to utilize that infrastructure later on in their operation. We see a fairly significant number of our large clients who lease their property, and that doesn't actually even speak to, given that, especially in Southern California, you know, land is a premium. If they don't have the land to install the infrastructure, fueling infrastructure, the amount of time and effort that it would go into if they were to say seek out and purchase new land and develop that land to be able to utilize it as a transportation hub or location or whatever, will that be any kind of consideration in the process of applying for this exemption? Is that the time it takes to either add to the location, if that's even possible, or seek out a new location that would provide the space necessary to even install infrastructure?
Yeah, I can say right now there isn't language that would address that directly. And part of that is going to be part of a strategy that the company has. I mean, you did refer to large clients. Odds are that they might look at strategically where they would potentially place infrastructure. There are some temporary, or lack of a better term, somewhat mobile solutions already. So we do anticipate the market will identify some solutions. The example I'm thinking of is, again, haven't researched it in great detail, but I understand there are some container solutions that can support 10 vehicles depending on the size of the truck, of course, with chargers built in, and can, in theory, be interconnected with the utility in roughly 6 months. And that is an option that fleets have. I'm not suggesting that we're saying that's a condition for the extension right now. We are trying to find a good balance. And so in terms of the complexity, so I mean, obviously we're going to take back the comments we've heard, but as we approach it, at least as of this in the proposal, was, hey, if you need the power to support the trucks here in a charging example, we're not going to second guess that, well, are there battery solutions, storage solutions, distributed generation, other options that you could manage as part of this process. And so Ray, I think, did suggest that, but right now we're thinking it's like, let's keep this a little more straightforward. We would expect fleets to potentially explore those, but that we wouldn't necessarily use that as a criteria. One question in that vein, since I kind of did discuss distributed generation and other storage solutions, one comment that we wouldn't mind some feedback on was, if your project is a combination project where you're putting in charging and backup and other things, and there's a delay as a result of something that's not directly related to the EVSE, but is related to the project, would appreciate any comments on how we might factor that in without, again, adding too much complexity here to the proposal.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. It's like, if you have a situation where you want to install something, you want to start a project or engage the utility, but you're in that situation where you're a tenant and the landlord says no, or I don't want to do that, or it's just, dragging their feet. I don't know necessarily what the appropriate proof of that would be to even satisfy like a question of an exemption.
Well, Sean, this is Sandy Berg. It's been my personal experience that landlords are very willing to put into writing what they're going to do and not going to do. But, that's why public charging is going to be very important. And equally as much, I'm a very big believer that there isn't a silver bullet here. We need fuel cells and to come on board in order to really accomplish 100%. That's a personal opinion. And so we're going to have to work through this. I personally understand what you're saying. My company is a tenant, and so I get it, but we're going to have to figure this out.
I appreciate
And in the South Coast, we have the indirect source rule for the warehouses. And we heard many of the same types of things, that the operators of the warehouses don't control the space. But I think over time, there's going to be a different environment in which the market operates for landlords, and this kind of infrastructure is going to be necessary for their tenants' operations as we move forward.
Okay, next we have Christian Corby. I've given you permission to speak. After that will be Tom Folks.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Christian Corby. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the California Electric Transportation Coalition, or CalETC. So I want to thank CARB staff and Vice Chair Berg and Board Member Krakoff for the great discussion so far today, and I really appreciate the hard work that went into developing this, the additional kind of expansion of this extension, so to speak. I think it recognizes some of the real world problems that fleets are going to run into, especially around the electrification process. So I really appreciate the realistic look at the timelines there. One thing I wanted to note, I mean, I do appreciate that you've kind of set the signing of the contract as the point at which you could apply for the extension. I think that certainly makes a lot of practical sense, because you know that the fleet is invested, they've gone through a full application process, they have received the preliminary designs from the utility and approved them. So they are far down the process and committed to moving forward with electrification. So that's a good thing. And you're going to have a ton of information at that point for what their timelines are going to look like. However, as Southern California Edison noted, sometimes the utilities will delay reaching that point before they do their own system upgrade. So there may be a need to consider, looking at the completed application, because that application can really provide a lot of good information. I think one of the other commenters noted before that there can be a lot of time negotiating with the landlords, and the tenant needs to do a lot of negotiation there up front to get the landlord fully on board. And the utilities recommend doing that all before submitting the application, so that when the application is submitted, all of the landlord is on board, all of the hard discussions have been made, the hard decisions have been made, because once the application is complete or considered complete by the utility, they will complete the preliminary design, and any changes that need to be made to that preliminary design will further push back the project. And if the landlord says, well, no, I don't want this piece here, then that will push out the timeline. So it's really important to do a lot of that work up front and submit a fully completed application. So that might be something to consider as a juncture for the application of the construction delay, or the interconnection delay. I think with respect to documents, that's a very good question. I think all of the utilities have different processes, so each one might have a slightly different document or preferred way of providing this information to fleets or to CARB. So that's something I'd be happy to coordinate with our members on. I do just kind of want to make a general comment that we are going to go through some growing pains here. The utilities absolutely need to scale up. This is a massive challenge. I mean, as Chris Shimoda noted, there's a lot of new electricity that needs to come online. So, and it's going to take time. There's absolutely going to be some growing pains. And I would just like to note that the utilities are constrained by regulation, and the IOUs are highly regulated by the PUC, and they can't make quick decisions like a normal business would, and just hire a ton of new employees to handle the perceived demand that's coming. They have to get approval from the PUC or from their boards on the public utility side to make those kinds of investments. So those things do take time, and they have to be justified, and the PUC has to see it as a reasonable expense. So there's certainly some constraints there, and I think that relationship between the utilities and their regulators is going to need work. There's going to be some growing pains there as well. Finally, on the SB 671 process that was mentioned, that is going to go a long way to identifying where the low-hanging fruit is going to be for medium and heavy-duty truck charging. I don't think that process is going to necessarily be able to solve the public charging piece, but it is going to be able to direct and provide some really data-backed information that will allow utilities to look at places where those grid upgrades need to be made prior to when the demand is actually going to be there. So I think that's a big hurdle to jump over. But if we can start to identify those areas throughout the state where we have those places where the distribution centers are, we know the trucks travel there, and there is already existing grid infrastructure, we can start to make investments there. and then build out, in a thoughtful process. And it is going to constrain where the electricity goes. That's how this process has to start. So anyway, I really appreciate everyone's thoughts and expression of concerns around this. This is a massive undertaking, but as Vice Chair Berg said, this is where we have to start, and I'm glad we are starting. So thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. Next, we have Tom Folks. I've given you permission to speak. After that will be Nick Blair. Go ahead, Tom.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Tom Folks. I'm with Mightycom here today representing Watt EV. Before I begin, I'd like to thank board members Berg and Krakow for taking such a personal, direct interest in this. It's a really important issue, and it's very timely. And there's a lot of big problems and big solutions that need to be considered. Watt EV is a developer of grid-connected and solar-powered public truck charging depot projects. They've got ongoing projects right now at the Port of Long Beach, in Gardena, San Bernardino, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and whether they're either under construction or they're in the permitting phase. These sites are being built to support Watt EV's trucks as a service fleet and commercial customers. Ms. Berg, Sandy, at the beginning of the meeting today, you mentioned the three-legged stool, which is OEMs, fleets, and infrastructure. I couldn't agree with you more. And before I go further, I would like to agree with many of the comments that have already been made today about some of the challenges that everyone are facing. OEMs are obligated parties under the Advanced Clean Truck Rule. Fleets are obligated. The only leg of the stool that's not obligated are the utilities. And these rules aren't necessarily pushing utilities to make fleet and OEM problems their problems. In other words, the utilities aren't necessarily, these projects aren't necessarily at the top of the priority list of utilities. And Watt EV has some real on-the-ground experience with that. Watt EV has dealt with all of the major utilities in California, and every one of them is different. And so with regard to slide 16, we think the ACF rule should recognize that this is fluid. The ability to get power for project developers varies from place to place, time to time. Short of the state requiring or mandating utilities to provide power on the same timelines as the ACT rule and the ACF rule, we really would suggest building in a more dynamic exemption structure to accommodate the vagaries of the utility priorities. For example, we're not complaining about the utilities, but right now there's these storms. Everybody's tapped out. All the utilities are tapped out, just making sure they can provide power to the people of the state. Providing power to charging projects isn't necessarily going to be at the top of the list during times like this. And that applies for whatever reason the utilities aren't necessarily moving along as quickly as the OEMs have to and the fleets have to. So we would just suggest perhaps on slide 17, where you have the first exemption up to 3 years, can reapply for up to 2 more years. We just think those numbers right now, today, given the state of the ability of utilities to provide power to big project developers, they're kind of arbitrary. You may want to just rethink those numbers and maybe even take them out and just allow exemptions if documentation can be provided by the obligated parties. Just something to think about. I don't really have anything, from a legal standpoint. Gideon, you probably are, criticizing these comments already because it's not specific, but we're just trying to be helpful here. And let me give you an example of why this might be necessary. Watt EV has received some time ago a grant from the CEC to help build this solar-powered truck plaza in Bakersfield. It's 110 acres of solar. A part of the requirement of the CEC is that this project be grid connected. And the problems YDV has had just getting power brought to its site has just been endless. I could cite you chapter and verse. The point is, no one really knows how long it's going to take these things to be built. So we just wanted to encourage your staff, your board, to be as flexible as you can in the early stages of this rule, to recognize the vagaries of the ability of utilities to provide power and the obligation of the fleets and the OEMs to meet a certain timeline. So those are my comments. I'll leave it at that. And again, thank you for the time and effort you are putting into this, and I'll just take your comments offline.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And, the proposal today does, reflect certainly additional flexibility and time. We're trying to find a balance between, getting the work done and having completely open-ended situation. Staff is sitting here listening to this. We've been listening to it for years. You've got board members that are engaged and care about it. I don't know, Vice Chair, you know the agency better than me, but do you think that, an entity that goes through this process with staff in good faith and shows the difficulties they're having, do you get a sense that our staff is going to be inflexible and unreasonable once the timeline runs out? You think that's where our agency is coming from on this?
Well, absolutely not. But once things in statute, as you know, as an attorney, their staff is governed by what is in statute. I think for me personally, the fact that we need to have clear guidance. We can't have an open-ended process of extensions. But I can tell you that I believe our staff and the board are 100% committed to the difficulty that we need to get over and then by 2030. And so we have to figure this out. And as Tony Brazil has said, they're going to be coming back to the board in 2028. If we've really missed the mark on this, they'll be back to the board sooner. This isn't a one and done situation. But we have to put the marker in the sand. It has to be clear. It has to be enforceable. And it has to have provisions for flexibility that work within the guidelines. And so those of us that are going to be on the board, we're going to be available to stakeholders, to staff, to make this work. I mean, you and I are demonstrating that today. And so to answer your question, I think we're fully committed. We are not going to allow this train to go over the cliff, same as the utilities are committed. It's a big lift. We've all had lots of notice. We've been talking about electrification for 30 years, and we find ourselves at this moment in time. We have got to put this stake in the ground and get moving. It's the only way we're going to get past the anecdotal, real life challenges into full commercialization and make this work. Would you agree to that?
If I could just respond real quickly. Thank you for those remarks. I do take them in good faith. I would like to say, though, that I hear you when you say the utilities are committed. They may be, but not all of them are as committed as others. And secondly, none of them are required to do this. So there's that. And then last remark with regard to trucks as a service, I do agree with the previous speaker that trucks as a service needs to be written into this rule as a recognized compliance mechanism. So thank you again for your time, and I will now hang up. Thanks.
Yeah, and you saw from the thank you, and you saw from the legislative activity last year, both on keeping Diablo Canyon open on the generation side and the the CEC permitting reforms on the transmission side to the highest levels of state government. They're focused on this and worried about it. I know we've got the collaboration with GoBiz and CEC and PUC, which is only going to deepen. And Lisa, do you have any comments on on this discussion and about how everybody's all in and you're going to keep an eye on all this?
Yeah, exactly. I think you've pointed out some of the very key illustrations of that. And then, as I talked about earlier, we have the statement of intent coming together that will really demonstrate how we're tied at the hip. And it's not intended to show that we're committing to new work. It's actually intended to show how we are already committed to working together through a whole series of legislation that has us jointly analyzing, jointly funding, jointly making decisions about electrification, as well as actions that we already take to collaborate and coordinate and work together to make sure that we're assessing what is working and what can be improved, and what policies need to be put in place, regulations and codes and standards and such that will move us forward and accelerate this process.
So the agency is not just going to pass this rule and forget about it, right?
Right. And we're not going to pass this rule and forget about it. And the other agencies turn around and go about their business as if there's no impact and consequences at their agencies as well.
Just as a closing comment on this particular, this starts at the governor's office, the legislature. I mean, this isn't a bunch of agencies that have just gotten together and decided that we're going to go into this direction. This has leadership from the very top all the way through. And so there are mechanisms within the state to fix things if we don't do our job properly. And so we are going to do our job.
Okay, next we have Nick Blair. I've given you permission to speak. After that is Bob Shepard. So go ahead, Nick.
All right, good morning, Vice Chair Berg, Member Krakoff, CARB staff, and everybody there in person and online. My name is Nick Blair. I'm a regulatory advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies. We represent over 460 public water agencies throughout the state, which accounts for 90% of water delivered throughout California. We appreciate the conversation that's happened thus far on the infrastructure delay. It's a topic that we've brought up numerous times in past comments and at workshops. So we're pleased that this has been a positive step in the right direction as far as considering the additional delay time that might be needed. But with that being said, I think this has been a good conversation, and being one of the last to comment, I can kind of piggyback off of what others have said about how some larger projects and some other situations require some additional flexibility. So I think within the context of this conversation, we need to think about what can feasibly fit into the proposed delay and then where there might be additional flexibility. I also can say I appreciate that Annalisa's putting herself on the in the position to have those conversations about where the coordination between utilities and fleets, in my case, public water agencies, need to go to show that due diligence has been completed, to show that we have done our part and that we are showing that it simply is not in the cards to move forward until the infrastructure is in place. I also can say I appreciate the comments raised by Catherine Larson, John Constantino about other additional considerations with the flexibility and as well as SCE and Santa Clara for furthering those considerations. And I guess just lastly, with regard to what information might be publicly available, definitely can appreciate that we want to limit any security risk type information, but it would be good to find a midway in that so that fleets that are starting their process can look at where other localities that are nearby them maybe have run into problems so that they also know that that might be an issue. So I'll end with that just because I know we're running short on time, and happy to be part of these conversations.
Thank you, Nick. Next we have Bob Shepard. I've given you permission to speak. After that is Jose Luis de la Fuente.
Well, good morning, almost afternoon, and happy Friday the 13th. Bob Shepard from Quinn Company, and thank you, Vice Chair Berg and Board Member Krakoff for also, leading the charge on this and discussing this, because this is very critical to our business. There are several other cat dealers in California as well that are affected. One of the huge concern that I have, we have probably about 900 vehicles that are going to be subject to this. And we have 20 plus locations throughout the service territory that we deal with. That goes from the San Diego border all the way up to Firebaugh and across to Monterey, and all the coastal area. There are going to be several sites that are going to have probably upwards of 70 vehicles. And you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood, even if you had 50 chargers at those, you're talking 9 megawatts of power need at that facility. And there's probably, of the over 20, we probably have 6 or 7 sites that are going to have that quantity. And I don't know how, to get 50 different chargers into a particular facility with that much power, how it can even be done in a 5-year period. That's, we just last month had a call for power generation, portable power generation for a site that wanted to take occupancy, and they were delayed by the power company for 1 megawatt, but the facility needed 5. And that facility, and this was down in Southern California, that particular facility was told that to get the 5 megawatt would be several years out. So it is very, very much concern for us. And on top of that, somebody talked about the cost effectiveness. If we're looking at in meeting 900 vehicles over this time frame, and I look at the schedule based upon Group 2 and Group 3, we're looking at potentially 70 vehicles in any one particular year, between 50 and 70. If we look at a private business, we're probably looking at $500 million over this time frame. So the infrastructure is very critical. It causes me nightmares to think about how we're going to get there and not be enforced on. The example I gave on the 1 megawatt versus a 5 megawatt and the delay there and certificate of occupancy is what scares me the most. The other thing was brought up about retail charging. When everybody's talking about retail charging, they all talk about EV. And we don't have the DC charging network out there that is necessary for, say, our service technicians to go out in the field, drive 300 miles away, and then be able to come back home. That DC charging network does not exist. You need more than the 50 kW that you have with these EV charging stations. And so it is, between now and 2030, there needs to be a huge charge to get the DC stuff going. Each one of these chargers is $100,000, not including infrastructure to get the power to that charger. So it is a challenge. We're up for a challenge, but it is something that we need help. We know that the time frames are, as somebody says, arbitrary, but we know that the time frames have to have flexibility, and much more than what I'm seeing today insofar as delays that could be there. On top of all of that, you've got another plan that's coming down the pike having to do with the elimination of propane forklifts and the replacement with electric. So on top of all of the infrastructure just for the trucks, you're talking about additional infrastructure for electrification of forklifts. And it's going to be a lot of megawatts. It's going to have to be a lot of planning. And I don't know if the timeframes are quite right for being able to accommodate so that we don't get enforcement.
Yeah, well, thank you for all that. And these are all good comments, and some of the numbers really are eye-popping. I just do want to remind folks, if you look at this optional, ZEV milestone phase-in, it does start, quite modestly at 10%. For the box trucks, the smaller, medium duties, 2025, and then, for the specialty vehicles, 10% doesn't start until 2030, and even then, you can phase in based on different vehicle types, right? So you can get your 10% by doing the smaller vehicles and leave the other ones till later. So I do want, the time period for when folks have to go to 50% for these specialty vehicles or 100% is well into the 2030s, up to 2042, 20 years from now. So, one of the things that at least comforts me a little bit at night, Vice Chair, is the putting drayage aside. And I have very significant concerns about drayage, and folks know how hard at least this board member is personally working on that. But putting drayage aside, one of the things that makes me feel a little bit better is that the rule does roll out modestly. And if you take that milestone phase in, you can meet the requirements with some of the easier to charge smaller vehicles. That's right, Tony?
Can I interject on that though? And I'll be
Bob, I think just in the interest of time, I mean, if it's not directly something we should change in the provision.
I know, please.
We're past our time.
So I have already mapped this out. I'd be more than happy to share this with you as to how we're having to look at trying to meet the 10%, 25, 50 for the 900 vehicles. And it's just jaw-dropping as to the information. I'd be more than happy to share it. It scares me to death.
Thank you.
Next is Jose Luis de la Fuente. After that, Gustavo de la Fuente. So Jose, I've given you permission to speak. You would need to unmute your own mic and begin. Okay, we'll go to Gustavo de la Fuente, given you permission to speak. If you could unmute your mic and begin.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you very much for putting this workshop together. My name is Gustavo de la Fuente. I head the Office of International Projects for the Economy and Innovation Secretariat for the state of Baja California. And I would like to bring up something that perhaps has not been brought into the conversation today, which is Senate Bill 671 on the Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. Very briefly, the bill requires the California Transportation Commission to submit a report containing the assessments, findings, and recommendations to certain committees of the legislature. This needs to be done by December of this year. And it also has the State Air Resources Board, the State Energy Resources Conservation and Development Commission incorporate to the extent feasible and applicable the Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessments, findings, and recommendations. So the reason I bring this up to you is that the dates, there's a sort of a difference or different dates basically when the deadlines happen. So the deadline for the California Transportation Commission is December 1st, whereas the regulation for advanced fleets from CARB, we understand that the decision to sort of apply or authorize this regulation will happen in late spring of this year. So there's just the issue of timing harmonization or compatibility, because we feel it is important for trade on both sides of the border to be able to have a conversation, have a really good, productive, rich dialogue with organizations such as the Transportation Commission and CARB, of course. And both, by the way, CARB has been very flexible, very they've accommodated quite well the comments and the opinions of the trade community and even the state government of Baja California in this whole discussion. So we'd like to see if there could be much more compatibility on the timing issue, because the Transportation Commission would produce this analysis, which will be very, very helpful in terms of the kinds of exemptions or flexibility that you've expressed in the last hour or so. So I put that in front of you. And we as a state government, of course, would be interested in continuing that dialogue that we opened up with CARB and with the Transportation Commission recently. And so that's one item, if you can opine on that one. And then the second item really is the legacy truck exemptions that I know the Otay Mesa Chamber of Commerce mentioned through Alejandra Meritaran some minutes ago. And essentially kind of continuing that conversation as to these legacy truck exemptions and who that person could be. In CARB, we'd continue that relationship and conversation. So I wonder if you have any opinions on these two matters. In the end, I think there could be a very important supply chain impact. If we are not as flexible in terms of the binational trade and what that means for California and for Mexico and the United States as a whole. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
We'll move on to the next commenter in interest of time. So next we have Carol Kaufman. So I've given you permission to speak.
Good afternoon. So my name is Carol Kaufman, and I'm with Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. We appreciate the efforts to tackle these complex issues relative to infrastructure that supports the full transition to zero-emission vehicles, and also to develop a framework to allow the needed extensions. I wanted to briefly speak to Vice Chair Berg's earlier comment regarding the larger projects and considerations of cost effectiveness and efficiency, particularly as a large water agency subject to public fiscal responsibility. We have at least 13 facilities where we need to provide infrastructure to support both our fleet and employee zero-emission vehicle needs. So we're currently working with a consultant on a large capital investment project that's planning out the efforts. And we've identified the need to break the infrastructure development at our different sites into phases that would begin construction in the 2025 timeframe, and that will expand most likely greater than 5 years based on the number of facilities that we have, the scope and cost as well. The initial phase projections are also based on trying to target when the key work vehicles would be available as zero emission. So therefore, we want to work with staff to ensure that the ACF infrastructure delay extensions recognize the need to have an infrastructure build out that's thought through and not piecemealed for those facilities with multiple sites. Thank you.
Do you know how many of qualifying pieces of trucks, I guess, would be in the Mets fleet?
Well, we currently have about 530 or so medium and heavy duty vehicles.
Thanks.
And again, as I said, they're domiciled at the different facilities throughout our service area. So that's what we're trying to accommodate at this point with the infrastructure build out.
Okay, thank you for the feedback, and we'll definitely follow up on that. Next, we have Faraya Ali. I've given you permission to speak. You would need to unmute
Hi, can you hear
yourself.
me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Faria Ali with Pacific Gas and Electric. I wanted to quickly make a couple of comments. One, in response to the commenter about how the utilities are not required to do this, would just want to remind folks that actually as utilities, we do have to provide power to our customers. We have an obligation to serve. So we are required to do that. And I think the actual pain point is just in terms of the timing of when we can actually provide that power and how does that line up with the timelines of the regulation. So to that end, really appreciate the work that staff has done to enhance the exemptions to provide flexibility around site electrification. And I think that what documentation is needed, is going to be really important, and would just emphasize some of the comments from other previous speakers on how there are differences across the utilities on that process and what would be the best point in which to provide the most appropriate documentation. So just to highlight that difference, we've actually changed our process so that even in situations when through the pre-assessment, we know that it will take several years before we can provide power, we're still moving forward through the final design and getting to a contract in order to help actually initiate that capacity work that is needed. But that is not the way that all the utilities are doing things, and some of them may not move forward to that contract process. So just highlighting that, we need to do some additional work to find, what is a common point that makes sense as that triggering piece of documentation for the exemption. And then the other question that I had is, you've noted that there will be, you can get up to a 3-year initial extension and then, another 2 years, and you don't have to start over in order to get that 2-year extension. But have you identified, or thought through yet, what do you need in order to get that extension? What are you looking for from the utility or from the fleet owner? And I, would just also reiterate some of the points that folks have made previously, that there could very well be situations in which it will take more than 5 years. And I understand the point raised by Sandy and others on this tension of not wanting to have an open-ended extension process. But I think if there is, documentation that can justify and support that, there is a need for something longer, that there should be some possibility for that built into the rule. So just wanted to ask what your thoughts were in terms of what do you need in order to get the extension or the additional extension at this point?
The short answer for the most part is a status update.
Okay.
It would largely be the same information, but odds are after 3 years, the projections might be slightly off. Some things may have moved forward faster and others may have taken longer, and we would use that kind of, that's the spirit of what we're looking for. So if there's anything that you could identify that we would point at, we'd appreciate that, but that's the spirit of the goal.
Okay, and then let's say a project were to get, that initial, sort of 3-year exemption. Does the fleet owner have to provide something every year in order to keep that? Or is it, okay, we got the 3 years and then we'll come back in 3 years to confirm if we need anything additional?
Yeah, come back before the 3-year time window expires.
Okay.
And keep in mind, you can come back on that issue. The fleet's going to report each year what their fleet composition is, for instance. So they are reporting some information, but on that issue would be, if you need more time, then submit information showing that it's still it's going to go beyond the 3-year period, either as originally proposed, laid out, or here's an update on the status.
Okay, thank you, Tony. That clarification is helpful. And just want to reiterate that we are working to work with Annalisa and team to figure out kind of what the right process and documentation should be. And Sandy, to your earlier point, I'm looking forward to reaching best friend status soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ali, for coming. And I think we got good participation, Vice Chair, from the different utilities today. And I think it's really great to have their attention on the work that we're doing and encourage them to keep participating. And, as we get into the rule language coming out, to really eyeball that to make sure that it makes sense from their perspective.
Okay, our last two speakers for this morning are Mary Alyssa Rancier, and we'll try Mark Roost again. So Mary, I've given you permission to speak. If you give your affiliation, begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mary Alyssa Rancier from Associated General Contractors, or AGC of California. I am the Senior Policy Coordinator. First, I want to appreciate staff for creating that extra flexibility to the extensions. That is greatly appreciated. Many of the concerns that I'm going to mention, I'll keep it very brief, were touched upon by Bob Shepard, specifically in regards with issues getting DC charging capabilities to remote construction site locations. There are issues with that. We have had reports from our members that utility companies may be able to supply some of the power, but not nearly enough power to charge heavy duty electric equipment such as excavators, forklifts, etc. Additionally, there is some additional infrastructure that I do want to bring to your attention that is required for heavy duty equipment on remote construction sites, specifically forklifts, electric forklifts. They do require a roof covered space on that remote construction site. Which would be an additional infrastructure cost and time to develop that. So I just want to make sure that that is brought to your attention as well. And that concludes my comments. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Next, we have Mark Roost. I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your affiliation and begin. It shows you're unmuted, but we're not hearing anything.
I say, Mark, if you're hearing or listening, we're not hearing you, but maybe just email us and we'll talk offline.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me
We hear
now?
you now. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Mark Roost with Sustainable Energy Inc., a fired ceramic semiconductor startup getting close to proof of concept of a non-lithium solid state 2000 plus watt hour per kilogram battery, and we have modeled a 42% efficient printed thin film solar photovoltaic product along with ultra low cost production equipment for each technology. California needs to train many more electricians on the skills or approaches best suited to installing rooftop and canopy mounted solar, stationary battery, energy management system, and charging infrastructure on single-family, multifamily, commercial, and industrial sites sized large enough to power both building and all the vehicles associated with it after they are converted or, if not feasible, replaced. We are coordinating with providers of an advanced composite structural geometry and of advanced materials for canopy supports over parking and driveways. The combination is likely to be sufficient to meet daily needs for most fleets except long-haul Class 8. It is possible with the new geometries and materials to make the energy and charging infrastructure relocatable at low cost rather than constructing it as a permanent improvement to leased fleet locations. Excuse me. This provides flexibility to both move faster than the utilities can move and to maximize savings for customers. The savings can be so great that financing can be calibrated to savings, and that with the last payment, customers are going to realize large new disposable income. For sites with 1 megawatt to 9 megawatt charging requirements, as mentioned a little while ago, we will need to overcome the utility monopoly and its over-the-fence rule so that property owners can see their interest in allowing solar canopies to extend well beyond the fleet site itself by being placed over their properties. We will also need to facilitate permissions to extend the canopies over streets, roads, and highways in order to generate sufficient electricity to store and meet the fleet and truck stop needs when they're really large like that. The entire process can theoretically be done on a no net negative cash flow basis by structuring finance appropriately. And regarding CalStart's Energized Commercial Vehicles Eligibility Program and the other aspect, that's just one way where I found this to be a problem. I see those who already have a zero emission, a quote, those who already have a zero emission medium duty, heavy duty vehicle registered with the state of California or purchase order in hand and are ready to have charging infrastructure in the ground yesterday. They're talking about $63 million in funds for charging infrastructure.
Hey, Mark, how does this relate to the infrastructure provision we're talking about?
I just led up to it. Companies, okay, the conversion, what I'm saying is that you're caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock is the rate of conversion of fleets, and the hard place is the rate of providing infrastructure far faster than utilities, as has been described earlier today, are able to provide it in order to meet your objectives. So there are three solutions have to go together. The first solution is better batteries and solar, which we're working on. The second solution is canopies over fleets and stationary batteries and management systems that are designed to meet the actual on-site demand and are able to be put in rapidly. Now, I know, for instance, that the Port of Oakland was...
I want to translate what you're saying. So you're saying that as part of our extension process, we should factor in the possibility of providing on-site generation, for instance, as a criteria we would use to determine whether...
I'm actually suggesting that you can use it as an alternative to the extensions. In other words, you don't have to wait 3 years.
No. Yeah, Mark.
Once
so,
these things
Mark,
are in
we're
business.
in agreement. I think we're in agreement.
Okay.
I mean, just or partly in agreement. I didn't agree completely with utilities can't provide the power to the fleets. We are addressing that situation. We don't expect that to be the most common scenario, but where it happens, when it happens, we're looking at providing ways to do that. Yeah, we do anticipate the market is going to identify solutions, and fleets are going to take advantage of those as they become available, and that could reduce the need for extensions. That's great. But what I'm hearing though is if those things play out as we would hope they do, and we see the trends going, then the need for extensions actually goes down, and we're in a win-win, and so we don't need to change the language per se.
Right, but for the two board members, for the two CARB board members, I would like to point out that we've been trying to get across, technologies that we're working on, but there's also other technologies that fit to make it they basically one-stop shopping kind of thing. So we need to be able, in order to do what you need to do, we need to have sources of rapid solarizing and stationary batteries on sites that will take over the job. And it isn't only can you do it as fast as the utility, it's also what's in the economic interest of the property owner, what's in the economic interest of the fleet owner. So for instance, if a fleet is leasing property, as so many are, then if there isn't a really comfortable agreement with the property owner, a solution, which is what I came up with after finding out that Port of Oakland does not want to allow fleet charging on the port because they're afraid that if a new terminal opportunity arose on that same site, they'd be stuck with a lower value rental. And so I immediately said, well, then given the kinds of things we're doing, we can actually move that stuff. You can set it up so it's movable. It's not a permanent improvement on the property.
Okay. Hey, Mark. Okay. Yeah. I appreciate the comments. I mean, you can make your sales to the fleets that need this, but I think we're ready to move on.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and take a break. We are going to be back at 1 o'clock to start the second session. There could be different people participating. So we will hold firm to that time. So apologize to those. But you have a shorter lunch. But I think that's what we have to do. So we'll be back on a different topic. So thank you. I don't say anything new. Okay. Okay, everyone. We're ready to start the second session. I do anticipate there might be some additional participants that might not have been part of the morning, but it is kind of a continuation of the same meeting. So I'm Tony Brazil. And when because we're doing a meeting in a hybrid mode here, we'll have people in the room and then people to be called on to speak who are remote. We'll do that. So our plan is to go through the presentation here. The topic of discussion is vehicle availability in terms of zero emission vehicles and provisions that we already have in the regulation and modifications to that to ensure that fleet owners subject to the regulation are able to comply with the regulation and wouldn't be penalized if there aren't trucks that available for them to purchase. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with the slides and then we'll get into the discussion.
Hello, my name is Kat Talamontes, and I will be presenting the ZEV availability portion of today's work group. Next slide. Okay. I will first be providing some background information on the current availability of ZEVs in today's market, followed by our proposed concept for the ZEV availability exemption. We will begin by looking at the typical manufacturing process and how complete vehicles differ from incomplete cabin chassis. Vehicles that are commonly certified as complete vehicles include tractors, vans, buses, and pickups. These vehicles are already available in several ZEV configurations, but there may be some special cases we may need to discuss further. Most other trucks are built and certified as a cabin chassis with or without a cab. They are upfit with hundreds of different body configurations, and we already see ZEV chassis in every weight class category. So the primary question is whether the body or setup you need is compatible. In addition, several companies will convert a new vehicle that was initially certified as a gasoline or diesel model to a ZE drivetrain. This is similar to what we see with CNG or propane vehicle conversions. We are also aware that some large fleets order custom designed vehicles like the Postal Service did recently, where they ordered tens of thousands of custom vehicles, including a mix of ZEVs and ICEVs. We also would not want to create a loophole for these types of fleets if a custom vehicle is not available off the shelf as a ZEV. As of October 2022, there are more than 148 commercially available zero-emission vehicles available to order in the US, and 135 of these models are already in production. They are available in every vehicle weight class category and in a wide variety of configurations, as seen in the chart here. There are more than 500 ZEV models available worldwide, and we expect more each year. Taking a closer look at zero-emission tractors, there are currently 8 commercially available, with more coming in the near future. As previously discussed, ZEV configurations are available in every weight class category, with more expected soon that can be upfitted with many different body configurations. Listed here, there are 24 ZEV chassis that are currently available for purchase or order. Similar to conventional combustion trucks, this slide shows an example of how the same ZEV model chassis can be configured into multiple truck bodies. This is typical for the medium and heavy-duty truck market. The bodies may be upfit by the chassis manufacturer, but it is most common for them to be upfit by numerous body builders. In the next few slides, we will look at the different battery electric vehicles that are currently available. Here we see ZEVs that are available in Class 2 and 3S pickups, step-in cargo vans, and chassis cabs. Note that the 2 pictures in the middle of the top row show the Ford E-Transit that can be purchased as a complete cargo van or as a cutaway. It can also be purchased as a cabin chassis on which a body can be placed. In the next 3 slides, we see ZEVs that are available in classes 4 through 7 as straight trucks, box trucks, cargo and step vans, refuse trucks, and cabin chassis. We have also received questions about PTO or power takeoff and want to point out that ZE truck manufacturers like the BYD refuse truck displayed here have PTO capabilities. Again, the ZE cabin chassis shown here can be equipped with multiple bodies in the same way ICE vehicles can. This slide shows more vehicles in classes 4 through 7. The truck on the bottom right is a Motive Epic E450, which is a drivetrain conversion of a Ford E450 and is upfitted with a type of service body or utility body. And again, these are several more class 4 through 8 ZE truck examples. Here you can see more cabin chassis, box trucks, buses, refuse trucks, and a truck with a stake bed. Next, we see ZEVs that are available in Class 8 as straight trucks, refuse trucks, bucket trucks, motor coaches, and buses. Many of these have PTO systems and can be outfitted with different body configurations. Next, we see ZE trucks that are available as Class 8 tractors. Some of these are available as a single model and others are available in multiple configurations as shown by the description of the tractor on the bottom right. Note that this is not a comprehensive list, but was selected to show the types of ZE tractors that are currently available. In this slide, we see ZEVs that are available in Class 8 as yard trucks, and all of these vehicles have PTO systems for the fifth wheel. And before we move on to the ZEV availability exemption, it is important to discuss that ACF offers multiple compliance options that provide stakeholders the flexibility to transition their fleet as they see best fit. For example, state and local government fleets can purchase 50% ICE vehicles until 2027. For high priority and federal fleets, no action is required by the fleet owner until the end of the legacy truck's useful life under the model year schedule. Fleets can elect to comply with the ZEV milestones option, where the earliest compliance date applies to vehicles listed in Group 1 that are already widely available as ZEVs. These compliance flexibilities permit a fleet to choose which vehicles to electrify first, while the market for more specialized vehicles develops. Additionally, these options treat near zero emissions vehicles as ZEVs until 2035, which could provide more flexibility to fleets. And note, drayage trucks will not be part of the discussion as multiple tractors are already widely available as ZEVs. Lastly, these are some vehicle types that are already excluded from the draft regulation and would not need to be considered for ZEV availability as shown here. I will now move on to discussing the proposed concepts for the discussion on the ZEV availability exemption. These are the principles that we think should guide today's discussion. With this concept, our goal is to ensure that a fleet does not fall out of compliance if they are making good faith efforts to comply with ACF and deploy available ZEVs where possible. Our goal is to keep the exemption process as streamlined as possible with defined objective criteria that focus on core vehicle function and configuration while keeping in mind that other available extensions address concerns related to range, usage, or other concerns. And finally, this concept is centered around the ability for a fleet to purchase what they need. So if a needed configuration cannot be purchased as a ZEV or NZEV, it will not be considered available. So what does this exemption mean for a fleet owner? It means that they will not be out of compliance due to a lack of available ZEVs or NZEVs that are suitable for their fleet's needs, and in these instances, can instead purchase new ICE vehicles with California certified engines. This exemption also applies to state and local government fleets if the annual ZEV purchase percentage cannot be met with an available ZEV. Fleets using the model year schedule can replace a vehicle at the end of its useful life with another ICE vehicle. The new purchase is also guaranteed its useful life, and any fleet utilizing the ZEV milestones option would be able to purchase an ICE vehicle and exclude it from the ZEV milestones calculation. The topic of ZEV availability is somewhat layered, so we have identified two processes for this exemption. The streamlined exemption process focuses on body configurations that are not available with a ZEV drivetrain in the applicable weight class. This concept addresses ZEV availability at its most basic level, in which all of the body configurations in that category are not available as a ZEV. The fleet-specific exemption process addresses more complex situations that vary by fleet. This includes situations where ZEVs are available in the needed body configuration, but are still not suitable to meet core vehicle function for the fleet. For example, there may be a ZEV boom truck, but it may not be available with adequate reach length for the particular application. Similarly, a ZEV may be available, but cannot be equipped with needed frame attachments that are necessary to serve core vehicle function. We would also retain language about safety conflicts, but are looking to add more clarity. We need to strike a balance on complexity and do not believe it is productive to include non-essential vehicle specifications. This slide outlines basic criteria we have established to determine the availability of a body configuration, which is evaluated by weight class. First, an available ZEV must have zero emission powertrain certification if applicable. A ZEV must also be available to order from at least one manufacturer or upfitter, and the ZEV must also be able to be purchased in the same or earlier model year than the year of the compliance date. For example, if the compliance date is 2025, the model year of the ZEV must be 2025 or earlier. The exemption also applies to vehicles that are required to be ZEVs 1 year prior to the compliance date, except for the state and local government fleet purchase requirement. Demonstration, test, or experimental vehicles are not considered available. And similarly, vehicles that cannot be purchased, but the manufacturer accepts placeholder reservations for a future purchase would not be considered available. The idea for the streamlined process is to host a list of vehicle body type categories that are not commercially available on the CARB website. Fleet owners would simply need to check the list, and if the needed body configuration was on the list, the fleet owner could purchase an internal combustion vehicle of that configuration. This would not require any review or approval and would only require reporting after the ICE vehicle is purchased to document the date and vehicle configuration for which the exemption was claimed. Much of today's discussion will focus on how to determine what goes on the list, how to categorize vehicles, and how to keep this process as simple as possible. Here is a list of common body types we have identified for purposes of evaluating availability and creating the list of vehicles that are eligible for the ZEV availability exemption. These are commonly understood body configurations, and this list was developed from the Engine Manufacturers Association vehicle matrix discussed in the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation documents, the large entity reporting effort, and from reporting for the truck and bus regulation. The starting point is to use body configurations that are already commonly available as ICE vehicles and would not apply to rare or custom-built vehicles. We envision the list would be updated as new information comes in from fleet owners, manufacturers, and upfitters. Vehicle configurations would be removed from the list 6 months after it becomes available as a ZEV. This slide provides an example portion of the ZEV availability exemption list. For the purposes of this example, we identified car carrier, concrete mixer, concrete pump, hay squeeze, and heavy wrecker tow truck configurations to be currently unavailable as ZEVs in their applicable weight classes. This is an example list as we have not settled on the criteria to be used as we are discussing it today. The process for adding and removing configurations from the list requires the following to be submitted to truckers@arb.ca.gov. Information that shows the ICE vehicle or cabin chassis and configuration that is currently available, and a signed statement or email showing the determination from at least 2 ZEV manufacturers that their available ZEV is not compatible with the needed configuration, or the determination from at least 2 body installers that the needed body cannot be safely installed on an available ZEV model. The executive officer will then add the vehicle configuration to the list within 45 days of receiving the complete information if all conditions are met. And body types come off the list 6 months after they are commercially available as a ZEV. We are considering a method to seek feedback from manufacturers to confirm the requests that we will discuss in the upcoming slides. Moving on to the fleet-specific exemption process, this would address situations where a ZEV is available in the needed body type configuration, but there is another reason it does not meet the basic essential function the fleet owner needs it to perform. There are multiple layers of complexity here. First, we start with essential basic chassis specifications. Does the fleet owner need a crew cab, all-wheel drive, or is a cab and chassis versus a cutaway? Second, are there any conflicts with other existing health and safety laws, such as OSHA or NHTSA requirements? Third, are there conflicts with essential chassis frame attachments, such as outriggers, plow, rail wheels, or car lift? Finally, are there essential functionality limitations with the configurations that are available, for example, boom reach, lift capacity, or other critical features? The fleet owners would need to submit an exemption request identifying the vehicle configuration and the conflict they identified. CARB will evaluate and review complete requests within 45 days. CARB would issue the extension and conditions for which it was approved. The fleet may then purchase the identified ICE vehicle and keep appropriate records. As part of the exemption process, CARB would post vehicle exemption request information online for up to 30 days after fleet submission. This would provide manufacturers and upfitters the opportunity to comment and identify if they can offer a ZEV that suits the fleet's needs. If a manufacturer or upfitter responds with a suitable ZEV, CARB will direct the applicant to the respondent. If no response is given, CARB will grant the exemption request. This approach would provide assurance that approved exemptions are warranted and would reduce burden on fleets to contact multiple manufacturers or upfitters to determine if they produce a ZEV configuration that meets their functionality requirements. This flowchart visualizes the fleet-specific exemption process for the ZEV availability exemption. Starting in the upper left-hand corner, the fleet considers, is the vehicle on CARB's ZEV availability exemption list? If yes, then the fleet may purchase an ICE vehicle of the needed configuration and then report it within 30 days of reception. If no, then the fleet begins to follow the fleet-specific evaluation criteria for an available ZEV. This is a slightly different topic, but is related. The proposed regulation also addresses instances in which an order for a ZEV is canceled. The vehicle delivery day extension specifies that if a manufacturer cancels an order, the fleet must secure another ZEV purchase agreement within 180 days to maintain the extension. If no other ZEV is available to enter another purchase agreement for, then the fleet is eligible for the ZEV availability exemption. And of course, the extension becomes invalid if the fleet owner cancels the purchase agreement because that is within their control. For next steps, we have an upcoming workshop on pre-15-day regulation edits in February. The 15-day change package is then to be released for formal comments, and the second board hearing will take place in the spring. And we will now move on to the discussion of the proposal. So if you are attending in person, please come up to the podium to speak. And if you are remote, you will be called on to speak after staff unmute your microphone. Just a reminder, if you can please state your name and affiliation first. We will shift between in-person and virtual participants until everyone who wants to contribute can. And finally, please be mindful that we only have a few hours and there are hundreds of participants, so please keep your comments to a few minutes. So Vice Chair Berg, would you like to make any comments or should we start hearing from the participants?
I'm gonna yield to Gideon.
Thank you so much for that, Kat. Good presentation there and very helpful. Just a couple of things I wanted to pull out for everyone. The first is that last slide. It says a workshop on pre-15-day regulation edits in February. What do we have in mind there, Tony?
Yeah, so oh, okay, sorry, I'll take it. Yeah, so we are planning another public workshop to go over all of the changes from the staff proposal. So it would include any changes we make today, plus from prior meetings and other details to clean up the regulation. The time frame for that is we are aiming for next month. We're expecting to put out an announcement very soon. But part of it is will we be ready to have, our goal is to have the edits, proposed edits to the regulation underline strikeout mode for people to look at, to have this informal discussion, I think consistent with what John said earlier, before we put out a formal 15-day package for a formal comment, and that would then be put in front of the board for the final vote.
Well, that would be great if we can do that. It sounds perhaps a little optimistic, and I know we don't always do that for the rules and regulations. To workshop them right before the 15-day, but maybe in this case it is warranted, and I'm sure the stakeholders would really appreciate that. And really happy to that staff's proposing that. The other quick point then is, just like before, I asked that question about if you could summarize what you think are the main differences between what is in the PowerPoint versus what went to the board at the first hearing in October. Can you answer that same question for the unavailability question?
Okay.
Issue?
Sure. So for the staff proposal, as in the staff report, is essentially was structured, one, to address any safety conflicts with being able to put a body on a given ZEV vehicle configuration. And also with the concept of having the streamlined list of different body types. So that part is largely similar, although modified just somewhat. The biggest change really is to look at these different layers of even when a ZEV is available, that it still might not be in the type of configuration, that it still might not be suitable for the fleet because the streamlined list is simply not going to get into that level of detail. So all of those items we identified are all new. I think it's easier to have the discussion on, do we need to get to that level of complexity? How do you determine that? And then we intentionally categorize them as, all right, there's some really simple vehicle specs that we can identify, like the crew cab thing. The next layer are, we refer to as frame attachment. We're talking about crane attachments or something else that's literally attached to the chassis, that if there's a conflict with being able to put that on the vehicle, then obviously you can't do what you need to do with it. That's straightforward. Or you need to put rail wheels on a given pickup, for example, and the pickup's not compatible with that, then that's going to prevent you from using the vehicle. And then we go even further. When there's the more challenging area, and hoping to get more feedback on that, is additional specifications. And where do you draw the line? Because I've used the example before. It's like, yeah, if you want 4 cup holders and there's only 3, that's not a criteria we're going to use. We want it to be something essential for the function of the vehicle. And it's like, well, it would be better if I had compartments in XYZ, but I can do what I need to do. That's kind of where we want to draw the line. So we're not looking for ways to let fleets find creative ways to get out of meeting the requirements. What we're looking to do is say, hey, if you're trying to do the right thing, in which is deploy ZEVs in your fleet, can you do it reasonably with the configuration? And I do want to use this as an opportunity to remind people, things like usage provisions are already in the rule, so we're not going to be discussing that. So this test is, can you buy it first? And then if you can buy it and it won't go far enough for what you need to do, there's a provision to then address that for that vehicle. And so we are separating those. And I know, yeah, and I know some of the comments kind of that we've had in the past are like, oh yeah, tie all those together. It's like, no, let's just do these in different stages, because they are somewhat different questions. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And I'm sure nobody else has any other questions. So.
I think as a point of process, rather than doing everybody in the room this time, let's go for 40 minutes and then do half-hour online, come back, because it felt like all the online people at the end were really rushed, and that didn't quite seem appropriate.
The PhD push here dummy button is still alive and well. Thank you. Sean Edgar, Director of Clean Fleets here in Sacramento, working on behalf of multiple vocational truck associations. I'm going to start my comments on slide 42, but I was comforted to hear one of the guiding issues being equivalent configuration. And I appreciated Tony's explanation about fleet-specific processes that could go through, and that's great. So a couple focused, and just to accentuate the positives on slide 42, we're talking about lists, and that's good, of what's available, what's not available. So I appreciate that, to make it more clear by configuration. And fleet-specific issues, I'll have some pointed comments later, but this is moving in a positive direction, so I compliment staff for that. My question would be, is it still staff's intention that we've discussed over the years, the concept of one-to-one replacement, the idea that the replacement vehicle would need to meet the same requirements as the existing vehicles? It's still staff's intention to not require a purchase of a ZEV where there's not a one-to-one replacement?
I think that's addressed by the usage provision, the mileage provision, when you say one-to-one. And again, the concept is most fleets, or a lot of fleets, not all, are going to have some trucks that do shorter distances and stay closer, return to base on a regular basis, and others that don't, and that's where you would start. And so that provision already addresses that.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks. Just a couple pointed comments before I leave the slide. So there really should be a non-discretionary checklist to achieve that. The truck has carrying capacity. So as an example, weight-sensitive applications we've talked about quite a bit. Carrying capacity should be among that checklist. There's a daily range requirement, and I know that separately there was a process by which fleet-specific could present a daily range, but there should be really a non-discretionary checklist. If vehicle can't do the number of lifts in the case of refuse, or you're losing significant carrying capacity. I'll just, as an example, the second bullet here is talking about approach is not needed for on-road tractors. And the reason I circled that is because the on-road tractors available today are somewhere in the range of 4,000 to 8,000 pounds heavier due to the battery systems. And so that would seem to me, that's a box I can't check if I've got a weight sensitive application. So we talked about the principle of not adding more electric vehicles onto the road to make up for the lost carrying capacity of the existing internal combustion fleet. And natural gas is an example that's a lot simpler. It's, you know, closer to 1,500 to 2,000 pounds. So just non-discretionary checklist would be helpful going forward. Also, there was some commentary in the formal process about the federal technology readiness levels. I didn't see that addressed in here. So that's the example where the federal government, Department of Energy, I believe it is, already has a criterion for technology readiness. Several commenters asked that the board staff look at that in terms of what a hopefully objective engineering criteria from the federal government would look like. The SCAPA group, who I know are here, also gave you a very good list of availability that we should have a clear list of what's available and can accomplish the work for which a vehicle is designed. So I would encourage you to look at the SCAPA letter. And then last, before I leave the slide, would be, it's pretty clear that mutual aid and providers of essential public services should really be on their own checklist, because in a rip from the headline story over the last 2 weeks, we've seen what it takes when you've got to have utility trucks, especially from out of state. The mutual aid situation, I know it's a sidebar to this conversation, but mutual aid, the idea that a mutual aid fleet would have to accumulate 75% electric before they could have internal combustion is probably an insurmountable barrier. And I see Tony wants to say
That one's
something.
off topic, but yeah, we are working with the utilities on that.
Great. And I guess before I leave the slide, I'll just say the good, better, best philosophy. I heard it in the earlier workshop this morning, the concept that somehow we would wait for ZEVs and not allow a fleet to purchase what might work as a cleanest, as an example, RNG fueled vehicle today. I would just submit to you that, you know, putting Band-Aids and duct tapes on older diesel vehicles that you want to go away because you're waiting for the holy grail that may never appear may not be a good public policy decision. So I would just encourage you to adopt a good, better, best philosophy as you look into finalizing the rule language. Next slide on 45. It's great that you put together the list of body configurations that are exempted. Just as a matter of nomenclature, instead of calling this a ZEV availability exemption list, that sounds like something the government created. I would probably call it a ZEV purchase exemption. That might make it more easy to read. I applaud that you've added concrete mixers. I would also add that that's called a ready mix truck, so you might want to use that nomenclature. Concrete pumps, thank you very much. Western States Trucking Association and others that petitioned the board to add concrete pumps. Appreciate your recognition of that. And the last online item for heavy duty records, those are typically called rotators in the tow truck industry, so that might be a piece of nomenclature. And before I leave, I would just say there are a couple other vehicles that have been petitioned to the board that I don't see on the list. So mobile cell phone towers are one that occur to me. So once again, just in the last week, we've seen the need for telecommunications providers who are regulated by the California Public Utility Commission to go out into emergency areas, and they're required to reestablish service within 72 hours under PUC directives. They can't achieve that necessarily with vehicles available today. So a mobile cell phone tower, I would submit, should be added to the list. Digger derricks should also be added to the list.
John,
Yes,
we're not gonna go over what we're adding to the list here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We
And
have
I
we have a process for that.
Okay,
And so what we want to hear is about the process.
excellent.
Does the process work? Do we need to take a look at other things within the process, please?
Excellent. So I will just conclude then by saying thank you very much for having the continuing workshops. And you had a lot of good suggestions, both in the SCAPA letter, California Construction Industry Materials Association letter was outstanding on the issue of availability, as well as Western States Trucking Association letter. So you have those in the docket, and thank you very much for allowing me to share.
Now, I do want to cover a couple items. I want to use a pun here. So the concrete pump on the list is an example. So, and this is a fluid situation here. And so as
No
Sandy,
pun intended. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. So as Sandy kind of touched on, is like, well, have we, if we identify the right process and it belongs on the list, we're going to put it on the list. I anticipate the list to be longer in some aspects and shorter. And as we kind of try to touch on, obviously what we determined today would be the criteria would then allow us to start filling out this list. Whereas if we change the criteria, then the list is going to be different. Now I also want to kind of separate the discussion from this morning a little on one of the comments you made about the difference in the provision we're talking about here is we're in essence saying under these circumstances and you cannot buy a ZEV configuration to meet your needs, then you are buying a combustion vehicle. Whereas before it was, hey, it's going to take a couple more years longer to get the infrastructure in than you anticipated, you're still going to get the ZEV. So I want to make sure that there's a understanding of that difference. And then it's a good opportunity, I guess, Sean, that you're up there, because I think even at our last meeting, you had identified some examples of different trucks. And I do remember from that particular discussion that the same truck had 4 different names depending on who owned it and what they were doing with it, but it was literally the same truck. That's actually an issue that we need to be able to also address. Say, hey, if we're going to put it on the list, we need to somehow identify it well enough so that everybody has the same interpretation of what it is, just to keep everything really transparent. So we would appreciate anything that we can do to kind of say, yeah, here's the type of truck we're talking about, and here's the configuration. But right now, I think the process, if we get that down right, then I think that part will come along a little bit better.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Tim Cromartie of the California Environmental Justice League, Policy Director. We are deeply concerned about the potential lack of availability of sufficient ZEVs and its impact on air quality due to the exemptions and particularly the extensions allowed under this plan. For example, 50% of vehicle purchases can be internal combustion engines until 2027, and state and local governments will have the ability to postpone ZEV deployments. But for how long and what trucks will be operating in the interim? These are the missing details that may help perpetuate the use of diesel. Our communities will bear the brunt of any negative health impacts resulting from any extension of diesel. We call on you to mandate the best available technology, whether electric, CNGV, RNG, or any other technology means our members must have cleaner air today. Picking up on the point of the previous speaker about better, best technology, good, better, best, the requirement for all newly purchased vehicles to be ZEVs by January 2024 should be universal, not limited to drayage trucks. We must reduce diesel emissions and provide cleaner air for our communities now. Any exemptions granted under this protocol should severely restrict the use of diesel and expressly require operators, if ZEVs are unavailable, to buy vehicles using the cleanest commercially available technology to reduce diesel emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I just got a text also from one of our fellow board members, Vice Chair Senator Flores, and he had a similar a question. I guess he was asking if we did something in the rule to require the cleanest available ICE purchase if the ZE wasn't available. The senator was wondering, well, would we get emissions benefits from that? And it's a complex question of how it interplays, I think, with the omnibus rule, but maybe you can speak to that, and I think it picks up on the commenter's comment as well.
Right. So yeah, so there's a little number of layers here, so I'll try to cover it as simply as I can. Within the provisions and what we laid out here is that if we're giving you an exemption, the exemption would then be to buy a combustion vehicle that is certified to the omnibus standard. That is different than what we had in the proposal in front of the board, in that we were saying buy a new engine, which means you could go buy a federal engine outside of the state, which isn't going to be as clean as a California engine. So that would be a change that we're looking to institute moving forward, and would apply broadly to all combustion purchases for regulated fleets. And so for a public fleet, they're pretty much buying everything in state, so that's really not a change for them. But for commercial fleets that could in fact be buying trucks out of state and using them in California, it would be a change and would provide additional benefits. So so we would look to do that, and you know, haven't done the emissions comparison, but making that change along with some of the modifications we're making here, we think that would still be a net additional reduction in total benefits compared to what we put in front of the board before.
Hi, my name is Zoe, and I'm here on behalf of Green Tech. And I support the Environmental Justice League in asking you to reduce diesel emissions and provide cleaner air for our communities. And when you adopt the Advanced Clean Fleets rule, please require operations to buy vehicles with the cleanest available technology to reduce diesel emissions for our children and their children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ariella, and I'm here on behalf of Green Tech. I support the Environmental Justice League in asking you to reduce diesel emissions and provide cleaner air for our communities. When you adopt the Advanced Clean Fleets rule, please Please require operators to. Jesus, scared me. Please require operators to buy vehicles with the cleanest available technology to reduce diesel emissions for our children and their children. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, Veronica Pardo, Resource Recovery Coalition. Very appreciative of this workshop and opportunity to speak with you all again. I actually have a question regarding the ZEV. So if you're on the ZEV availability exemption list and then you're removed from that list, I'm going to use the example of like a front loader. Let's say we have the front loader on the list and it's there for a period of time. And then let's say it's taken off in 2030. I'm just throwing out numbers, but our concern is then that you're needing to meet immediate milestone requirements when that ZEV, or I'm sorry, when that truck is then no longer on the availability list. We don't understand how it will work with fleets that, let's say, have maybe 50 front loaders and maybe they need to buy new front loaders. And are they going to need to immediately purchase those vehicles to meet the percentage requirements? We believe there should be a period of time, of course, at a minimum 2 years, but probably my members have asked for 5 for that transition. And I do see a 2-year transition on the newly affected fleets. So I don't know if that's linking up with the 2 years, if that's what you're looking at, that newly affected fleets have to be fully in compliance within 2 years. So that's our greatest concern. We don't see the connection between those trucks being taken off the list and then how that's going to fold in. So I don't know if you can answer that for me today, but that's our concern.
Try to answer part of that. So one of the objectives that we have here is that a fleet will use the rule flexibility to go ahead and purchase and replace trucks to meet whatever compliance option they choose to use to comply. But when they find that they're in a situation where they're unable to do so, then this provision would potentially apply and allow you to buy a combustion truck. So I think having a direct example is probably the easiest. So if you're under the model year schedule and it's like, all right, this truck is getting to the end of its useful life, you can't operate it here next year because it's aged out or over the miles, then you have to buy ZEV. That's your only choice to replace it. So at that point, if there isn't a front loader available in 27, then you buy the combustion version. You can keep it another 18 years and so on. And then if
it's excluded from your ZEV milestone calculation.
I'm going to stay with the model year part.
Okay.
And then let's say in 2030, that truck is now available as a ZEV. You have a couple more that aged out and they have to get replaced. Then at that point, you have to be buying the zero emission trucks. And then under the milestone approach, the concept is, and there are some details to work out there, but again, you need to have 10 of your box trucks being zero emission, so you can actually do your box trucks or something else. In 27, you get your trash trucks potentially get brought in, and so you need to get to your 10%. If there aren't a front loader available as zero emission, but there are some of the others and you can still comply, that's what we would expect you to do and not come in for an exemption. But if that's all you have,
right,
that's all you have in it, and there's nothing that you can buy, then we would issue the exemption, which would allow you to then buy the combustion trucks.
One, or however many you might need.
Yeah, let's say you need 10, then there would potentially be 10 in that year to go ahead and purchase. So it would give you like a time window, a year to go ahead and make these purchases. And if you come back next year, then some fleets, the requirement will change for 3 years, but some it'll change every year. Then we would have to look at the same question.
And those 10 trucks would be excluded from the ZEV milestone approach moving forward?
Right now, yeah, that's what we're proposing right now, is that we would simply just pretend like they're not part of the fleet. They don't count in your math.
Okay, well, we recommend that there be a period of time, right? That once it's taken off the ZEV milestone, ZEV availability exempt. Sean's right. I don't know how to say it. But when it's removed from the list, I understand that there's 6 months, right? So it's determined that it's now available. Then in 6 months, it's taken off the list. But that 6-month period is pretty short. So we're recommending at a minimum, there would be a 2-year time period. But thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year. Tom Swenson with Cummins. This is my first in-person workshop in quite a while, so it's great to see folks in person. So I have 3 items. The first is around general applicability. We have a number of fleets that come to us for advice, if you will, on sort of what's going on in this building. And a number of them have told us, and under the impression that if they register out of state, then they can come into the state and not be affected. And they've asked for, and we've told them that that's not our understanding. And they've asked for, show me, right? And we can sort of dig into the regulations, but I'm suggesting maybe a FAQ or something along those lines for some of these macro level issues about who's impacted would be really helpful. Because right now they're thinking, I'm good, right? I don't have to worry about this. And I don't think that's true. So I think that's an easy one. And I'm glad this came up. Can you expand a little bit around what does it mean? What is a California certified engine? And you said omnibus, but there are some legacy provisions in omnibus that you would have a California engine that would look a whole lot like a federal standard engine. And I'm just as a technology provider, I want to make sure I understand so that we can steer folks in the right direction on what's available and compliant and all that.
Preface my answer with it's subject to change, but I'll tell you what we're proposing now. But again, that until the board decides, this is an area of discussion. So not everybody has the exact same view. But when we're saying buying a California certified engine, omnibus engine, we're in essence saying, yeah, buy a 2024 model year engine certified for sale in California. That meets the standard. The omnibus regulation happens to it. There's average banking and trading. You get special credits for producing certain engines, which allows you to produce other engines. And all that ends up at the same place on the average. So from the fleet rule aspect of the rule, it's you buy 2024 model year certified engine in California, you met the requirement. It doesn't matter if the engine manufacturer chose to produce that particular engine above or below the standard for their overall compliance.
Okay, so if we have an executive order for an engine in California that is deemed compliant, yeah, regardless of how the average banking and trading plays out. Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And just for history purposes, which may help, in the truck and bus regulation, we had the same question. A 2010 engine also had a lot of different certification levels. And so back then the policy was essentially established that, yeah, we're gonna just say all 2010 engines are the same, even though the combination of all engines sold makes the average for the manufacturer. Fleet owner shouldn't have to try to distinguish that.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Tony. I got that. Okay. So then the last one I had. So it says one of the criteria is ZEP cert is required if applicable. So what is the if applicable?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So yep. By all means, yes.
So the ZEP certification requirements apply generally to the engine certified vehicle. So everything above 14,000 pounds and the incomplete vehicles from 10,000 to 14,000. So the complete vehicles below 14,000, there's no ZEP cert isn't applicable in that case. So we're not going to require it there.
Okay. So for heavy duty, ZEP cert will be required. For medium duty is sort of in this land of lost, right? It's not under the car regs. It's right. It's probably a bad description.
Yeah, I don't know if it helps. So ZEP cert would apply for class 4 and up for sure.
Okay.
And then in the 2B3, it depends on.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. The land of the lost. Right. Yeah. Okay. So.
Is that a change from the or more specificity than we had before?
What it is, yeah, actually it'd be helpful, I guess, to describe why we're doing that. I mean, so one of the comments we've got is, wait a second, we want to make sure there's 2 or 3 manufacturers we can get from and all this. And it's like, well, and I think the spirit of that concern was, hey, we don't want to buy from somebody who's just a startup that has no support and that kind of thing. And so the ZEP certification requirement applies to any manufacturer who's selling in California to comply with the regulation for their sales requirement. So they're going to have to be ZEP certified. And that does have quality assurance aspects to it. And so it lets you know a lot better what you're buying. And there's more information on the energy capacity of the vehicle. And so you can kind of compare a little more apples to apples.
Yeah.
Go through that process is not a process that somebody who's doing a truck in their garage is going to be able to.
It is not a trivial process. I can tell you that.
That provides
somebody who's going through it right now.
And because I know that was something that stakeholders asked for. Yeah. So we're adding that in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And from a competitive perspective.
Okay, you got that. You can sit down now. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Totally kidding.
Yeah, and just to reinforce that point, though, from a competitive you know, right, I don't want to be competing against folks that don't have to go through the same standard. So, all right, thank you.
And just to clarify on one thing, so in the 2B3 area some of the vehicles are affected by the zero emission powertrain certification, others by the advanced clean cars regulation. So from the two different sides, we are having two different sets of requirements, but both of them are trying to make sure that vehicles are reliable at the end of the day.
Good afternoon, Board Member Berg, Board Member Krakoff, and staff. Thank you for your time today. You answered most of my questions just a few minutes ago, but I was wondering if you can switch back to slide number 39. I have a question in relation to what Tony had just mentioned. Thank you. The first bullet has ICE vehicles, and it mentions it throughout the presentation without differentiating between diesel and low NOx. And it also mentions the California certified engines. I was just wondering, you know, it says may also under that second bullet point and not shall. I'm wondering, Tony, to what you just mentioned, is this going to be effective in displacing diesel significantly with, you know, the omnibus requirement you just mentioned? Is this really going to make an impact? Like I said, the may is stood out to me, as well as the lack of definition for ICE vehicles.
So this again would apply only when there aren't ZEVs available. So obviously by definition, if you're going to a ZEV, you're displacing any combustion technology. And then no, to purchase a California certified engine, we wouldn't specify the fuel type. Part of the consideration there is that we anticipate that, at least as far as NOx goes, that the emissions are essentially going to be the same regardless of whether it's natural gas or diesel. Omnibus already has all these different factors built into it and has credit provisions for the engines that are produced early ahead of schedule. And part of that does, and there are some multipliers. I don't remember if they're specific to early engines or alternative fuels, but for every engine certified below the numerical standard, another 17 dirtier engines can be produced. And so that's a mechanism that provides a credit mechanism for the manufacturers to encourage some of those cleaner technologies, and that's already there. So we don't think that we would achieve anything new if we were to say limit the fuel type choice that they have, or to say buy the one that has numerically lowest number, even though the average is going to still be the same. And these multipliers ultimately mean that emissions will be a little higher than that average. All of that was already accounted for in that rulemaking. So.
Thank you. I would just disagree on the emissions being the same as diesel and NOx, because the 200 vehicle study differentiated between in-use versus testing and certification, and they were a little bit higher on certification, but when it was in use for real world examples, the NOx was 91% cleaner, lower than diesel, and that's the South Coast study. So of course we could talk offline more about that if you want to get into it.
And again, I want to make sure we're not talking around each other and don't confuse people. I mean, the world is changing. So in 2024, I'm saying the omnibus standard, nobody certified to that 0.02 just yet. And so as far as the NOx emissions go, omnibus does have a lot of things that ensure that warranty requirements and other things, that those engines are going to be cleaner longer. As you're saying, hey, the engines that met the optional certification standard in the past and you could still buy today, is there an improvement in emissions? Sure. But starting 2024, which is when this rule effectively starts, there is no practical difference at that point.
Thank you. Well, my last point is tying in what was discussed this morning about the infrastructure construction delay. And I think that was a positive step in the right direction with what you're proposing. I'll also point out, though, that it does have the potential to leave diesel on the road significantly longer as well if it's not chosen over the best available control technology. So that's just something that popped up this morning, which how is that going to affect diesel proliferating on the road longer? So thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth DeYoung. I'm with the Southern California Public Power Authority, or SCAPA. And so I have a couple comments, and I just wanted to acknowledge that the ZEV cert that you were just discussing is news to me. So we are appreciative of the recognition of the need for reputable manufacturers. So thank you for that. I just want to reiterate that the intent for us asking for reputable manufacturers is because we want to make sure that the publicly owned utilities are able to justify the use of public funds. The vehicles need to be safe and reliable and be able to be maintained throughout the life of the vehicle. So we will certainly review that and reach out if we have any additional concerns with it. But another thing that I just wanted to talk about is that many of our members are small and mid-sized POUs, and so they're going to struggle with competition in the market. For example, if a small utility goes out to bid for one single vehicle, that may be more challenging for them to receive responses on those kind of bids because there are larger bids that exist out in the world. And so we just want to ensure that there's recognition of that as far as vehicle availability. If the smaller folks are not able to actually purchase any of the vehicles given their size. And then finally, I just wanted to reiterate a comment that we have shared with CARB, that we would appreciate if there's any opportunities to share your draft language in advance with us. We're not saying the entire rule, maybe portions of it. Share with us that we'd be able to review. Yeah, thank you. If we can review, then we can give you more comprehensive comments and be able to incorporate all of the utilities in that kind of response. So we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Any questions?
It's a follow-up. Thank you for that. But I just brings a question to mind. If I can ask Tony. So we're trying to pass a rule that lines up with our ACT, right? So we've got requirements on the manufacturers on the supply side, and then the ACF is supposed to more or less match up on the demand side in the aggregate. But there may be situations where in particular geographic areas, it's harder to get the equipment. Maybe your dealer doesn't have as much equipment as a dealer in Northern California, for example. So there might be instances where in the macro sense, the equipment's available, but in the micro sense, your dealer can't get it, whatever it might be. How does that play into the unavailability question we're talking about today?
All right. So I'll start with the most direct. I mean, as far as if a particular dealer can't get a truck, but another one nearby can, I mean, our expectation is that you then go to somebody else. But we do have language and direction from the board related to the fleet size question, is at least for the public fleets, that we were looking at a fleet size threshold that the smallest agencies wouldn't start making purchases at the 50% in 2024. They would be deferred to the 2027 date. And part of that thought process is as simple as if you've got 10 trucks and you replace one every other year, you can't do 50%. 50% of one is still one. So you would be effectively at 100% from the beginning. So that would buy a little bit of time, but obviously at least till 2027. But then after that, again, the public fleets also have the base requirement is that they replace the truck when they decide it's time to replace the truck. So if it's not, it doesn't make sense for them to replace it now. They can wait till something better becomes available. And so I'm not sure if that extra few years kind of addresses the concern. In terms of the availability question, we were trying to separate fleet size considerations in the, can you buy a given truck or not? So I guess I got to give some thought to, is there a scenario where a smaller fleet can't get bids?
And I'd be happy to follow up with you because we do have some good examples of that within SCAPA's members of folks who have actually experienced that issue of trying to purchase just one vehicle at a time and those kind of things. And then I'm just, as a follow-up question, because you were mentioning the small fleets, just wondering if there is a number that you've settled on. That we've been able to provide some fleet size numbers to try to help with that, but we're just wondering if it will apply to our utilities.
Well, I'll say stay tuned for next month because we haven't fully settled on
okay. Thank you.
Oh, and sorry, and then as far as the other part of the answer was, in terms of the mutual aid provision, we've already had some meetings, and yes, we will be sharing some language with you, and we'll be doing that on the side because it's a smaller group as opposed to a whole workshop.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Greg Reading with US Hybrid, and I just want to say thank you for putting on this workshop, and thank you too for taking into account the difficulties that businesses as well as individual operators are of trying to acquire ZEVs market now and in the future. So I really appreciate that you're listening to all of our concerns here. with US Hybrid, who I work for, we're a California-based company, and what we do is we manufacture zero-emission powertrains for buses, for municipal vehicles, and trucks. One area that we focus on in particular is converting trucks to zero-emission for up to 55 miles using geofencing capabilities, which CARB has identified as a promising technology as well. These technologies we see as can deliver additional zero emissions in a much shorter term than how it'll take for some of these businesses to be able to acquire, full ZEV trucks.
Sorry, it just
Yeah.
wanted to interject. You said some things I've said in a letter. Were you referring to a plug-in hybrid vehicle?
With
The geofencing and so on?
Well, so there's different ones that we have. We have like hydrogen fuel cell, electric, hybrid as well. Yeah. So let's see here. Where was I? Oh, so we just feel that this is something that can, really create change for good in a much nearer term. As mentioned in the morning workshop from Board Member Krakow, we appreciate the concern that you voiced about the drayage rule, and it's one that we feel as well. And I know it's not something that is necessarily going to be addressed today, but we just feel that we're concerned about the expedited timeline, and as we're also talking about availability of ZEVs, I feel like those go hand in hand. We at US Hybrid strongly believe that our technology and strategy can be used and implemented now to help alleviate some of these issues with availability, while still also helping with the advanced clean fleets rule, because it's not something we're trying to fight against. It's something that we're for, but more so of steps along the way, I guess. So what I would just say is that we ask that CARB consider this issue in particular about drayage, and also using other forms of technology like ours here to be able to create emission reductions, in the nearer term. Thank you.
Your technology is electric for a certain period of time, and then it goes to internal combustion?
Correct. And so with I believe we've had discussions with some of you, but basically it's our plan is to do geofencing more so in priority communities, especially ones around things like ports, things like that, especially where the emissions and the GHG levels are quite a bit higher. So more in those low income disadvantaged communities, we can set those parameters so it's running clean in those areas.
So I'll use this as an opportunity to just simply add for everybody's benefit. As originally proposed, a plug-in electric hybrid vehicle for the high priority fleets would count the same as zero emission truck until 2035. And that did not apply to the public fleet part, but it would going forward. And so that's already a decision the board's already made. So they would count the same as a ZEV and would be considered a vehicle you'd have to buy to comply. And we wouldn't need to buy a combustion only engine if there are available.
But that's not the case for drayage in particular, right?
Drayage, correct.
Drayage, and that's our main concern. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, Suzanne Sivright from CalSEMA. There are some key terms in the regulation that are undefined, and one that could use some additional specificity. Having this additional information, or I guess not having this information, make it difficult to make a determination for ZEV implementation. Specifically, there is not a definition for complete vehicle or for available to purchase or commercially available. And the definition that is present for configuration might use some finessing. Our association does have some suggestions for these definitions. I brought them here. You can maybe let me know if I can pass that off to you for consideration. And we came up with these suggestions based on other language, other public agencies have posted online, CARB's ISOR, and then other common industry understandings.
Yes, we appreciate getting those. I'll throw out there my personal concern. Oh, there's been a comment raised many times of defining what commercially available is. That is such a common term that we're kind of trying to avoid defining commercially available because it's such a wide range. And we're trying to define, here are the conditions which we would say a vehicle is available, because a demonstration vehicle may or may not be commercially available depending on the dictionary definition of it. And so we just want to call out some things to help narrow it. So spirit of our goal is the same. But we just want to kind of say, yeah, if it's not ZEP certified, then it's not commercially available for purposes of the rule. And it's confusing to say that if you can actually buy one in another state or something like that. So that's all we're trying to address. So with the spirit of what you're saying, we agree 100%. But obviously we want to make it really clear so there isn't very subjective. And anything you have on how to do that, we'd appreciate.
I've got two other brief comments. I wanted to request an addition of an appeal process as an oversight or correction mechanism to deliver consistent application of the regulation. Is that something that CARB has considered?
I like to answer that one is, let's just write the language so that you and I will have the same answer every time, and there should be no reason for an appeal process. It's when things are subjective is when you might then debate different views. So our objective is, if it says these are the qualifications, we can't reject the person that meets those basic qualifications. And so again, the vehicle body type definitions in the list, because there's industry accepted terminology that we think we can take advantage of, that's going to be good. So there will be a little bit of subjectivity, but it's going to be on hopefully relatively minor things. And we're trying to reduce any subjectivity there is. So I'd like to approach it that way. Let's approach it with, it's you read it, I read it, we get the same answer. Paul reads the same answer, anybody else reads the same answer.
The final comment or request I have would be for the ZEV availability exemption to include pickup trucks. Specifically, we're looking at the heavy duty Ford F350. It has a GVWR just less than 11,500 pounds. Heavy duty pickups are commonly used for material transport and towing equipment to and from work sites. And there are some concerns related to the limited payload capability and towing range of the zero emission version of these types of trucks. The rule language assumes future availability of these vehicles with the necessary power to function in the ICE version's current role. And in the case that there isn't an option available, it seems that an exemption would be appropriate.
So I'm just going to throw out for everybody to make sure we're on the same page. So on the short list of here's the ones that you get automatic extension, I think there's too many pickups already. They would never be on the list. So that's where we're keeping that part pretty much the same. But in terms of the fleet specific needs part, that pickups I think could be considered there depending on, so I'll use a scenario. You need a pickup truck, but you're Union Pacific and you need to put the wheels on it to drive on the tracks. If that chassis is not designed for those wheels to be put on it, then this new language we have would say, fine, go buy the combustion version of it because you can't put those wheels on it and you can't use it as you need it. So the door is open there if there's something about a pickup that would conflict with would meet the criteria that we've laid out. And so if we got the criteria, then it'll cover that scenario and it isn't automatically excluded. So
thank you.
Helps. And so, yeah, I know that's a little bit of a nuance, but if anybody's looking at the language and the provision.
But specifically on the pickup trucks, one of the things I heard is if the truck isn't available from any manufacturer, then you'd also qualify for, I mean, if they're sold out, they're not taking any more order, you can't buy one.
Well, okay, sorry. So we try to address that concern with if you can buy a truck within the current or the next model year, it's considered still required, even if it takes a year to get or whatever. But if the manufacturer is no longer taking orders, and so the next model year you can buy is 2026, as far as we're concerned, it's not available for anybody. Go ahead and buy combustion. And so we would use model year as opposed to any other mechanism to make it simple.
I guess with the concern with the pickup trucks, it kind of does relate back to the concerns with the definitions, because that's why we were looking at, like, what does that mean available to purchase? I mean, specifically, and then maybe that can be unpacked in a way that's convenient for CARB within the regulatory language.
That's what I'm hearing. I mean, I'm hearing even if there may not be like a defined term, but by the time you're done reading the regulation, it's going to be crystal clear what commercially unavailable means, right? That's what you're saying,
I mean,
Tony?
yeah, or what qualifies for the rule, because so, for example, let's just, I'll use a fake manufacturer, ABC manufacturer, you can still buy their truck, but you could only buy their 2026 model year at this point. They won't sell you a 24 or 5. As far as we're concerned, we don't consider that available for purposes of the rule. But if you're saying, is it commercially available? Yeah, technically it still is. But for purposes of the rule, it's not considered available here. It's on our list. Go ahead and buy somebody else's combustion version of it and we'll move on.
If we could meet with you and just share, I guess, the specific language we have and maybe better understand how that fits into maybe a future draft, that would be great.
Well, yes, we will meet for sure at some point. I'm not sure if we can actually be for the next meeting, because I think we have to take back some of these comments and figure out how to fit them in. And frankly, we laid out the concept here. We didn't write the language that goes with it because we know the concept's probably going to change. And so we're still have to draft the actual details to say which one of these move forward, which ones do we change based on the discussion.
Thank you.
So just keeping time, Ray, you'll be the first one up after we go to public comment. I don't want you guys to have to stand. Remember your order here. And then we'll take you as the last in person, and then we'll go to online for a little bit.
Thank you. Again, this is Catherine Larson with SMED, and hello again. Really want to thank CARB for taking another look at ZEV unavailability. Really appreciate all the work on this and holding this workshop. I had 2 clarifying questions and then a couple of specific recommendations that we think could work with this the construct that you've shared. The clarifying questions are on, I think, slide 41, and I was wondering if you could clarify, I mean, Tony, your comment about the model year, or how the exemption applies to purchases a year prior to the compliance date, and how those would work for sort of specialty vehicles that are upfit, where there's, you might have the chassis, but then you add the body and customization after that. Could you clarify how that would apply?
That's actually a good question, because I know some of the timelines actually get stretched out to like 3 years to get a truck. Could use some help on that, I guess. I'm not aware. Paul, do you have anything in that vein? I mean, you're ordering a truck and it really takes 3 years to get the body and the truck and all of that put together.
Well, I think that's under vehicle delivery delay could cover that, but I'm not sure how that would.
Okay, we'll have to, yeah.
Follow up on that one.
We'll take that one back and figure it out, but any insight somebody has, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. The other clarifying question was the manufacturer review timeframe on, I forget what slide it was. Is that 30-day period contained within the 45-day CARB review period?
Correct. And 30 days to me sounds too long, but that's what we started with. Yeah, in principle, it's give us some basic information. We'll put it out to all manufacturers. The manufacturer can provide you the solution. We'll just give you their phone number and we're done. If nobody can step forward and say we have an option, then we grant the exemption and we're done. So we think that administratively is relatively low burden. Otherwise, we'd have to do something like, well, there's 10 different suppliers, go to all 10 and get rejected by all 10, then tell us, and then we'll give you the exemption. It would obviously be administratively burdensome on the fleets.
Helpful to understand the intent for that portion. So just want to offer a couple of specific recommendations that, again, we think would complement the structure that you put forth. So we really appreciate having a path to address complexity in the fleet by fleet specific circumstances. We do think that could be administratively burdensome. It just could be a fact of the matter that both for CARB and for fleets, you may get a deluge of exemption requests. So we have a couple ideas on what you might do to mitigate that. The first is to consider sort of a middle tier in between, what you call streamlined and then the case-by-case process. This is one where we think makes sense is if you're looking at a like-for-like replacement of a predefined list of core specifications. And again, it's like for like, and it's limited to, a vehicle you already have. You could submit you could identify what specs that original vehicle has, what the specs are for the ZEV you're trying to replace it with. And if the ZEV can't meet that and another ICE vehicle can, we think this could be done reasonably quickly if the list is limited in scope. then we imagine, it's sort of a confirmation for CARB staff to do. So we think that's an idea that has a lot of merit. We do have some recommendations on what kind of features might be included in that. Some of the ones that we've been talking about are some of the auxiliary equipment specs like overhead and side reach, the ability of a boom to telescope and articulate, sheave height, lifting capacity, and payload, among a few others. But these are really features that we see are essential for the vehicles to do their job.
Having that specific list, that's good.
One more comment on this aspect. We do think, we understand the purpose of the daily usage exemption, and we think that does serve an important purpose. As a practical matter, at least for some utility vehicles, they are going to have energy needs that are significantly higher than other use cases. And so we'd like to suggest CARB consider establishing sort of a minimum rated energy capacity for certain use cases where, below that number, if a digger derrick came to market and it's below this certain rated energy capacity for utility purpose, that gets filtered out. So you don't get a ton of different applications from utilities for the same purpose. So it's a little bit separate than the daily usage exemption because it couldn't address everything, but it does help filter out.
No, that's helpful. I mean, but in principle, you're saying, I'm going to use miles just for, it's easier to talk about miles, but you're in essence saying, hey, here's the truck. It needs to be able to do 100 miles. And so the battery capacity or the equivalent work that it could do is a minimum. Would be kind of a starting point for the availability question. And I can say the reason that we've had some discussions with some manufacturer representatives, and so the discussion was, well, whatever anybody wants, we'll build it. But it's like, well, okay, that's not what's actually happening right now. But if you ask for it, but part of it was the basic range specification, we will design accordingly. And so establishing a minimum range might be a good way to say, yeah, this is kind of the base vehicle. Because then if you said, yeah, I can buy one that, let's just say, can do 100 miles, and I need one that really does 200 miles per the usage provision, we can easily say, oh yeah, that one's off the list with what we've laid out. And it might be easier ultimately for the manufacturer to even respond to, hey, what your short list is. Here's the list of core specs we need. If we say, hey, manufacturers, here's the core specs they need. Here's the equivalent battery or energy capacity to design for. If you say yes, then you better supply it to them. And if you say no, because of that spec helps them define the truck, then maybe it's a win-win for everybody. So okay, and then if it meets your needs too, that's even better.
So I think this is a really good example of something to take offline.
Yeah.
So because
sure.
there's a lot of details in this, and they're very valid, and we are committed to working with the utilities to get this nailed down. But could we go ahead and move this one offline?
I make one other recommendation quickly.
Thank you.
We'd also like to recommend that CARB post a clearinghouse of approved exemptions online, sort of like what you mentioned for the infrastructure exemption this morning. We think that could help fleets who have to go through this application process, understand what others have done to be successful and just ease it for everyone. So, thank you.
Thank you. So we're
That
moving
was
to
a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving to the online speakers. So first we have Adam Hill. After that, Kenya Zamarapia. So reminder for everyone to please keep your comments to 3 minutes and to give your name and affiliation. So Adam, I've given you permission to speak. It shows you're muted on your end. Okay, we can come back to you. So next is Kenya. I've given you permission to speak. And it shows you're muted on your end at the moment. Okay, we'll move on to our third speaker then.
This is going to go fast.
Yeah. Next, we have Bill McGavern. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute and begin.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Bill McGavern with Coalition for Clean Air. Thanks very much for holding this workshop. And, we're supportive of seeing this rule adopted with some strengthening provisions that are not within the scope of today's discussion. But as far as the availability exemption, I do want to go back to slide 39. And I know it's been discussed already, but I want to make sure that I understand exactly the meaning of this. May purchase new ICE vehicles with California certified engines. Does that mean that the only substitute vehicles that can be purchased with an exemption would be those that meet the omnibus certification?
Yes. So the may
Okay.
should be must in that example. The may meant you didn't have to buy zero emission.
Right. Yeah, I figured it could be read either way, but I just wanted to make sure that's what it says. So thank you. And I'll just say, briefly in support of that, we certainly hope that there's never an occasion for an exemption to be granted because, we want the ZEV vehicles to be the ones that are purchased, but we do understand the necessity for having these provisions for exemptions, in the case of unavailability. And I think it's important that the exemption not open the door to purchase of dirtier engines, and that any are purchased should have to meet the omnibus standard, so that at least we are limiting the amount of excess emissions that would be allowed by the exemption. So we definitely agree with having this included in the changes, and I will wrap it up there.
Thank you. Next, we have Jamie Levin. I've given you permission to speak. After that, we have Stephen Poncelet.
Thank you very much. Jamie Levin with the Center for Transportation and the Environment. Tony, I have a question regarding the functionality, critical functionality issues as it relates to Class 8 trucks. So the first would be range. While, drayage obviously has typically short haul type trips, but many truckers, many fleet operators, and certainly the independent truckers have a kind of one size fits all, where maybe 1 week or 1 month, their drivers may be doing short haul drayage, but another month they may be doing regional haul up to several hundred miles. So it could be an issue for a trucker who wants a single type vehicle, just like they have with a diesel vehicle. And I'm wondering how you're addressing that issue. And then the other related issue is payload. So as we launch our fuel cell truck deployment that CARB is generously subsidized this year, we'll be able to pull upwards of 39 to 40,000 pounds of payload. But a number of payloads with containers, let's say right off out of the terminals, can exceed that payload requirement. So again, this is a potential functional limitation. We're hoping and we expect with fuel cells that the curb weight of the tractor will continue to decline as it has been, so that ultimately the vehicle fuel cell truck Class 8 will be able to pull larger loads. But still, the reality is the movement of goods in certain size containers requires a payload that's higher, given the 82,000 pound gross vehicle weight limit. And the third functional question really relates to resiliency. So here in California, as we all know, we're subject to grid outages during earthquakes, fires, et cetera. And yet trucking and freight movement is a critical need with zero emission. So I'm wondering what the develop the regulation, how that all sort of is being configured within your thinking.
Okay, so the drayage part is handled by our drayage team. So the range questions and issues there are not part of the availability question. It's really about the drayage aspect of the requirements. What was the other functionality?
Payload.
Okay, payload. Yeah, so yeah, payload is, because right now, at least in my mind, that the basic functionality was generally focused on work trucks, and if you need to drill a hole, or operate a boom, that's the functionality we're referring to. So I don't know, I guess we'll take back the comment on payload and frankly where it's critical, because at that point you're talking about fleet specific operation.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked to fleets about our particular project to move it forward, who are saying, well, we carry a percentage within 40,000 pounds, but we have other loads much higher, and it becomes a real financial issue. It's not, oh, we can buy one more zero emission truck because one alone can't be a one-to-one replacement. They don't have that option because the containers and the payloads are minimum weight.
Right. So, okay. But okay, so I'll take that back. But I can say, at least I know from, I'm almost certain from past experience with drayage trucks and frankly, the natural gas ones, that, yeah, there were some payload issues. And so they ultimately used certain trucks in the certain routes and containers, and the diesels or the bigger trucks pulled the others. And that was a transition method. We're not going to preclude ability to make some kind of transition in that way per se. And we do, as you've mentioned, we do expect that both battery electric and fuel cell electric vehicle weights that ultimately will, or energy density will improve over time, and payload will improve over time too. And I can say in the regulation, and when we looked at payload considerations, we're looking predominantly at the Class 8 tractors, that it's still only a fraction of the trucks are at their max weight, and even the data we receive. But we'll look at figuring out where that fits into the availability question.
And the last one was resiliency, Tony, in terms of how the state looks at the issues around grid shutdown because of all the natural disasters that we're having to contend with.
Right, but that's outside the scope of our discussion today. So I think maybe save that one for the next meeting.
I will do that. And then lastly, I just want to make a comment. We're seeing great progress with fuel cell vehicle technology. They will play a role along with battery electric, but there is a cost difference. And so I just want to re-emphasize what I said earlier in the session today, that it's so important that incentives are continued and maintained in order to advance the affordability of the technology as we move forward with regulation. So you can't look at regulation in isolation from the importance of incentives to help advance and drive up volume and drive down
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're not doing funding discussion.
I know
thank you
that.
very much.
Want to emphasize.
Okay. We have I think over 20 people wanting to speak, so I want to make sure we get.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Stephen Poncelet. I've given you permission to speak. After that, we're going to have Kevin Brown.
Good afternoon, board members, staff, and participants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Stephen Poncelet. I'm with Truckee Donner Public Utility District. We're an electric and water utility, POU, and water, which uses specialty vehicles to maintain essential and critical infrastructure, and we support emergency response. That is 24/7, 365. And our vehicles, the difference and the challenge we have with this regulation is our vehicles do work in the field. And that can be for a week or two in a row with in-field fueling. There's an opportunity perhaps to split the chassis or configuration list to kind of acknowledge that this regulation's written for vehicles that transport people, goods, and equipment. And that doesn't really fit our vehicles that do work. Tony, you did address one-on-one earlier by saying that was covered in the daily use exemption, but that exemption doesn't cover our vehicles in that it looks at an average going back, and we have to respond to the most extreme condition and specification, in an emergency. And so the methodology doesn't apply to what we're doing. For commercial availability, I appreciate the work that SMUD has been doing. and along with Aqua and CMUA and NCPA and SCAPA. And so, we're happy to help with those lists. I would add 1-to-1 into there because there really has to be off-road for our vehicles. They all have to be payload. And then I think a viable in-field refueling because in a storm, we've been having them last 2 weeks. Our vehicles are in the field 24 hours. They don't leave for days sometimes, and we rotate crews and we bring in fuel, and the vehicle continues to work while it's being refueled. And I'm not aware of viable, megawatt charging, portable diesel charging technologies, and definitely not off-road in our environment. I would encourage some definition around lead time and cost for availability. If it's not, over a year, is it really available? And if it's more than 30%, is it really available? And then more than one vendor. We need hundreds and thousands of these from reputable vendors. And so we have submitted comments in the past where we did some calculations on 4 vehicle types on one work energy of tank of gas, and in none of the cases would our vehicles fit. So a split out of vehicles that do work might really help in your automatic exemption categories to reduce the amount of exemptions, because while utilities represent only a few % of the emissions, there's 50 POUs and thousands of water and wastewater. And we want to find a way to help comply, but also do our essential critical work. Thank you very much.
Tony, we're going to get this question certainly at the board meeting if it's not being clearly stated today. What is the reasoning on why there's not going to be some sort of cost multiplier or cost that determines what is or isn't commercially available?
Well, part of that is that ultimately the fleet's going to have a lot of different decisions in what they choose to replace and not replace and when. For us to somehow then, and frankly, speccing a vehicle, I'll use buses as the example, but it's the same for other work trucks and things like it. Identifying what the core bus cost is and the difference between one technology and the other. You have to strip away all of the options associated with it. And so it took a fair amount of time to just figure out how to compare a diesel bus to a zero emission bus on an apples to apples basis, because there's so many variables for every fleet, cameras and other systems that they put in there. If we had to somehow get involved in trying to set a criteria based on pricing and then changes in inflation and how different fleets spec the exact same truck and what they end up costing and their purchase power and all those kinds of things, we'd have untenable way for a central point like us to try to somehow use that to verify what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. The rule, again, is phased in over a long period of time. And a lot of those cost decisions are what fleets are going to have to do given the structure we try to lay out to make it as clear as to here's the long-term plan, figure out the best strategy. And yes, we do recognize there are some variables and unknowns as to for the truck type that you're going to need in a few years. Is there going to be one that meets absolutely everything that you need, or will you have to manage your fleet a little differently because it's not going to meet every possible use but can easily replace some trucks and without any compromise? So there's a lot of different factors, and then other pieces of that with battery electric. You kind of see in the Ford announcement I like to use them because at least they said something specific. Ford announcement of their electric transit van. It's sized for, I can't remember the range, but 130-mile range, because we know from 500 billion miles of our customers that 99.9% of them wouldn't want to pay more because there's really no legitimate reason to spend a bunch more money on battery when you're not going to use it. And all of those are cost considerations. Somebody else might say, no, I do want a bigger battery and I want a 200, 300-mile range capability. And by all means, let them make that choice. But we don't want to I don't think it would be tenable to try to to use cost in and of itself as a criteria.
And that's not different than all the other types of rules. We've had truck and bus, we had the same thing. There were cost considerations there as well, and recession, and I
Well,
mean,
and yes,
there are
and we're-
economic.
And we're talking vehicle stuff, but ultimately the business has choices on what they do.
That's what I'm
Some
saying.
trucks is like, yeah, you put the equipment on the truck. Other ones, you just tow the same equipment behind the truck. And all of those are just different choices that they have, and we know are going to be decisions that are going to be made, and we don't see why we need to get involved in that when the objective is clear and the timeline stretched over such a long period. I mean, and honestly, that's another reason we're doing the regulation through 2042, is rather than saying, here's what we want you to do in 5 years, we'll leave you guessing as to what the next 15 years are going to be. We're actually trying to lay it out right now so that you can do all your long-term planning and make those decisions as you transition your fleet over time.
Thank you. That was really helpful answer. Oh, I don't.
I'm
I just
sorry
had
to
a follow-
interject, but as an electric and water utility, we don't have a choice.
So you don't choose how you spec your trucks, or
No, we
Just
spec
buy-
we spec them to do the work we need to maintain the critical infrastructure in emergency response. So, we can't trade that off.
No, understood. And again, emergency response and mutual aid provision
have their own provisions, right?
Yeah, we've talked about.
We're
it
very
before.
sensitive to that, and there's going to be continue to be refinements to the language that I think you'll see.
Yeah.
If I can just ask another question, and you'll shut me up, Vice Chair, if it's, do we have any sense, and again, I don't need a long answer on this, and maybe you don't know, but from the folks, and maybe folks can comment on this a little bit too, but from what your conversations, Tony, do you have any sense as to whether people are going to pick the regular part of the rule or the ZEV milestone? Is it just hard to tell at this point in time what people are doing and why, or you think people still have to figure it out?
I mean, I'll make a guess, but it's a little bit of a guess. I mean, I'll say what I've heard. Some of the public fleets that have the purchase required, a lot of them say, yeah, doing the purchases based on their schedule and upgrading to ZEV makes the most sense compared to the commercial part. But a number of the public fleets said, no, we want to do the milestone thing. And so we're letting them choose. So for now, I'll say I'll presume more of the public fleets will like the straight purchase requirement, really simple, but clearly some asked for, and some will take advantage of the model year schedule. I mean, the ZEV phase in. In terms of the commercial fleets, it's a little less clear. I anticipate that the ZEV milestone, it's relatively attractive because it is staggered based on the truck type and the ones that are more suitable for electrification. But it does get you to the 100% guaranteed. And if you're in that 2035 timeline, there might be some fleets that are like, nope, I'd just rather wait.
Right, and some fleets that turn over more regularly may see it different than fleets that run older trucks too, right? That'll be an important consideration.
Yeah.
Oh.
And all I can say is when we did model it, we kind of assumed that roughly half the fleets would prefer the milestone approach, and the other half might actually go with the model year schedule.
It's a very important decision for the fleets to make. I mean, for sure, and it can be complicated. Now, obviously, we're going to be targeting at least the current proposal, the larger, probably more sophisticated fleets, over 50. But I do think it's going to be really important for the board, to do a good job of public outreach once the rule was passed, to let fleets know about the choice, how it may affect them, because they're going to have to think, they're going to have to do the long-term planning. And of course, this involves the infrastructure question as well, which they have to start early. So it's going to be really important on the board to get the word out however we can.
I'll throw out one more category. The ZEV milestone approach, from my viewpoint, I believe is the only practical option for the commercial fleets that have a lot of owner operators and smaller fleets under their control. Because the model year schedule by definition is, if you stop working with a fleet and you work with another one, that new one has to have a zero emission right then and there in 2025. And the milestone approach allows them to electrify their own trucks and deal with those contractors that are part of their fleet at a later date. So all of those are part of that decision.
Once the rule passes, it's just going to be important to get the word out really early so that folks can plan.
Okay, next we have Kevin Brown. I've given you permission to speak. After that, we're going to have Bob Shepard.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Brown with NECA. We're a trade association that represents manufacturers of powertrain components used in conventional electric vehicles and emission control systems. Question I had is really just a clarification. I see in today's presentation again the reference to drivetrain converters, and I just wanted to clarify if drivetrain converters are considered in the ZEV availability list or just new ZEVs from vehicle manufacturers and upfitters.
So I'm sorry, the question was, let me answer this. Yeah, when we're referring to conversions, we're talking about they're still new vehicles. They're purchased new. They're not delivered to the customer until they're in their final configuration. Does that address the question or concern?
So drivetrain converters, there's companies that might buy a chassis, a brand new chassis and complete it, or there's drivetrain converters that might take an existing vehicle and convert it.
Okay, yeah, no, if they're doing it before it's sold to the other purchaser, they are the manufacturer of record. So that's what we're referring to. If you're saying it's an aftermarket conversion, we're not including those. So if there's a point of clarification, I guess we'll look at that detail. But to be clear, and this is in terms of the availability. And then just for clarity, if the rule says, hey, get 10% of your trucks to be zero emission, and you choose to take an older truck and modify and replace the drivetrain with an electric one, we're still going to count that. But we're not going to say it's mandated that you convert it. If it's available to buy as brand new, as zero emission, you'd have to, but you're not limited to that.
Thanks, Tony. That confirms what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
Yeah, and yes, all these have to be certified. California has requirements even for aftermarket modifications.
Right. Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Shepard. After that is Bert Kaufman. Bob, I've given you permission to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon this time. I just have a follow-up to Suzanne Severite's question. Tony, did you remove the restriction on the daily mileage and ZEV unavailability for those that are 14,000 and under? In other words, your regulation was saying, hey, I guess there's everything available, whatever, for those vehicles, 8501 to 14,000 pounds. So we're not going to let anything happen, or you're not going to give you any exclusions based on ZEV unavailability or daily mileage. And that is a concern. If that still exists in the language you're proposing, because again, yes, we have a lot of Ford 250s, 350s.
I'm sorry, I had not actually heard the first part of the question, but so the answer is, yeah, there is no, the door's open for consideration of all trucks and weight classes in the fleet specific aspect. So there's no, we remove the exclusion that it would be only pertain to those over 14,000 pounds.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I need is a clarification. That was a big concern of ours.
Next, we have Bert Kaufman, and after that, Kathleen Hughes. So Bert, I've given you permission to speak. It says you're still muted on your end. Okay, well.
I'll share a couple. Hello, this is Bert Kaufman with Range Energy. We're a Mountain View-based developer of a power-assisted truck, and we just want to thank you guys for the convening today. And I guess have learned a lot about the process over the past couple of months, but just want to encourage the adoption of the exemptions sort of process to enable and to be flexible to allow for new technologies such as the trailer that we're developing that can help mitigate against range loss as electric tractors need to carry loads, and then also help on a hybrid paradigm as we transition away from diesel trucks. So Clarity around the exemption process to include these kinds of technology solutions would be incredibly welcome as we continue to develop our product and get some good traction with large fleets across the state.
Sorry, I just need a point of clarification. You mentioned the trailer product, but how does that relate to the exemption for if you can't buy a truck?
Well, I think it allowing sort of the accessory piece as part of the entire sort of process. I think we're enabling that to be a part of the exemption process would be significant for a developer like us.
Okay.
Thank you for the comment. Next, we have Kathleen Hughes. I've given you permission to speak. After that, we have David Miesel.
I am here. I hit the unmute button in time. Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Hughes, Silicon Valley Power, City of Santa Clara, and there's two issues I want to bring up. One is relevant because what's happening today has a cascading effect on the medium heavy duty market. And I'm just going to relate our experience recently in this past year of we have a very aggressive fleet electrification. And I keep getting Dear John letters, texts, and emails from manufacturers saying, hey, we're going to focus on retail, or we're going to focus on something else. The first one started with some light duty vehicles, and we've been scrambling trying to replace it. They said, oh, well, unless you want to pay $5,000 more, and that was for 20 vehicles. We didn't want to pay an extra $100,000. That was earlier in the year. And these are things that we've had on order for a year and a half. Fast forward to this November, December, we get a Dear John letter from Ford about our 13 Ford E-Lightnings that are on order, that they want to cancel the order. And then they are saying that we can reorder in 2024, 2025. Some of them we had targeted for some medium duty replacements that need to be done. And we did go to a competitor, and this is kind of relevant to, hey, a replacement. The competitor said, oh yeah, we can probably get them to you, probably. That's a key word. It'll cost you $60,000 more, which is a tune of almost, I think, $780,000 that we don't have budgeted for a replacement. That's not a replacement if it costs that much more for a competing vehicle that doesn't meet the specification. Even some of them meet the specifications, some of them don't, because we wanted to do some VGI and we had some very specific things for the field. So that's one issue we have. And they're claiming that they need to focus on, it's the battery issues, it's the supply chain issues, and they really want to focus on the retail, which might not be as big of a deal for some of the heavy duty, but the battery constraints are a big deal right now. And we're seeing that even in our utility scale work for generation. The second thing I would like to bring up is, so talking to our system support, which is in charge of our cybersecurity and infrastructure security and the relationship with the Department of Homeland Security and that agency. So there are 16 identified sectors that are considered critical. You know, you have your police, fire, everything else. They have 4 that they have labeled as fundamental, which is energy, water, wastewater, communication, and transportation, where we are held, nothing else works in society without our stuff going and working. And that's even, I mean, I know there's exemptions for fire departments because they're emergency and police. We're even ahead of that based on the Department of Homeland Security and the critical infrastructure part. So we have to make sure our vehicles can perform exactly how they are doing now. And we are big on electrification because I don't want to be the other end of a Department of Homeland Security investigation or the NERC investigations that are happening on the East Coast about reliability. So it's critical that these vehicles can perform in all environments, and we're urban. So we have some leeway versus like Truckee Donner that they have some specifics, but this last 2 weeks and even today, vehicles out in the field, you can't replace the vehicle in the middle of a work. These are heavy duty, and right now they're not available. Maybe they'll be available in 2024, or they may say they're available and we put in an order and then a year and a half comes, or 2 years, and they say, oh, you're going to have to wait. it's really messing us up right now. So those are, I know everyone, there's a lot of people. So those are two things I wanted to bring out.
Sorry, the number of pickup trucks that you referred to earlier was on the order of 20?
The pickup trucks were 13.
And so this isn't necessarily a small fleet issue, it's just the issue of the manufacturer canceling the order.
Yes. And then the issue of being the replacement is not a viable replacement at that cost.
Mm-hmm.
And then trying to figure out if we can wait to reorder in 2024, 2025, knowing that we need to buy these vehicles in the next couple years.
So
They were
I'll
all supposed to be
throw-
delivered.
Okay, I'm throwing out a question just to everybody, not necessarily to just you, but so if we, because I'm not trying to anticipate where we're going to land, but if we basically say, all right, here's the what we're trying to do in a more of a streamlined approach, we put out a request to manufacturers. Two manufacturers say, yeah, we'll supply that. We send them your way, and you try to place the order, and they say, well, you're kind of too small for us to deal with. Here's a Dear John letter. Then to me that seems sufficient to say, okay, fine, then go ahead and buy combustion because they won't even sell it to you when they are telling us that they will, and then we'll figure out what we do with that as additional information. But does that sound like a workable approach? It's pretty straightforward to possibly address that. Okay, yeah. It's just like a general question. So mull that over. If somebody has some thoughts on it, even after today, let us know.
Okay.
I'm researching what a Dear John letter is online here. Okay.
Nowadays, it's I think a text or you get a email or voicemail, but you know it's the breakup. It's the breakup letter.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's a letter you don't want to receive.
So you might want to be cautious on what you search for on the web and don't use what I say as.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have David Meisel, and after that, Christian Corby. So David, I've given you permission to speak.
Thank you so much, and thanks for putting this together. I just really have one question, and it focuses on a very specific vehicle type, which is think about the F550, 5500 space. Has there been any, review or discussion about the impact that these regulations will have on the commercial driver's license requirements? That particular vehicle is incredibly popular in the business world, whether it be for utilities or distribution, one of the biggest work vehicles out there. There's very little carrying capacity on it now. We talked about that earlier, but the batteries will definitely put it over the 26,000 pound requirement for full CDL. And that obviously is going to have a tremendous impact on the people that drive those, because most of those people in the less than 26,000 pound range is a very different set of requirements for them and a different set of burdens for them that the post 26,000 pounds would be. So I was just curious if we've given any thought to that impact and how that will impact the operator pool, the driver pool, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. We'll take that into consideration. We're going to move back to the commenters in person now. So we can start off with Ray over there. Go ahead.
Hi, Ray Pingle, Sierra Club, California. So I understand, Tony, from what you're saying, that if a fleet's granted an exemption, they've got to buy a new highly non-polluting diesel or CNG. So that's good. But I've got a question. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. But one alternative could be, rather than buying a new diesel or a CNG, which is going to be on the road probably for who knows, for 15 years or something like that. What if they had a truck that had not yet reached the end of its useful life and let them run for another 2 or 3 years on the whole, especially if there's any evidence that there might be some ZEVs available within that time frame? It seems like over the lifetime of that 15-year new ICE vehicle might produce a lot more pollution than letting even an old diesel go for another 2 or 3 years and then convert to a ZEV. So that's a question.
I'm just going to make sure I understood the question. So you're in essence saying, I've got I can't think of what the right model year is. I've got a 2011 model year that has to get replaced in 28 or something. And so rather than giving them an exemption, say, or sorry.
You extend the useful life.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
saying.
they get
no,
an
you actually
exemption,
keep it a couple more years because we know that there's a ZEV coming.
Right, yep.
I mean, I guess we can think about that.
Just something to think about. Yeah, that'd be fine. And then just one other comment is that at the board hearing in October, there were several board members that asked staff basically to do an analysis of the impacts of lowering the fleet size in the high priority to 10. And I know y'all are working on that. And so my request is that for the February workshop, the kind of the pre-15-day workshop, just recommend that you put an item on the agenda for presentation and allow some stakeholder input on that whole issue.
Yeah, the purpose of the workshop is to take feedback on that version of the rule at that point. So.
And just, I just specifically talking about the whole issue of the potentially lowering the fleet size to 10.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tanya Dirty with WISPA. Thank you very much for providing us with a day-long workshop and sufficient time to ask and answer all of these questions. I had one comment and a question. A comment would be considering CARB leadership and senior staff support for the conversion of refineries to produce cleaner fuels like renewable diesel, which was also identified in the governor's letter to the chair back in July. Since we had discussed earlier the borrowing of provisions from other regulations like the commercial harborcraft rule, one might want to take a look at that for the purposes of ACF, that if you do want to do a good, better, best, purchasing renewable diesel for the ICE vehicles may be the better or best option for vehicles that aren't available to be purchased. If, for example, the electric vehicles aren't available, given all of the concerns that have been raised today. And then one question on slide 47, I wanted to ask staff if they might be able to clarify. CARB to evaluate and approve extension requests within 45 days. Can you provide any additional details on how that process would actually work? Is it a staff determination? Does it go to the executive officer? If you disagree, is there some sort of appeal process? Can you provide any clarifications on that?
Well, so the process hasn't been specified. I mean, so we're trying to kind of come up with the criteria, but I think one of the things we were discussing is, and frankly, one of the comments was, this mid-range list, it's, hey, here's a few specs. Here's what the customer's saying they want. Right now, we're thinking we'll give that list to the all manufacturers. We'll put it online. All manufacturers can say if you can provide it. If you can, we're done. And if you can't, then we're giving the exemption. That might be the entire process. And then at that point after that, it's just, all right, you said you were buying a ready mix truck and you went and bought something else. That's a whole different issue. Or, you know, kind of thing to enforce it after the fact. But it might be that simple. But other than that, if we don't end up there, then what we're kind of laying out is, yeah, these are the criteria that you would use. And the only thing that's subjective is if you're saying you need an 80-foot reach truck and then there's only a 50-foot reach truck, a bucket truck available, then how do we verify that? I think one of the comments was, that's what I'm actually replacing, then that's almost a no-brainer. So if those all line up, they get the extension. I mean, that's all that it would be to it. And if they don't line up, then they wouldn't. I mean, we can't go outside of what we write in the reg. So again, ideally, the reg says it. I give it to you, you look at the same information, you're going to get the same answer.
Guidelines, for example, which is no conflicts with other existing health and safety laws. I'm assuming federal OSHA, where you can't have a fuel tanker show up at a rack with a vehicle that could explode, that's covered and you get exempted that way.
Correct. Yeah. And we have that in some existing regs. It's like, yeah, just point out that it's a requirement, let it make sure, educate us. And if we see that, it's like, all right, we're done. I mean, there's just, you can't debate that. That's pretty straightforward. Yeah. So the example we kind of use is like, yeah, so mine trucks have to be UL certified. And if for whatever reason the truck you need to buy isn't UL certified, you can't practically use it there, then that's a reason. It can't just be something you make up. I mean, it has to be an OSHA standard or something, but should be straightforward for all these things that, you know, we can't anticipate all of them today, but that covers it in that in that description. And that's what we're looking for. It's like, yeah, let's get this process down. So when something 2-3 years from now creeps up, or in the oil industry or something else that's rather unique, it still works, is the ideal outcome.
Lastly, I just wanted to say thank you for actually issuing the pre-15-day language before the next board hearing and the final package comes out. It really helps us, considering all the time that's been spent years now on this regulation. Understand it's extra work for staff and the board, but we appreciate the extra time. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, folks. Board members, appreciate the time today. So Kathleen Hughes mentioned the Dear John letters. I'm Ryan Bankard with UPS. And even with our buying power and attempting to electrify for the last decade, with some success partnering with California, the Dear John letters still come in. So
the ones that deliver the Dear John letters.
Sometimes. So this comes, I haven't seen this addressed, but as we strategize about meeting the compliance in California, and we're working very aggressively to do so, manufacturers are telling us, or we have to secure build slots 12 to 24 months out. And so right now it's 2023, we're looking at build slots in 2025. They're for renewable natural gas, they're for electric, they're for gasoline, they're for across the board because we deploy across the country.
All kinds of tiers, all kinds of classes of trucks.
All kinds of classes across the board. And so my question to you is, in California on January 1st, 2024, they'll take the snapshot of our fleet. We will still have vehicles that are purchased or slated to arrive in 2024, ICE vehicles and renewable natural gas. I want to stress that we use a lot of renewable natural gas, as well as vehicles arriving into 2025. Is there going to be any concessions that's going to allow us to have those vehicles all the way through 2025, even though that snapshot occurred on January 1st, 2024?
Well, I'm sure the answer is yes, but I want to make sure. So anything that you bought before the rule even starts, so which is going to be, I mean, or is even approved, you'll be able to add that to your fleet. It's still part of your 2024 baseline, and you're still able to keep it the 18-year timeframe. And then, yeah, in 2025 would be your first start date. If you're doing the milestone approach, then 2025 would be your first date to get to 10%. And again, and so 2025 is, even under that approach, is like, yep, 2025 is your deadline, get to 10%. If you've ordered a bunch of trucks and it takes 2 years to get them, you're still in compliance.
What if we're using the engine model year approach? And let's say I have a bunch of renewable natural gas vehicles that have been purchased and they're slated to be delivered into California. They say, hey, we can only get it to you by June of 2025. Will those still be included as part of that fleet snapshot that could age out over that engine model year plan?
But we have a slight discount. I mean, these are new trucks you ordered.
New trucks are
You've already ordered them, so yes.
So between right now, we're January 1st, 2023, we're already trying to get build slots for 2025. Does that make sense? Or into 2025?
Yeah. So you get your CNG truck, your diesel truck, doesn't matter, in 2025, but you've ordered it already. You simply tell us that, and it's part of your baseline. And then it can operate until the end of 18 years after that model year under that schedule.
Perfect. So as long as it's purchased before that January 1st, 2024. Okay.
Well, you already ordered it, you're good. And there's no question there. I think the language we have is any order placed before the rule, it becomes effective, which could be September, October of this year. It could become effective. So that would be the key date, I think, the way we're wording it.
Okay, so it depends on when the rule, checking for clarification here, so it depends on when that rule comes effective, which could be September 2023. If I have build slots that have been purchased for 2025 for ICE engines or renewable natural gas ICE vehicles, I won't be able to bring those into California?
After September or October of 23, if you made the bill slots then.
Got it.
Everything ahead of time, you pay for, you have a purchase order, right?
Yeah, you have a firm purchase order is the requirement. So as long as that firm purchase order is in place before the rule is effective, it doesn't matter if it takes 1 year, 2 years to get that truck delivered to your fleet, to your California fleet.
Perfect. And I have to say, Gideon, your hair is even more impressive in person than it is on TV.
Whatever he wants, give him in the rule, okay?
Mike Tunnell, American Trucking Association. Good afternoon. And just to clarify on that last point, it's when the effective date of the regulation as opposed to the adoption date, right?
Effective date of the regulation.
Yes. Correct. Okay, thank you. So I just want to talk about the ZEV unavailability provision. Actually, there's two provisions I'll touch on, but ZEV unavailability, tractors and drayage tractors are not eligible, but over-the-road tractors can do the usage provision to show that maybe range or weight is not available.
We don't address weight directly, but range is part of the question.
Okay, right.
So, yeah, outside the drayage arena, I mean.
Right, for over the road, range is a consideration. And what I would request is consider expanding that usage to the drayage fleet, because drayage also has fleets that do 400, 500 mile round trip hauls that run up against hours of service exemption, trying to stay within hours of service, and the charging time that is added to electric trucks. This could become an issue. And so another person earlier said, hopefully these exemptions aren't needed. And I think that's a good point. But if they're not there, there's no avenue for somebody who's doing a 400 or 500 mile drayage haul under this regulation to continue and do the same thing he's doing with an electric truck as we know them today. That can change. But I would argue it's better to be in there, usage exemption in the rule in case it's needed. Okay, that was one. The second one goes back to, you need a second. Second one goes back to this morning, and I didn't get in line, so I'll just kind of pick up if, I really appreciate the idea of allowing fleets to ensure compliance for circumstances beyond their control. I think that's a really key part of the infrastructure portion of this. But the one thing that concerns me is the first year of this rule. So we talked about this 1 year lead time to get your permit in. But by the time you adopt this rule, the reg hits, you're already fleets, especially the drayage side where you have a one truck operator, he or she won't have the construction exemption. So I would ask from a process standpoint, really look at those areas where you're pensioned down in that first year, because you won't have that year of lead time on the infrastructure side. And it sounds like it's probably, kind of dicey anyway as you go. But the first year of this rule, and the other thing I just mentioned is, we talk about the thought of, useful life, this well laid out, here's how we're doing it. Well, unfortunately, accidents happen every day. And in some cases, it totals the truck. And so for a drayage operator gets an accident in 2024, totals his truck, what's he got to do? He's got to go out, buy an electric truck. How do we keep that person in business under this scenario? So that's a process question I'd like to have you consider. Thank you.
Tony, I'm not going to compliment you on your hair. Sorry, buddy. My name is Frank Harris. I'm with the California Municipal Utilities Association. Appreciate the opportunity to ask a few questions again. I wonder if we can go to slide 40. I just wanted to ask about the list that's on slide 40. I presume, but I want to confirm that this is not an exhaustive list. A couple of things that come to mind are like operational conditions. And one that's really important to my folks is demonstrated reliability. We're gonna send somebody up into a bucket 80, 100 feet in the air. They want to have confidence that that truck is reliable and safe. Ask Paul. He knows, he's been up in one of those. And then if we could move forward to slide 46.
Do you want to answer that, or this is not completely exhaustive, is it?
No, but it is our good faith effort to say these are the things we think are important to consider. We left, some categories here of some others, but we're kind of looking for, well, what else do we put on the list? Because the idea is to kind of, this is sort of in spirit with a comment earlier about there's a medium list, is there are certain things we should be looking at, and then ultimately make it clear there are certain things we're not. And so right now you're raising a vehicle safety question.
And it's sort of reliability with the safety overlay on that specific example.
I guess I'll say, yeah, no, we're not going to say, well, yeah, Ford meets the reliability criteria, but Rivian does. That's going to be the fleet decision, I think, that needs to be considered. We are looking at, it has to be ZEV certified. So to go through that process is not just anybody can do it, but the utility bucket safety issue, I'm assuming, has a lot more to do with the body you put on the truck.
One would hope.
And we're not changing that per se. So, I don't think that's an area we should go into. But again, if there's a safety issue, like another one that isn't as obvious to everybody, but yeah, if you need an insulated boom because you're working on wires and you can't get one that has that, sure, that's a safety issue. Pretty obvious one. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we could look at.
I understand. But I do, and by the way, I do appreciate a lot of the changes here. You've ruined my weekend because I'm going to be putting together some comments and reviewing them with my members and submitting them to you on this stuff.
Right, and next time I won't sit so close to Gideon.
Yeah, right.
I get a better hair compliment.
I got it. Okay, so perhaps we can move to, we are at 46. So on this one item, authorized body installers about safety conflicts with body installation, is it specific to safety conflicts? If you hear from upfitters that there are other reasons why they can't do it on this chassis, would that be reasonable here?
Sure. No. So yeah, we're trying to find the right balance. So to a degree, we're kind of saying, look, if there's a technical reason and it's kind of really straightforward, it's kind of a no-brainer. But let's say there's, because that's honestly, it's one of the things we're looking at and trying to figure out how can we simplify. So one of the basic concepts is just like, look, you can get a box truck as zero emission. Flatbed's not the greatest example, but okay, if you put a flatbed on it, you mount it the exact same way. So if you're underneath the truck, there's no legitimate difference. I can't imagine there's going to be a problem. And to the extent we can do that we can more easily get through. It's like, yeah, these really aren't any different. A honey wagon, not everybody might know what that is, might be mounted the exact same way. So there's really no reason to expect anything. Now, if the supplier you were referring to here, it's like, yeah, there's no safety reason, but for business reasons, we're just not going there. Who knows what? They didn't train their people to work with electric truck, so they're not going to sell it to you, and you can't legitimately buy it. That's still enough of a reason to give you the exemption.
That's good. That's great. Thank you. One other comment and then a question. Insofar as cancellation language, I want to thank you for the cancellation language. We've talked about this before. This has been an issue that's been of great concern to me. In terms of what Ms. Hughes said from SVP, SVP is not a huge utility. They're not a tiny one, but I've got many larger utilities in my membership that have gotten a similar Dear John type letters. I think it's funny you had to look that up. It's good that you didn't know what it was. I think you were just bragging that you didn't know what it was, but that's not unique. I'm finding this, we're hearing this, that they're not selling to fleets right now. It's sort of understandable that they're not selling to fleets right now because they can sell to my next door neighbor who has a Rivian at rack rate. And so of course they're not selling to fleets right now because they can't get the batteries, they can't get other parts, other electronics. So they're selling everything they can at rack rate to the guys that walk in on the dealers. So that is a common concern and hopefully a temporal one. I don't know how temporal, it may be years, but But I wanted to raise a question, thank you for putting the language in there. I also want to raise a question about the 6-month window. If you get a cancellation 6 months, I'm going to be talking to my members about this, whether this is sufficient. Obviously, you've already written up the RFQ, so you don't have to redo that. But there's a lot of work that's done in evaluating, and there are things that changed. And so I'd like to think that that would be sufficient, but I'm just not sure. So we'll get back with you on that. Because of course, in that situation, my members are going to want to move as quickly as possible because they're already behind the 8 ball on something they need to put into their fleet. My last question, which is probably not fair, Tony, you mentioned that you've got some revised mutual aid language that you're going to be putting together. Any idea when? And I realize that's not a fair question, but I've got the microphone, so I have to ask. That?
1 or 2 weeks.
1 or 2 weeks. Okay, well, that's great. Thank you.
Call me if you don't see it in a little over a week. Okay.
Board members.
By the way, you do have nice hair.
Board members, staff, my name is Evan Edgar from the California Compost Coalition. I represent organic waste haulers and collectors, both private and public throughout the state. And plus I'm an RNG developer for public and private sector. And biggest thing I caught was being cost effective. There was a LOA report from 2 years ago about anything that CARB should do should be cost effective regulations. That was echoed in this month. The LOA put another report about the scoping plan, and it says be cost effective. So that's a major theme. What I learned from the California Climate Investment Report, the midterm report came out, and for developers of RNG facilities, for every ton of greenhouse gas reduced, it's only $54 a ton. That's very cost effective. The ZEV programs, for every ton reduced, it varies from 800 to 3,000 a ton. So investing money in the ZEVs under the cap and trade program is very expensive, where the RNG developers are doing it for 54 a ton. And over the last decade at California Energy Commission and at CalRecycle, there's been about $200 million in grant money towards AD, anaerobic digestion facilities at wastewater plants standalone. And that's a big investment. That leveraged $1.2 billion. Are we going to get to the topic at hand? Yeah, cost-effective regulation. So what we're doing. Yeah.
We did the cost analysis of the regulation. We're going to save $22 billion from the fleet perspective and 50+ billion in health cost savings. So it's pretty cost effective. It's not an increase, it's a decrease.
Well, not according to the ratepayer that we have to service in the community.
But we do want to talk about the availability exemption. So do you have any comments about what we're talking about? Because this is the next meeting. You could come back to the next meeting on that.
Upon availability, in order to purchase the ZEVs, we're going to have to spend $12 billion in order to purchase a whole new fleet after spending $3 billion on SB 1383 that the industry cannot afford to do 1383 and ZEV because the availability is expensive compared to the cost effective.
You were at the 1383
correct.
Yeah. We had a whole meeting on the topic of how to do it. So
the question is, we looking forward to cost effective regulations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, staff. Nicole Rice, California Natural Gas Vehicle Coalition. Just wanted to make a few comments and then a clarifying question. So first of all, we wanted to say that we appreciate the consideration that staff has made regarding some of the things that we raised in our comment letter for amendments to the regulation. Specifically, we appreciate staff looking at the ZEP certification requirement and including that in the proposal for today. We also appreciate staff digging deeper into commercial unavailability or ZEV unavailability, and also in including some clarification requiring that purchases need to be certified, California certified. So I know there's a lot of details that need to be unpacked on that, but I wanted to acknowledge that we felt heard as a coalition on some of these issues, and we look forward to continue working on that with you. That said, I also wanted to align my comments today with the comments that have been made by others related to the opportunity to advance and require best available technology. And that if we are not able to achieve that in this regulation, that it will be a missed opportunity, we feel, because it will continue to perpetuate the status quo. I know we talked about NOx emission reductions, and there were comments made about that, but also want to remind folks that there are also other benefits in using a technology like renewable natural gas in trucks. It's decreased diesel particulate matter and GHG emission reductions, co-benefits related to our state's requirement under SB 1383. So just wanted to put that out into the conversation, that there are other benefits to be achieved as well that's going to help us get to our future goals. So my clarifying question, I know this hasn't been asked a million times, but I haven't really heard this in the way that I'm going to ask it. So Tony, as it relates to that manufacturer's feedback provision, what will that impact have on the timeline of getting to the exemption approval?
My hope is that it'll make it shorter. I mean, again, we need some feedback from the manufacturers too. Is a 2-week time frame to respond sufficient or not? I suspect it will be, but
what is the evac, Tony?
Oh no, I think this is. I'll make sure we're talking the same language. And the concept of saying, hey, if a fleet owner turns in a request and says, hey, I need to buy this vehicle, but I can't, that we would then provide that information, put it online. Any manufacturer upfitter can then say, yeah, we do provide it, or nobody responds in some time frame that we haven't fully defined, but maybe 2-3 weeks or something. If there's no response or they do respond that they can, we would just direct the fleet owner to them and we're done with the process. And if nobody responds with the solution, then we would provide the exemption. And that would be the process. So in theory, it could be package what the fleet owner gave us, assuming we have everything we need, post it online, wait long enough for a response period. Based on the outcome, we have a decision. So it's not even fully an A or B decision. We're just an intermediary there, making sure that that information gets transferred to the manufacturer. And then we'll learn from it too. If they're not responding with solutions, then it'll become really obvious. And then, we haven't fleshed it out exactly, but that might, depending on how we play this out, that might be suitable enough information to put it on the short list of just you can automatic exemption because we're not aware of anybody providing the solution, for instance. So there's a little, if we can save time, that's what we're looking to do. And to eliminate this concern about an appeals process because of subjectivity. It's like, if they won't sell it, if they say they'll sell it and we direct you there and you try to buy it from them and you can't because you get this letter, that also tells us something. And again, we would grant the extension at that point.
Okay, great. Because on the slide, I don't remember what number. Oh, there it is. It says for 30 days. So I didn't know if it needed to stay up there for 30 days.
That's the proposal.
Yeah, okay.
But I want to get the feedback. If it can be 2 weeks, then we would just assume do it 2 weeks. But for now, it's like, yeah, we would stay within a 45-day response period to the fleet owner, no matter where we end up. But this might be a way to make it easier.
Okay, thank you. And actually, the concept that you just introduced in your comments about that feeding, being informative into what goes on that list, I think that's a good idea. So I put my plug in for that as well. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Susie Berlin for NCPA. I actually had some questions on the manufacturer feedback provision as well, but it sounds like this is a concept that you've put up there for discussion, and we can further refine the best way to ensure that there's feedback and that my concern is that we don't get a manufacturer saying, oh no, I can do that, and the exemption is denied, and then we have to go through months and months and months and just proving no, they actually couldn't, and we're behind in seeking our exemption process. So Vice Chair Berg and I share that concern.
But right. No, and so do I. But let's make sure. I want to understand just a little of the detail. So you bring to our attention the truck configuration that you want. We post it for the manufacturers. Let's say manufacturer ABC steps forward and says, "I'm the only one that can do it." It's like, great. So we put them in contact with you. How long does it take for you to effectively place your order and get them to say, "We're really not going to do it," or "We're not going to sign up, there's too many risks," or "We didn't realize this level of detail," or something?
Yeah, that's what I don't know, and that's what I want to be sure that
But nonetheless, we would have record that, one, you submitted an application, X date, you came back with like, look, I'm still trying to buy the
Okay.
same truck and I got rejected, that's sufficient. So yeah, I don't see any issue there at all.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
No, right. I mean, no, when there's only one manufacturer in this example, you went much further than what we were thinking about before about actually trying to place the order and still got rejected, then that's a no-brainer. You get the exemption right then and there. If there's 2 or 3 manufacturers and you went to the first one, I would presume you go to the next one. Yeah. So.
Okay, and my next, I just scrolled and lost the page. It's with regard to availability and obviously, but when there's the slide that says that it getting an exemption from the availability list, and one of them says that all manufacturers certify that the chassis can't do this. I get concerned and I'd like to ensure that we can go, let me see if I can find it.
There it is. That's 46.
Yes, so documentation from all chassis manufacturers that is not suitable. So I get a little concerned with absolutes, with language like that, and want to just bring that up for us to further refine, because that can be problematic in my estimation.
If there's a better way to cover that one, but there is the or there. So right now, I honestly think the upfitter thing is probably the place that you're going to say, hey, I need a service body on the back of this truck. And the body installer's like, no, there's a problem. This body won't fit because the only chassis that's out there happens to have the batteries outside the frame rails, and that's where the body goes. That might be the most likely occurrence. All chassis manufacturers that have a ZEV available. So if you're looking at a class 4, I can't remember, there might be 3 manufacturers in that category right now. So it'd be good to go to all 3, and if you get information saying that they don't think it's okay to be used for off-road use or something, then that would be the information we would be looking for.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Like I said, don't want to get stymied in a situation where there's one holdout that says, no, we think we can make this work, and we have to go through a bunch of loops to make that work.
The idea of putting it on the list that nobody thinks there's a ZEV in that configuration at all, so everybody can keep buying combustion. So we expect that list to be short and to go away in time, but it will probably.
But until it does. No, and we appreciate that. I had one final question with regard to the comment you made earlier about ensuring that we have more than one manufacturer, as both SCAPA and NCPA SMUD have raised. Reliability is important. Has there been any looking into, when we talk about availability, how that is tied to expertise as far as warranties and service?
Well, the ZEP certification procedure does have some quality assurance measures. Does it have warranty minimum requirements? I can't remember the specific.
Yeah, it has some minimum warranty requirements. I think 3 years, 50,000 miles, making sure that information is available to consumers about diagnostics, common repair manual, a few other things, just to make
fueling or battery capacity is a standard.
So part of the certification. And how about availability of technicians to support the warranties? Is that part of it at all?
It does require that the information be available, that third party could support it. So in that case, if the manufacturer can't do it, third party could do it. So it does have some requirements there.
Okay, it's definitely something we're interested in and seeing further fleshed out.
Well, why don't you take a look at it, and if you think there's, notwithstanding whatever's in there, you still have major concerns, let the board know, okay?
Great, thank you very much.
I do think it's a valid question to ask. It's maybe a lot of these, taking the solid waste industry, for example, they're used to Peterbilt and Mack, and they're used to, working with their dealers on a service. They have, so you're going to manufacturers, even ones like BYD that are running trash trucks. It's a new thing for them. They don't understand the service. So that's a question we're going to get from industry about the confidence in the warranty, the service, the maintenance. It's a realistic question.
Yeah, that does provide some consumer protection, but necessarily we are in a relatively new market segment, or at least new drivetrain on existing trucks. So obviously one of the things we did is is past the manufacturer requirement so that every manufacturer selling in California is going to be producing zero emissions. So the big players will be in the market, which market segment, whether it's your particular truck and the upfitters. But the other thing that we have is the clearly other states have done this, as we kind of touched on. So this is markets growing, the manufacturers. This is not just a California thing anymore in the United States. And then the Inflation Reduction Act, some of the projections from industry, trucking companies and consultant people that do these analyses are projecting much higher sales of zero emission trucks all over the United States, partly as a result of the economics and the incentives associated with the infrastructure bill. So we're optimistic that this is going to be a mainstream part of the market. This is not going to be a niche thing in time, but again, we still have the bumps to deal with that we know we're going to have.
So just as a time check, we do still have 22 people online. And so we're not going to hear second comments from people until we get through that. And let's draw a line. Are all 22 on? Okay. And so, John, have you been up for this group? Okay, so you're the last person, and then we'll go back online.
All right, Mark Smith from Autocar Trucks, and I think the questions which I have tie into what we've already said, Tony, so you've kind of answered it already. When you said if you ask for manufacturer's feedback and one OEM says, yes, I can build that, everybody in California is buying trucks, that configuration from that one single OEM. Is that correct?
Possibility, I mean.
Right. And then slide 46, it's the same thing. So let's say front loaders, compacting are on that list of not available from anybody. And I as OEM come and say, yes, I can sell compactors, front loaders, that specific configuration. Everybody in California will be buying front end loaders from me.
That's a possibility. Again, if the loader you have can do 50 miles, then they realistically need 100 miles and so many pickups, and it can't do that. There are provisions in the rule that still would say, well, it's not going to meet your needs.
But let's say we can meet it. So I come along, I'm the only OEM, everybody in the States, everybody in California will be buying that from me because I'm the only one who can do it. Thank you.
Hello.
Wait, I'm sorry. I got to qualify my statement. Everybody in this regulation, because we aren't covering every possible truck, because it's the larger fleets generally and the drayage ones. So.
I'll be quick. This is John Costantino on behalf of ZEV. There's a lot of material that was covered today. A lot of questions that I had have been answered. A lot of questions I still have, probably need the detailed write-up of what's going on. So just wanted to, I'll be quick enough to say thank you for the flow chart. Thank you for the option of fleet exemptions, fleet-specific exemptions, the middle tier. Some of the ideas we've talked about, ZEV members are really curious about how this is all going to work. But there's a couple other issues related to what was at the board meeting that we haven't had an workshop on, the speeding up of the 100% sales.
So John, I don't want the list.
Okay.
We're going to have a 15-day workshop prior to putting out the final draft, and all other topics can be discussed at that time.
Then, thank you. So then the one question I have related to that is, will there be an opportunity, whether it's formal or informal, to modify the regulation or for staff between the pre-15-day workshop and the 15-day package? Or do what we see in February is what we get in April or May?
What you see in February will be edited a little bit, but not dramatically. We'll try to fix the details that we don't get right, is the objective.
Will there be a comment period after February?
I mean, from my viewpoint, it'll be just, I'll call it informal. I mean, the idea is that the meeting is like, yeah, these look like you got them right. These look like they're off. Here's some suggested fixes, or when you say X, Y, Z, it's not clear. Let's make it clear. Or, hey, you put this in and that doesn't work. It's not a manufacturer thing. It's an upfitter thing, or something like that. We'll be looking to fix those, fine tune, I guess is probably the best way to put it. And in relatively short order. But yeah, we'll try to, obviously, the verbal, our objective is to put it out before the meeting and then have some time to get any feedback after the meeting on the specific edits. And so then we can put out a formal 15-day package with fixes that we make, and then have that out for formal comment. And then that all of that is what the board considers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tony, for that. That's really great. If we can get that, if we can manage that.
Yes, yes, and that's our goal. I'm not saying it's 100% certain, but that's our goal.
Okay, we'll be moving to the online speaker. So first we have Christian Corby. I've given you permission to speak. After that, Nick Blair.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Christian Corby at the California Electric Transportation Coalition. And so, yeah, again, really huge thanks to staff on the changes that were made for this regulation. I want to support the comments that were made earlier by SMUD. We support the suggestion that CARB add one additional tier, I guess you could call it, to the exemption process, where you have the unavailability list, and then you would include a kind of like core specification exemption that could be broken out into categories of, for example, specifications for the cabin chassis, specifications for the complete vehicle, specifications for auxiliary equipment. And under each one of those categories, you can have much more specific specs. And if a vehicle, if an existing ICE vehicle that they're looking to replace one for one doesn't meet the specific category, then they can receive an exemption. I think this would be a way to streamline the exemption process around these more specialized vehicles. Because then I absolutely agree with the case-by-case exemption process. I think that's going to be an important one for just kind of determining those those outlier cases where the vehicles just aren't able to meet the needs of the fleets. I do want to continue to recommend that CARB require that at least 2 manufacturers are making the vehicles. I think it's going to be required for fleets when they're doing their competitive bidding process to have at least 2 vehicles to choose from. So that's going to be a requirement for them. So it's not really going to be feasible to just have one available. That won't work for the competitive bidding process. I wanted to also support the clearinghouse idea. I think that's a fantastic idea of posting which vehicles are exempted under both the well, I guess if included under that core specification exemption and under the case by case. That would be really, really informative and helpful for fleets. And then I wanted to recommend including a grace period provision, and this may only apply to smaller fleets or small public fleets, but allowing them to purchase like a small number of vehicles, like less than 10 or maybe 10% of their total fleet, and giving them a year or maybe longer extension to test these vehicles and install infrastructure to see how the ZEVs work in their regions. And then obviously these vehicles would count towards the compliance down the road, but it would just give them a little bit more of a grace period to test the technology. I did want to ask a question about the it's kind of has to do with the sold out exemption. So if a fleet tries to purchase a vehicle and the current model year is sold out, then the regulation would require them to try and purchase the next model year. This is kind of the question. Is it just the next model year, or is it even one more model year after that before then CARB would say, no, it's not available? I guess I'm just kind of trying to understand how far, how many model years more do they have to try and buy the vehicle before it's considered not available?
Yeah. As of the current wording, it's the current or next. So in other words, if you're making a purchase today, it's a 23 or 24 model year. If the only model year you can buy from that manufacturer is 2025, it's the same as if it's not available.
Or next. Okay.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, while I have the mic, you did mention the two manufacturer bid process, but when you say that, how do you handle the when you say manufacturer, if there's multiple chassis manufacturers and multiple upfitters, who's the manufacturer in that example, or how do you do your bid?
Yeah, so in talking with the fleet managers for the utilities, it's the way that their bidding processes work is that they put together a very detailed spec sheet that can be 30 plus pages, and then they release that spec sheet to vendors. And the vendor there, I guess there's only a couple of vendors in my understanding, and those vendors will go out and shop that spec sheet around to different OEMs, and those vendors will compile the bids and then return those bids to the utilities, to the buyers to see which ones, and then they can kind of make that purchasing decision. So if a vendor comes back with only one bid, then that's not going to satisfy the competitive bidding process. And I think in that case, it could be a combination of a chassis and a body manufacturer, but there's still only one bid being proposed.
Okay.
I will follow up just to say that in a lot of these cases, these vehicles are highly specialized, and they're really unique pieces of equipment. And I learned that even in different utility service territories, like one bucket truck will not be the same between two different service territories. Each utility will have their own specific set of specs that they need satisfied. And then in some cases, I don't understand this fully, but my sort of small understanding of it is that even the IBEW union workers will have specific requirements in the types of vehicles that they require the utilities to have for them to complete their work. So there are, and those union workers will have specific requirements within a certain service territory, and will be different for others. So there are some, I guess just to say one bucket truck will not satisfy the needs of all utilities is kind of the point.
Thank you for the feedback. Next, we have Nick Blair. I've given you permission to speak. After that, Todd Carlson.
Good afternoon, board members and staff. This is Nick Blair with Aqua chiming in again. Once again, the benefit of going late is that I get to me too on a lot of folks' ideas, so I will do that first. Really enjoyed Sean Edgar's discretionary checklist idea, liked Catherine Larson's clearinghouse idea, want to add to the collective response to see concepts in writing as soon as possible. Definitely saw some merit to the Dear John letter, but had to look at what that meant. We'll similarly also have to go back to members on the 6-month time frame that Frank Harris brought up. I definitely see some merit to expanding the 2027 start time to small fleets that are outside of the low density counties. Liked Christian Corby's 2 manufacturer minimum. That definitely would be something my members would appreciate. A few questions. One that I think is pretty simple. Within the slide, you referred to all-wheel drive. Is 4-wheel drive included? I'm pretty sure it is, but just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Short answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank. Just had to ask.
What do you want to say just for, because we know they have 6 and 8 recombinations.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then the other question I had, which kind of piggybacks off of what Christian was just mentioning, and also goes back to what Stephen Poncelé from Truckee Donner was mentioning with regard to complicated duty cycles that'll have vehicles out in the field for 24 hours plus. I'm wondering, for a fleet that's looking at these various fanned out options that we now have, which I also will say as an aside, I appreciate the development of these numerous options. But if I'm a fleet looking at these various concepts, would it be prudent as a fleet to look at the ZEV availability exemption while also in tandem looking at the fleet specific process to save time, because I suppose in theory, you could find that a vehicle is commercially available, even though we're not using that as a defined term at the moment. But then, as Christian just brought up, in that specific service territory, what is commercially available does not necessarily work. Am I thinking about this the right way, or am I off?
The availability question is, first, can you buy the truck? And then a separate question is, if there's a truck to buy, then will it meet the needs? And that's a different provision of the rule.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to address the question. If there literally is no ready mix truck to buy, then there's no other questions to ask. We're done.
Right. But in the event that there is something available, but the fleet is not thinking that what is available can meet their needs, they then would have to go down the fleet specific pathway.
Yeah, it'd have to be where we end up on presumably some semi-streamlined process of check these boxes. It doesn't meet it, then we give you an exemption, and anything else that's more nuanced about it isn't going to be critical enough to matter for the fleet owner. Is where we want to land.
Good to know. I guess I'll just also note for the good of staff, I'm currently putting together a data set of responses from my members to further inform on operations that'll hopefully be informative in further developing out these different pathways. So looking forward to continually working with you, and thank you for the great work, and I'll close there.
Thank you for those comments. So I just want to do a time check. We still have 20 people online. We'd really like to get through this list. So I have a request. We're willing to go 30 minutes over. For those of you who would love to stay with us, we're happy to have you. If your Friday is actually got something fun to do and you need to leave, we want to say thank you so very much for coming. Please, those that are left on the line, we do want to hear from you. If you could really focus your comments on new ideas, appreciate that we have a lot of solidarity in what other people have said, but you can trust that we heard what other people said so that we actually can hear from everybody. Would really appreciate that. So with that, we have 40 minutes to get through our next 20 people, and we'd really like to get to our very last one. So take it away. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Next up, we have Todd Carlson. I've given you permission to speak, and then Cheryl Brown. So Todd, you need to unmute the mic on your end. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, Cheryl. Okay, I've given you permission to speak.
Thank you. You've given me permission? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Cheryl Brown. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. This has been a very long day, and I've learned more about this business than I've ever known before. And I've been involved with a lot of trucking kinds of things. But my name is Cheryl Brown. I am a former assembly member, and I served on the Transportation Committee. I'm going to read my questions and my comments so that we can get through it quickly. I live in the Inland Empire, and we are the logistics capital, I guess, of California. We feed the nation when trucks leave the LA docks. They come through our area, and we're concerned about this whole issue. We do have growth in women and Blacks in the trucking business. The question is, how is CARB reaching out to the Blacks in that community? And is equity going to be a part of what the regs are? Are you going to do anything with equity? Number one, are Black businesses going to be able to access the capital for what it costs to comply? For what you've envisioned? Have you spoken to the Black Californians on whether they prefer the goals of the Environmental Justice League and what that says about the existing technologies. Do you, CARB, realize that much will change the industry so that people will be forced out of state for what CARB seems to want? Does it want to drive out small businesses? I know you don't, but does it want to have to ask that question? And are you going to be subsidizing any of these standards that you're asking for? Lastly, wouldn't it be just as, would it be less expensive to retrofit an engine for natural gas? And wouldn't it be just as clean? Because it's 25, as I understand, it's 25,000 to retrofit a truck, as opposed to buying a new one for 250,000. So I did that fast. I hope you picked it up and you can answer those questions. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
And thank you very much, Ms. Brown. This is Sandy Berg, Vice Chair. And so our topic here, this is outside of the scope of this particular workshop. But what I wanted to do is give an opportunity that I could circle back with you and address your specific questions, which are fantastic. I want to make sure that you understand that the regulation that we're looking at for the first group of companies is for 50 trucks or 50 million in revenue. So we aren't bringing in small businesses into this regulation at this time. There are small businesses that have contracts with very large companies, and those very large companies are going to be responsible for helping those small businesses be part of their compliance opportunity. This regulation, along with all the regulations we're doing now at CARB, absolutely do have an environmental justice as well as an equity component. And I'd love to get back to you on the major changes we've made to our incentive programs that highly incentivize small and equity and further incentivize equity companies to get into zero emission up to the point of paying 95% for equity companies that are owned by people of color to get into zero emission, as well as paying up to 50% for infrastructure. So if it would be possible for me to get back to you on additional information. And so we can go ahead and address other commenters that are here to talk about specifically vehicle availability. I could either give you my contact information or you can give me yours, and I can circle back to you. Would that be acceptable?
That would be fine. I think that when you start doing regulations, and this is something that we've just come through with the master plan on aging, if you do not build equity and you do not build it into whatever it is you're doing, then you're sprinkling it on afterwards, and it doesn't mean it doesn't mean what you wanted it to mean, because it wasn't embedded in the regulations, and it should be embedded in every regulation in the state of California that we put forward.
Well, we can only speak, ma'am, to CARB, and we do embed it from the beginning with all the various thoughts from the equity communities. And
Okay,
so
well,
they are involved from the beginning.
Okay, I'm going to put my phone number in chat. I don't mind if anybody has it. It's fine.
That's great. I'll make sure to capture it, and I'll look forward to connecting with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oops, it won't let me do that. It's disabled.
Why don't you just give it to me real quick?
Okay, 909.
Yes, ma'am.
496
Mhm.
2337.
2337.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you
call
very
me
much.
anytime.
And thanks for your comment.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, we have Todd Carlson. I've given you permission to speak. It says you're muted on your end, Todd. Okay, we'll try again later. Next, we have Mark Roost. Oh, wait, Todd, is okay? Can you try saying something again?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Todd Carlson, Southern California Edison. Thank you, CARB, for hearing us, and thank you, Tony, for all your hard work to make this rule work. I have just a few quick comments. For the first one, on the milestone compliance, we've talked about exemptions for unavailability. In the language that was last proposed, 215 to section 5, it states that no exemptions are available until all ICE vehicles capable of being converted to a ZEV are converted to a ZEV. And that could be a little challenging for fleets, especially if it's forcing them to replace a 2-year-old vehicle with a ZEV because they can't get their work truck or refuse truck an exemption until that 2-year-old vehicle has been replaced. So something to think about there.
Okay.
On the lead time for vehicles, I didn't hear anyone talk about the contracting process. It can take 12 to 18 months to contract for a complex custom work truck. And then it's, in the best of times, it's a 2 to 3 year lead time to get them built. A year for the chassis and then a year for the body, sometimes 2. Right now we're seeing 4 or more years lead time because of post-COVID recovery, but the contracting process is another 12 to 18 months before we even place a contract. And then you issue a PO and your truck arrives, maybe 3 to 4 years later. The 1 year contemplated in the discussion may not be sufficient for the more complex trucks. My third comment is on the infrastructure delays. Fleets usually will run their trucks until they're unbearable to use and they demand replacement. If they have to wait a few years for an infrastructure delay, that may qualify for an exemption. Something to consider. It looks like we're not considering the vehicle for an exemption, and you'd have to buy the ZEV and wait 2 to 3 years. Something to think about there. And then the last one, it would be helpful to clarify the pickups and whether they're a group 1 or group 2 milestone, especially pickups if they have like camper shells, tonneau covers, toolboxes. I know everyone thinks they know where they are, but the written rule may not clearly explain that. So just clarifying the writing there would help. And that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Corey Peters. I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your affiliation.
Yeah, my name is Corey Peters. I'm with Best Drayage. I just wanted to say, with all due respect, I don't think you guys truly understand what a drayage truck is. Your statement today on slide number 39, which says drayage trucks already have ZEV tractors available. While technically that's true, as you heard from the gentleman with the ATA, they're not available for all drayage trucks. Drayage trucks do a lot more than just stay at the port complex. Many of us have drayage trucks that are domiciled in the Central Valley. That's where our company's from. For example, our trucks go an average of 400 miles a day between the Central Valley and the Port of Oakland. There is not a drayage truck on the market today that can make that trip. Yet you're proposing to require us to purchase these non-existent trucks as soon as January 1st of next year. For those of us who replace trucks every year, we can't plan ahead more than 12 months now because there is no truck available for us to purchase beyond this 1/1/24 deadline. And that's not even, beginning to think about the charging infrastructure, which was talked about this morning, because we don't know what truck we're going to be able to purchase because it doesn't exist. So we can't even think about charging yet. Eventually these zero emission trucks with longer ranges will be available, but they're not going to be available by January 1st of next year. And so I ask that you strongly reconsider the 1/1/24 deadline for all new drayage trucks to be zero emission, because it's not possible. They are not available right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the feedback. Next, we have Todd Campbell. I'm giving you permission to speak, Todd.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I'll make this quick. I know it's late. And I will admit, I had a little tug at my heart when page 6 listed school buses as an exemption, given my past work to dump diesel school buses during my coalition clean air days, but we'll get there. I want to thank Tony and staff for clearly verifying that new ICE purchases must be omnibus compliant. I think that's a critical strengthening of the rules. So thank you, Tony and team. I do want to remind everyone that diesel is the #1 source of cancer in the South Coast and the San Joaquin. They make up the bulk of NOx emissions in the South Coast and the San Joaquin Valley. And diesel trucks make up significant GHG emissions, and very hard to decarbonize for heavy duty trucks. So I would just quickly implore ARB to prioritize the omnibus 20 microgram engines for new purchases if a ZEV exemption is permitted over the 50 microgram omnibus engines. And ideally, they'd be paired with low carbon to net negative carbon fuels, not diesel. I think prioritizing these engines under omnibus would provide a strong market signal to manufacturers to commercialize those 20 microgram engines sooner. And finally, I would discourage staff from prolonging the use of diesels that are beyond their useful life to continue to operate on California's roads, given the simple fact that many parts of our state continue to be way out of compliance with the Clean Air Act. I just don't think that's good public policy. And in fact, I believe the environmental community is hoping that ARB will adopt a rule that enforces SB1's limitations of 18 years or 800,000 miles for trucks. So I just think that would be the wrong way to go. And I want to thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for the feedback, Todd. Next, and apologies if I mispronounced name, Saurabh Pansir. I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your affiliation.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saurabh Pansir. I'm climate policy advisor with Phillips 66 company. And I'll be brief. It's an end of the day for all of us. So Phillips 66 is a fleet owner, producer of petroleum and renewable fuels, and we're also pursuing opportunities to make low carbon intensity hydrogen available at scale that can be used by the fuel cell electric vehicles that would be part of this regulation. And we appreciate the expanded flexibility in the regulation for compliance options, including exemptions. So the only ask I have today is to underscore a key point that we made in our letter submitted to the board in October 2022, and that is inclusion of the commercially available renewable diesel in the proposed regulation. Many speakers earlier today have indicated that when there is a ZEV availability exemption and fleets will be purchasing, let's say, combustion vehicles, then it will be better to use the next cleanest option for the fuel, and renewable diesel can certainly fill that role. ARB has been actually supportive of this fuel, as is evident from the two recent rulemakings, the in-use off-road regulation and the commercial hovercraft regulation. So having renewable diesel as an option in the regulation, fleets will be able to use this abundant fuel that is being produced in the state, and then it can help the fleets lower their GHG emissions in a cost-effective manner. So that's the ask that I have for the ARB staff, and thank you so much for your time and attention.
Yeah, I guess since this has come up more than once, renewable fuels in California are clearly supported, and the LCFS regulation is being quite successful. And so it's a fuels policy that establishes that. So just counting it again is not achieving anything new. So I think the LCFS regulation is successful. I don't think we need to repeat it here. We're not achieving additional reductions if you just count the same action in both rules.
And I agree with that. Definitely, there's no doubt about that. Our point was just making it I guess, including it in the regulation. I mean, just as a sentence or something like that in this exemption section that is in the regulation. That was kind of the ask.
All right.
I get the
Thank you.
point.
Okay. Next, we have Felicia Ruffin. I've given you permission to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I just have a couple of comments. My name is Felicia Ruffin, and I'm from the Environmental Justice League. I support the Environmental Justice League's position on the regulations being developed today. This work needs to include Black voices and opinions. It does not. This work must be restorative to people who have suffered most. It does not. Any consideration of this rule must be in line with the State Reparations Task Force and do no harm to Black people who seem to be overlooked by CARB currently and historically. I also support the Environmental Justice League position. We need clean air and the best available technology to get clean air. Why are Black Californians in this discussion so late? We are the ones worst impacted. Start the discussion with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker we have is Joe Dallum. I've given you permission to speak.
Okay, thank you. This is Joe Dallum from Odine. Odine manufactures electrification systems for medium and heavy duty vehicles. I have a question about exemptions and the cleanest available technology. One is, will the cleanest available technology be required for ICE trucks if EVs are unavailable? And the second follow-up question is, would EPTOs, which are electric powered takeoffs, be included in the process of cleanest available technology? And those, for you that don't know what an EPTO is, it's installed on a work truck and it electrifies the highest polluting mode of operation of the truck, which is typically when they're operating equipment. And it does in a way that it does not impair the functionality of the ICE truck, but you do get about 50% reduction in greenhouse gases and a 90% reduction in NOx. So the question is, would that be, in the process of cleanest available technology, EPTO?
And so, yeah, so in the process of, if there were an exemption to not buy zero emission and to buy combustion, it would have to be California certified, which is the standard that applies in 2024. We are not proposing to specifically call out EPTO type systems. We have funding programs and other things to encourage it, but we wouldn't include it in the rule. It would only be applicable to a subset of the trucks anyway.
Right, but my view is that there's a significant number of work trucks, which are most likely specialty trucks that will be on the exemption list, and that without encouragement of some kind of best available tech or cleanest available technology, that it would be overlooked, even with an incentive.
Okay, appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're aware of some of the requests for funding and things from ODON at the South Coast. My staff's talking to them too.
Okay, next we have Julian Wolde Gabriel. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute and begin. It still shows you're muted on your end, Julian. All right.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, my name is Julian Wolde Gabriel, and I'm from the Environmental Justice League, and I support the Environmental Justice League position on the regulations being developed today. This work is needed to include Black voices and opinions. It does not, and it doesn't. This work must be restored to people who have suffered, who has suffered most. It does not. Any consideration of this rule must be in line with the state's reparations task force and do not harm to Black people who seem to be overlooked by CARV currently and historically. I also support the Environmental Justice League's position. We need clear air and best available technology to get clean air. Why are Black Californians in this discussion so late? We are the ones most impacted. Start the discussion with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Okay, our next speaker is Sam Raid. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm with Holiday Rock. We have 35 locations in Southern California. My main question is about something that Tony said earlier, which I just want to get clarification on. If a vehicle is listed on the unavailability list, so as an example, a concrete mixer, and that represents, let's say, half of the fleet, when we're at the point of, let's say at the end of 2028, where we are required to order for 2030, and that vehicle's on the unavailability list, we're not ordering it, and we're only looking at the group 2 milestone group for compliance, and that stays true it passed through 2030, or as long as that type of vehicle, that specialty vehicle, is listed as not available.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Sorry. So you had a question had been asked earlier about the difference between milestone and model year, and what happens when we have to buy a new vehicle that is listed as unavailable. So my question is essentially, whenever a vehicle, for those who are complying through the milestone path, we're going to be looking at our fleet excluding all of the vehicles that are on the unavailability list. Is that correct?
Well, okay. No, I can't be sure. But let me think. The answer is not going to. The answer is going to be no. I mean, so right now you have 100 trucks in. Let's say you're in the group 2, so 10 of the 100 need to be zero emission. If you have 10 trucks that you can electrify, even if you have 50 mixer trucks, we would just expect you to electrify the 10, and you wouldn't ask us for an exemption at all at that point. And then in 2030, you would have to be at 25 trucks. And so again, if you have other trucks that you electrify and meet your 25, you don't need an exemption for your mixer trucks, even if you choose to buy some diesels under that schedule.
Okay, so yeah,
as long as you're meeting the percentages, we don't really care how you do it. We don't care if you want to keep some trucks 30 years or you want to do 1 million+ miles. The useful life part doesn't even matter. As long as you're meeting those timelines, the percentages of zero emission, you're in good shape, and there's really no reason for an exemption.
So even if a vehicle is on an unavailability list, it is still counted as part of the fleet, total fleet numbers.
Correct. And then if you come to a situation, so now let's do it just a different scenario. All your trucks are mixer trucks. Then at that point, there aren't any to buy in this example. So you buy 10. Those 10 are effectively then excluded, but you're still, and then come 2030, we're looking at the 90 trucks. And if there's zero emission options for you, then you would just buy those to comply.
And it might also cover situations where you've electrified everything you can and everything left is unavailable. In that case,
yeah, that's the more likely scenario. So so let's say you do meet the ZEV requirements and you get to 2033 and you're basically out of trucks that are going to be electrified. Maybe nobody makes a mixer, so you keep buying diesel at that point.
I guess that's a little confusing because if the vehicle we need is a specialty vehicle like a mixer, then how does that help with by replacing like an F-350? Like in other words, if we have 20 new F-350s, we're going to replace those, but we're going to keep the old mixers in place running.
So again, if you can comply with the regulation by replacing other trucks and not messing with your mixers or not buying ZEVs for your mixers, then you're complying with the rule and there's no need to apply for an exemption at that point.
Okay.
Is the basic concept. Yeah. And over time, we expect more and more of these to be available. We know there's mixer trucks already in Europe. So I don't think it's that far away in it here, but it might be a few years.
I agree. It's probable, but by late 2028 that they will exist. So one other question I have is regarding tractors that are dependent on PTOs. So in our specific case, we have many tractors which are dependent on PTOs, and they will perform a specific function while stationary using those PTOs. My reading is that could fall under specialty vehicles, but if that's not the case, would the PTO
we do have language in the rule that if it is a truck that's designed to operate to perform work while stationary, it is in that group 3 category. So the first compliance timeline would be 2030. A tractor could be in that category, but if it's a self-loading tractor, for example, so its primary purpose is to transport loads, but it happens to have a crane on the back, that wouldn't necessarily put it in that 2030 timeframe. It's still 2027. But if you can't get the crane on it per the availability language we have, because that's one of the things that's attached to the frame, so that it won't be a crane truck for that purpose, then we wouldn't consider that to be available for you.
Sure. And I mean, if we want to get really specific, I'm talking about pneumatics and the ability to, load and unload bulk material, which is a stationary function, a specialty function, essentially. So looking for clarification on that.
Yeah, we draw the line at loading and unloading. I mean, if the truck can't do what you can. Yeah, so a dump truck, for instance, it obviously uses PTO, and it uses PTO while it's just simply unloading, but it's transporting something. So in that particular case, that's where we draw the line in terms of doing work while stationary. We're doing work while stationary of things like drilling holes, pumping concrete, operating a crane, boom. I mean, those, you can't do anything but stationary.
Okay,
but so bottom line is if the equipment, the way to equip the truck to perform the function like loading it can't be done because of a PTO system, I think it fits in here. We need to figure out the language details.
My question specifically is what exemption we would use in that case. So if, let's say we can order an electric tractor because they exist, but we can't order one that has the PTO capable of doing that specific function, loading and unloading cement powder or fly ash or whatever the case may be, how would we apply for an exemption? What exemption would we use?
Well, I think that would be one of the criteria we would want to put on the list and say, all right, if you need that, that's one of those core essential functions. The easiest way to do it is for us to identify in the rules. Like, yeah, if it's PTO is an essential function for that truck, then if it can't be equipped that way, then that would be a reason we would say it's not available for that use or.
So it would go on the unavailability list, or would be a fleet exemption?
I think that one's a fleet exemption because that's more of an attachment and more narrow. Yeah,
fleet specific exemption.
Yeah, it would fit. It would fit there right now the way we
take a look, Sam, at the language. When it comes out sometime in February. Holiday Rock's a active stakeholder in the South Coast, and I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about this, Sam. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
Right, and I'll throw out one thing. Yeah, so we didn't use PTO expressly by itself because even the ePTO question, some of these auxiliary functions are actually being put on the body of the vehicle rather than the truck in the electric truck design, because you don't need to, you can generate the power by storing it in a different way. So, but if again, if it can't perform the function, it should be on the fleet part, and that's where we would want to handle it.
Yeah, I'm excited about electrification and zero emission technology as long as it's there, but I have to be realistic about the fact that in some cases it's just not there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up we have Wayne Woods. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So, my name is sorry, 1 second. I'm at work myself. Got to go somewhere quiet. My name is Wanye, and I'm from the Environmental Justice League. I support the Environmental Justice League position on the regulations being developed today. The only thing I do think, I think that the work needs to include more Black voices and opinions, which it doesn't. I also believe that any consideration of the rules that must be in line with the state reparation task force shouldn't do any harm to Black people who seem to be overlooked by CARB currently and historically. I also support the Environmental Justice League position because we do need clean air and the best available technology to get the clean air. I just feel that Black Californians should be in this discussion. It seems like we were the last ones in it, even though we're the ones mostly impacted. I have to say thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay. Next we have Oscar Harper. I've given you permission to speak. You could unmute yourself and begin. Or there's two Oscar Harpers. I can try both of them. Okay. Okay. Next we have Tom Green. I've given you permission to speak. You could unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, this is Tom Green. Can you hear me? Yep. I'm from Rancho California Water District, and we're in a line with Aqua and CMUA, what they've had to say and other utilities. But I have a few comments. One is the availability exemption list. I think that verbiage is a little confusing because it's kind of sounds like you're talking about the same thing where we were asking for a vehicle unavailability list, and it sounds like that's now what you're talking for, availability list. And maybe some clarification on that would be, on that title would be a good idea. Then I had a question about the 50% rule until 2020 or through 2026. Do we need to apply for exemptions during that time, or is that automatically assumed we can do it? Or how does that work?
The spirit of the goal here is that half the trucks you buy would be zero and the other half would be combustion. So that if you find some are not easy to electrify, that you would just buy the combustion version. And then the others that you would buy the ZEVs, and as long as you meet your 50%, we're done. And no reason to apply for an extension. If you're buying 10 trucks and realistically you can only get 3 as ZEVs and the rest aren't combustion, you're not going to meet your 50%. That would be the time we'd say, hey, I need an exemption for at least 3 because none of these that I'm buying are available. That would be the idea.
Thank you for clarifying that, because yeah, some people have said other things and just added confusion. Then you have a rule there about companies cannot cancel themselves, and I just was hoping that CARB could put in some clarification or some allow a little bit of leeway there, because sometimes there are reasons to cancel, like if a manufacturer is not performing and not making the vehicles in a timely manner, and you're just being strung on years and years, or if they're lowering the prices, because they don't have the sales, and so now you get this contract for much higher than what they're currently selling it for, or if their other manufacturers are making better equipment and it's available readily, then so I think they should allow companies to cancel contracts with oversight by CARB or approval by CARB. So maybe they could add something in there for that. And then other speakers, and you have talked about this California certified. Just wanted a little bit of clarification on what that means as far as 2024. Are some engines going out? Like, are we not going to be able to order diesel vehicles, or what does that mean?
The omnibus regulation applies to medium and heavy duty engines sold in California of all fuel types, or it's not all but gasoline. So in essence, it's just buy a California engine, which you already do. And so it's ultimately to make sure that fleets that are buying engines aren't going out of state to buy federally certified engines that have higher emissions than California ones do to use in California.
Okay. Is any type of vehicle or engine being outmoded, like diesels or anything like that at that time?
No, not expressly. I mean, it's an engine manufacturer requirement. So the engine manufacturers have to just make sure their sales in California overall meet the requirements.
Okay, and I want to thank you for your time, and it looks like we've made some good progress in this last I'm seeing in this workshop. So I'm very happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Yosef Barca. I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your affiliate, unmute yourself and begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you for your time. My name is Yosef Barca, and I'm from the Environmental Justice League. I support the Environmental Justice League position on the regulations being developed today. This work needs to include Black voices and opinions. It does not. This work must be restorative to people who have suffered most. It does not. Any consideration of this rule must be in line with the State Reparations Task Force and do no harm to Black people who seem to be overlooked by CARB currently and historically. I also support the Environmental Justice League position. We need clean air and the best available technology to get clean air. Why are Black Californians in this discussion so late? We are the ones worst impacted. Start the discussion with us. And I do want to mention I'm very, very for clean air for the environment and for keeping things safe for the public. We just would like a little more inclusion with the discussion. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Alana Johnson. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Alana Johnson, and I'm with the Environmental Justice League. And I just want to echo the comments of my colleagues. I do support the Environmental Justice League's position on regulations being developed today. And this work does need to include Black voices and opinions, and it does not. And the work must be restorative to people that have suffered the most, and it does not. Any consideration of this rule must be in line with the State Reparations Task Force and do no harm to Black people who seem to be overlooked by CARB historically and currently. I do support the Environmental Justice League about clean air. We do need clean air and the best available technology to get clean air, but we're concerned about why Black people are brought into the discussion so late, and we are the ones that are impacted so much. So we would ask that you would include us in the discussion and start with us. So thank you so much for allowing the comments today.
So that was the last commenter?
Last person before we cut off the signups.
Okay.
Well, great. We did a great job. We're actually at 4:31. So thank you, everyone. Tony and staff, great job today. This concludes the third public comment or workshop that we had for Advanced Clean Fleets, covering AB 1383, the wastewater and organics, then infrastructure this morning, and now the vehicle availability. Again, staff will do their very best to come out with language prior to the 15-day and have another workshop. So make sure to look out for that. And that is expected sometime in February. And so we'll all be looking out for that. Really appreciate all your both compliments as to what staff is moving towards, but as well as continuing to identify the hurdles that we absolutely need to get over. So everybody have a great weekend. Gideon, do you have, okay, we're all, so on behalf of my colleague, Gideon Krakoff, and myself, thank you very much for participating, and we'll look forward to the next set of meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.